delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
With a calm, carefree mind, I wander these streets.
Have a lovely day.
Pavement and open skies so clear and free.
Morning.
This weight of ink and paper, the only burden I carry. Past repeating houses and sunlit buildings. Surely freedom is a peaceful walk down a known route, greeting morning's people with smiles and stories.
Hello. Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you so much. You're very kind.
To think I was once so bound by fate, but now I notice many little, beautiful things.
Factoring in these 10 specific facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging, organisations can get a very real and measured account of exactly where they are today. They can then look at the ways in which they can move their dial significantly forward by identifying the areas that need the most work and development.
The 10 facets are important because it actually puts a framework around it that makes the industry have a better opportunity to manage it in both the UK and the United States. The diagnostics in the report help organisations benchmark it themselves against what the industry is doing, how they report, measure, but most importantly, take action on the findings across the report. It's useful data that, in my opinion, everybody who is responsible for culture should absolutely read.
When I think about why people should take time to read yet another review, the reality is that you don't have to read this review in one. You can go in and out throughout the year. We won't solve diversity and inclusion and the barriers that's in place in organisations by one review. We will solve this by working on this over time, really investing in sustainable solutions.
So you should take time to read the report, and I know there are many reports that cover the different characteristics. The reason for it though is it really is that one-stop shop. It has all of the 10 facets in there, but also it's great because it gives you feedback about how you're doing. There are fantastic case studies in there. And what I really find valuable is there are absolute nuggets of ideas that you can take and you can put them into your organisation. You can create a fantastic discussion in your organisation from all the insight that's in there, but through those ideas, you can actually turn those conversations into action.
The future of diversity is in reporting. It's so important. We say at the foundation, what gets measured gets done, but you can't improve unless you can measure. And so it takes inclusion, diversity and belonging within all forms of organisation to a place where you actually know if you're making progress, you understand what your baseline is, and unless you can do those things, it's just talk, it's just in the abstract. So what we do is we provide practical solutions to allow people to affect the change.
Not only do you get a report on how you've scored as a business, that means that you can look at it and see where you're scoring well against other businesses or not so well, but it also then enables you to build a plan and actually really understand where there's opportunity.
Apart from obviously being the right thing to do, inclusive cultures are absolutely differentiating against others. You know, the best high-performing cultures have a high degree of psychological safety and inclusion. And when you can bring a group of people with diverse backgrounds, experiences, beliefs, and they can come together and feel that they can be the very best version of themselves, it becomes really, really powerful. And that's when you get the most innovation, the best outcomes, and most of the statistics say that that's the case.
We really encourage leaders to look at an approach which is based by scientific methodology as opposed to purely common sense. It is together that we can move the dial forward.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to Kings Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers, the Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We are the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
With a calm, carefree mind, I wander these streets.
Have a lovely day.
Pavement and open skies so clear and free.
Morning.
This weight of ink and paper, the only burden I carry. Past repeating houses and sunlit buildings. Surely freedom is a peaceful walk down a known route, greeting morning's people with smiles and stories.
Hello. Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you so much. You're very kind.
To think I was once so bound by fate, but now I notice many little, beautiful things.
Hello and welcome to the very first DAL Global Summit of 2024. It is wonderful to see so many familiar faces and new leaders as well too from all around the world joining us to drive meaningful change in 2024. We've themed this DAL Global Summit, Global Diversity, Inclusion, Belonging, Equity and Culture Trends, strategies to drive that true, authentic and meaningful change. The summit is kindly sponsored by Royal Mail and their tremendous leaders. So thank you very, very much for all of the support. We couldn't do this without you. So it's been an incredibly challenging few months for leaders, marked by global upheavals, including economic crises and geopolitical conflicts like the Israel-Gaza war. As in previous years, the DAL Global Summit is not afraid to explore those difficult and sometimes taboo subjects. This first summit of the year aims to tackle tough workplace diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity and culture discussions to really help move the dial in the right direction and keep the saw sharp. We're going to be talking about how workplace leaders can actually make that real lasting and sustainable change through their inclusion efforts and go far beyond the box ticking to make a difference that lasts. We're going to be joined by top executives and diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, culture leaders and CEOs from organisations including Royal Mail, Ipsos, Barclays, Hilton Hotels, ISS, LexisNexis, Odeon, to name just a few. We're not going to just be analysing the specifics, but we're going to be looking at the broader context and the profound impact that some of these global events have had, not only on employees, but also through exploring strategies capable of tackling some of those more challenging issues of our time. Especially if organisations want to continue to attract and retain that top talent and secure the loyalty of their discerning customers, these issues and these subject matters are absolutely key. In the upcoming panels, we're going to be delving into subjects such as navigating the Israel-Gaza conflict within the workplace and the pivotal role of diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, and culture within crisis management. Furthermore, we're going to be exploring the rising importance of ESG with a specific focus on the social aspects and how diversity and inclusion can be a guiding force and a shining light that really addresses these concerns. Our panels are also going to be highlighting the need for genuine corporate allyship and how to achieve sustained and meaningful change for some of the most marginalized groups and communities in which we serve. We confront head-on the issue of racial equity, advocating for strategies like the ethnicity pay gap. We want to make sure that we're really bridging these gaps to eliminate bias and create greater racial and ethnic diversity within our leadership. Additionally, we're going to be looking at why workplaces need to be more family-friendly and extend support and the benefits to working parents, not only those who have existing families, but those experiencing fertility challenges. I know firsthand from going through IVF and having little baby Peter, who's now an unbelievable 19 months old, that these things are so critical. And we don't want to lose great talent from the workforce. So making sure that we consider alternative routes to extending families, everything from adoption to surrogacy, and ensuring that these needs of non-conceiving parents and increasingly diverse families are also met. Like our previous summit, this one aims to tackle leaders and organisations rise to the occasion, step up their diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, culture efforts, and contribute to the transformative change that our world so desperately needs now more than ever. Our panels promise insights that will inspire, educate, motivate, and guide us in the pursuit of a more inclusive and equitable future. And we really hope that this will be the energy and the catalyst for positive change that we envisage for 2024 to really move that dial, excuse the pun, in the right direction. Again, tremendous thanks to Royal Mail for supporting this year's event as our headline partner, as well as the experts and the leaders on the panels today, many of whom are our partnering organisations. You are in for a treat. But before we start our sessions, I just want to give you a little quick update on some of the other initiatives that we have. You've probably seen them in the ad break that we've had thus far, and there will be an ad break as well in between each of our wonderful panels, talking about some of the initiatives that we would love you all to get involved in. There's something for CEOs, and leaders at the top through our CEO Activist Council and Pledge, through to our new workshops that we're looking at around crisis communications in partnership with Freud's Speakeasy and Dial, really bringing together an experiential experience for leaders in their various different disciplines to really step up, learn those presentation skills, and also how to deal with crisis at the front line. Additionally, we have our Dial Diversity Review, our flagship review that we are so proud of. It happens annually. We're calling on all organisations to submit the survey for the report and join what will be, we hope this year, over 200 organisations from large corporate blue chips and others getting involved, where we look at the CEO -2 specifically across our USP, which is our 10 facets of visible and invisible diversity. So the Dial Diversity Review, getting involved in a lot of our programs and making sure you step up to really advocate change, both within and also outside of your organization. Thank you so much for joining us again. Make sure you stay tuned, because we're going to be going live very soon with our first opening panel of the day, for which we have some incredible leaders joining us. Sanjay Bandari, the chair of Kick It Out, David Grevenberg, former CEO of the Commonwealth Games Federation and Chief Innovations and Partnerships Officer at the Centre for Sports and Human Rights. And finally, my dear friend, Ben Page, the Global CEO of Ipsos. Stay tuned and we'll see you very soon.
With a calm, carefree mind, I wander these streets.
Have a lovely day.
Pavement and open skies so clear and free.
Morning.
This weight of ink and paper, the only burden I carry. Past repeating houses and sunlit buildings. Surely freedom is a peaceful walk down a known route, greeting morning's people with smiles and stories.
Hello. Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you so much. You're very kind.
To think I was once so bound by fate, but now I notice many little, beautiful things.
Hello and welcome to the very first panel of our Dial Global Virtual Summit. This first panel will be discussing the Israel-Gaza conflict and navigating the crisis internally at work. It goes without saying that we are in hugely challenging and unprecedented times. We approach this panel with a learning mindset and from a stance where we do not claim to have all of the answers and solutions. However, with our wonderful panelists, we hope to provide a forum for discussion, insight, and a continued learning journey. In times of crisis like the Israel-Gaza conflict, employees look to their leaders to step up and show that they care. Conflicts like this can affect employee well-being, require leaders to really take a stance in creating that safe environment, in particular for those that may be affected, whilst also acknowledging the crisis. We're going to be focusing on the conflict's impact on employees, workplaces, and how CEOs and leaders can really address sensitive geopolitical issues like this and provide guidance on how to manage those complex conversations with transparency and sensitivity. We're going to be delving into everything from strategies to foster an inclusive culture and a respectful workplace and environment during these times, leading with practices for promoting constructive dialogue and understanding amongst employees with diverse perspectives, and finally, cultivating a culture of empathy, tolerance, and support within organizations capable of managing external conflicts like this effectively. But before we dive into the panel, I would love to introduce our three wonderful panelists to the Dial Global virtual stage. They are Sanjay Bandari, Chairman of Kick It Out, David Gravenberg, Chief Innovations and Partnerships Officer at the Centre for Sports and Human Rights, and Ben Page, Global CEO of Ipsos. Before we delve in, I'd love for each of you to give us a little brief intro and talk to us about why this is so important to you before we get into some of the questions. Ben, I'm going to come to yourself first, if I may.
Well, it's an incredibly emotional time for huge numbers of people. I think that the challenge is how you respond to this conflict in Gaza and Israel and the Palestinians alongside the other 141 armed conflicts that are taking place all around the world. And you know, the Ukraine war is still going on. I've got a Ukrainian living with me at home. And I think it is very challenging because this is obviously an incredibly emotional one that's received a huge amount of attention in Western countries. But if you were in Latin America, there's all sorts of other, wherever you are in the world, there's all sorts of other things going on. And I think one challenge is what you decide to respond to and what you don't. I did respond on this one, but it is, we do need a bit of context before seeing it entirely in a US, UK sort of telescope. And being a global company does give you a slightly different perspective than if you were just based in the UK or the United States.
And Ben, I know you're terribly passionate holistically about diversity and inclusion. Give us a brief insight before I come across to David and then Sanjay.
Well, I mean, we just know that we're a company in 90 countries with, hundreds of nationalities, speaking many, many different languages, trying to get by in English and trying to get along together as one company with more that unites us as professional researchers than divides us with our different ethnic, religious and cultural backgrounds. But I think something like the Gaza-Israel conflict and social media is difficult for a truly international company to negotiate. It's the same with the war in Ukraine. The British and the Americans have one point of view. The French and the Italians, the Indians, the Chinese have slightly different points of view, and that is a challenge if we're honest. Actually, we could talk about that.
And we absolutely will. Thanks so much, Ben. And fascinating to get your insight across the 90 countries. And as you say, many, many hundreds of nationalities. David, coming to yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I think this current discourse globally on this conflict, which is, part of a series of many conflicts and the complexity of identity that we all wrap ourselves around, different aspects of conflict. I really feel that from a business standpoint, from a corporate culture standpoint, it shows how closely connected and how far apart we are in many ways. And, I think this particular topic means so much to so many people. But it's also, I think, as Ben said, there are so many diverse perspectives and angles and filters and experiences. When you've worked in the Gulf region or you work in West Asia, there's long history and different types of connectivity from looking at it from afar in Los Angeles or somewhere else. So I really feel that setting the right tempo, being able to give the right environments for voice and agency for constructive dialogue and the approach that we take this work is an enormous challenge that every leader and every one of us individually is faced with on, how do we bring our best selves to work, but also leave our bias behind us and drop all the luggage that we like to carry along with us in our lives. I think this is a topic that brings kind of all of that to the forefront, and certainly one that I think has the ability and challenge of defining culture, and how we act in society, in our communities, and ultimately at work as well.
Thank you, David. And finally, Sanjay.
Yeah, I suppose there's sort of two questions you're asking, really. Why am I interested in diversity, inclusion, belonging generally, and then more specifically on this topic around Israel and Gaza? I mean, more generally, look, anyone who's from an underrepresented or minority community, it tends to be quite important to you, and you live your entire life as a member, whether consciously, unconsciously, whether you like it or not. Every success you have becomes, a role model for someone else, and you get to choose whether you want to exercise that leadership consciously or unconsciously. And so there comes a certain point where it's better to choose to exercise that consciously. So look, it's about, I've been fortunate over my life to have some successes and also overcoming some barriers. And what I would personally like to do is to give other people the kind of help that I didn't necessarily get because I wasn't on the inside, and now I'm on the inside. I want to get more people like me on the inside and more people from underrepresented or minority communities on the inside. So my job is not to pull the ladder up. My job is to extend the hand down to help other people up. So that's why I'm interested in this topic generally. I think on Israel, Gaza specifically, we'll come on to it in the questions, but I think, historically, I've worked a lot in international organisations, just the last 3 or 4 years, really. Predominantly, I'm working in much more national organisations, so much more focused on work here in the UK. And there's a particular UK resonance when we think about diasporas of Jewish and Muslim communities, and we think about the proportions that they represent in our communities. And so there is a difference between this conflict and other conflicts as it plays out and as it has a resonance in the UK, which we can maybe come to in the questions and we can draw out, which is perhaps what differentiates it from what's going on in Nagorno-Karabakh, which is 24 years ago. There was a sort of annexation, and now it's been re-annexed, and there's been this historical battle between the Azerbaijanis and the Armenians over this contested territory. But apart from on the Rest is Politics podcast, who else is talking about that? And it's getting zero attention, along with the other 140 conflicts. But there's probably a reason for that. And there's a reason why Israel-Gaza has that resonance globally and has a particular resonance in the UK, which we can perhaps come on to in the questions.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sanjay. And, from everything that each of you has said, this is absolutely about how, which all of you do, exercise that conscious inclusion piece. And Sanjay, you talked about not wanting to pull the ladder up and having fantastic allies and leaders in this space. That is each and every one of you, because this is a subject that we must continue. Diversity as the broader context, as well as the subject we'll get into with the Israel-Gaza conflict, which of course is getting a lot of headlines at the moment and is something key for us to talk about. But ultimately, making sure we keep positive momentum behind this when we see everything from, Musk putting on X as it is now, DEI must die, and so on and so forth. We must not be scared to speak out for what is right. And that means having tremendous allies like yourselves who really do care about future generations of leaders and keeping the positive momentum up for all of these initiatives, because it is a commercial lever for economic growth and prosperity, and something that we need our future generations, 5 in the workplace, I think it is now, possibly even 6. It is so important to them. And so looking to individuals like yourselves who have been there, have the voice, have the agency to make change is absolutely key. So a huge big thank you as well to all of you. Now, to get into the Israel-Gaza conflict more specifically, and Sanjay, I'm going to come to yourself here with this question. In your opinion, why do CEOs and leaders need to communicate with their employees during times of crisis like this?
Well, you're communicating whether you communicate or not. By not saying anything, you're also saying something, right? So this goes back to being consciously leading and making conscious decisions. And so this goes beyond employees. This is actually, whenever there's a crisis, I think any organization and its leadership should be thinking about its stakeholders more broadly. So whether that's your shareholders, your investors, your customers, obviously your employees, your supply chain partners, right? You will have a network that's relevant to you, and each big news item, any conflict issue, you have to think about how does that affect you as an organization, and all of those relationships, which obviously your employees are pivotal, but it's all of those other relationships as well. I think there is something slightly different about the Israel-Gaza conflict. As Ben said, there are hundreds of conflicts going on in the world at any one point in time. I think what is resonant about this is we have very significant Muslim communities in the UK from a UK perspective, and a long history of a Jewish diaspora in the UK. There's also something about the resonance of the Israel-Gaza conflict for those Jewish and Muslim communities, in that this is not any old conflict. This is a very symbolic conflict, and it triggers deep emotional reactions in people, not just in the region, but people who have an affinity in the region, or friends who are in the region, or people who feel that they have people of the same religion, that therefore that gives them that affinity with people in the region. There's an Israeli author called Amos Oz who says that with pretty much any conflict in the world, you could distill it to right versus wrong, and that there's a good side and a bad side. He says, with the exception of Israel and Palestine, that is a case of right versus right. Now, I'm not going to comment on whether he's correct about that, but what the reason I'm mentioning that is because that drives the deep emotional reaction of our Jewish and Muslim diaspora. And when you add on top of that, so we did an anti-Semitism sort of conversation with a group of Jewish people around sport last week, and just sort of Chatham House rules and getting some feedback from people and how they were feeling. And the reaction, because the Holocaust is in living memory for people, and because of some of the things that we've seen over recent weeks and months, is that for those of us who experience discrimination, we may have several feelings that come up with that, but it's very rare that we have fears, really resonant fears for death and personal insecurity. And that is what is triggered in the Jewish community. For the Muslim community, what we also get is this kind of casual Islamophobia that just occurs on a daily basis, triggered often by mainstream media. And this has been a trope over the last 5, 6, 7 years, and particularly since the rise of Islamist terrorism. So that Muslim communities feel very often as if they are not supported, and as if they are all sort of tarred with a brush. And you look at who has suddenly become a friend of Jewish people. Look who suddenly became friends of the LGBT community during the Qatar World Cup. You have far-right organizations who, for a flag of convenience, are wearing LGBT credentials and anti-Semitic credentials as a thin cloak for their Islamophobia. And so it's very complex. But because we have these communities inside our organizations and outside organizations, actually the potential for that conflict to start happening in our country, in our territories, we've already seen in football. Football teams refusing to play. Well, one incident of a football team refusing to play at grassroots level against a Jewish football team. To me, that's where we start to get engaged. So this is really not acceptable. We don't want that conflict coming here. We want to be talking about how we bring communities together and creating cohesion. But we also have to acknowledge that when we look about, we took for our beneficiaries, underrepresented or minority communities, we also have to accept that sometimes those underrepresented minority communities are in conflict with each other. And there are two issues on which, if you want to be absolutely guaranteed to receive abuse on social media, one is to say something about the Israel-Gaza conflict, and the other is to say something about trans rights. And then I can absolutely guarantee you, within 5 minutes, you'll have been insulted, probably by both sides. So it shows how sort of resonant these issues are. That's why I think I'm not saying you necessarily have to say something, but you have to make a decision whether you're saying something or not saying something.
Yeah, I think when you, in the shock of the initial events, you need to say something. But I think there is a challenge that I do a weekly newsletter, which is global. Do I tell everybody, do I provide a running commentary every week on my feelings about, this, I don't know, Israel or Gaza? When, as I say, for my Latin America, if you're in Ecuador, hi Christina, who runs Ecuador for me, there's all sorts of, there's gunmen on the streets in quite a different set of issues there. So I think it really, there are moments when the world's attention is on something and people want to know that you're standing up for what's right and, let's say, liberal values, which is something that matters to us as a French company. We believe in equality, fraternity, liberty. But I think that really you have to be pragmatic, because I do have a company to run and I can't do a commentary on everything that's happening in the world on a weekly basis. Well, maybe I should. It's a debate, but I don't think so. Ultimately, I've got to run the business.
And it's finding that finite balance. Sorry, David, please feel free to come in.
No, I think both Sanjay and Ben, I think covered a number of the points. I think it's an incredibly, what is the responsibility of a leader to say what, when, why, how, to who? I think when you're looking at that, you really have to keep yourself in check, and your broad responsibilities. And this is why I think getting back to principles of collective responsibility and values. Having, values aren't just a bunch of words we throw out there in a shotgun fashion. They have to be interconnected. One of the things that I work in a human rights organization for the world of sport. So we are always having to behave and act with values as our foundation in every situation, because no situation is simple. When you really start to pull back humanity is not simple by its nature. So, both individually and collectively. So as you look at this, the number one value we uphold is trust. Before anything, if we cannot establish an environment of trust, we have to go back to trust. We build on that. Next is legitimacy. What are the standards we use? What are the approaches that we use? Do they uphold those that we're trying not to harm? And are we harnessing the opportunities that we've set out? But it's built on trust. So trust, legitimacy. And once we've established those elements, we can do all the innovation and collaboration and enablement and impact, whether that's with services or products or convening. But if we can't establish an environment of trust, it's useless. And so I think a lot of companies, as they're putting together their values, which really form the rubric of behaviors and the cultures that we set for one another, I would challenge them to say, how are they interconnected? How are they interdependent? And what is the sequence by which you deliver those values? And the majority of companies I've worked with, public, private, third sector, you name it, haven't really approached their values basis in that construct. And I think that there's a lot of lessons to be learned. When you come into these difficult situations, being able to point to something on the wall and say, are we living this? Are we staying true to this in the just discourse that we're having, the respect that we're giving one another, the voice and agency that is so important for every business to really, I think, cherish and protect. these are difficult topics. This is not a simple topic. For everything that Sanjay said, I think, the degrees of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism that exist in this world, and the policies and the constructs and the long historical, journeys, and how that has, been used to build, in some cases, the very fabric of the societies that we enjoy right now. Systems of caste and the capitalism and all of this basis. Those elements, have roots and history in some of these truths, and I think that's very difficult, very confronting. But unless you actually have the architecture and the framework, both in terms of what we hold ourselves to and how we approach the work that we do, then we are actually starting from a very reactive position. And no matter what, as leaders, I would much rather be in a situation where I'm able to be planned, proactive, steering a course or changing a course to some benchmark or guide, versus aimlessly out in the ocean, not sure where the North Star is, and you just have to hunker down and weather a storm, and it's really questionable where you'll make it and where you'll end up. So I think these are just a few reflections on just, I think, beautiful interventions from both Sanjay and Ben.
Mm-hmm. I absolutely agree, and this is so polarizing and deeply rooted, traumatizing for many. And so, to Ben's point, actually, we have businesses to run. We don't necessarily always have the answers, but actually listening to as many of those different sides and stepping up to show that we actually are listening and we do care is absolutely key. It's a complex, deeply complex environment that we are in right now, littered with news headlines, and as Sanjay, you said, social media, I think at times is really perpetuating a lot of this. And so keeping the voices of reason, quote unquote, if we call them that, and remembering the North Star, which is actually humanity, living values in a non-performative way, and actually showing that we aren't going to be silent. When we saw back with the brutal murder of George Floyd, many people, kind of stepping up to the table. And as things move on, we see that the momentum is being lost. And so it's actually, how do we keep talking about this through what at times for diverse communities can be real kind of emotional exhaustion to a certain extent, but actually continue to wield the positive flag for good and for better, because we know that doing well, by doing good within all of these communities is what is right ultimately. David, I'm going to come across to you for the next question around why we feel, and I know some of these points we've touched on already, but why business leaders have struggled to an extent to talk to their employees, and how leaders can be encouraged and prepared to speak up during these times of crisis, when actually there's many different perceptions and thoughts based on specific individual backgrounds.
I think courage is a real indicator of our comfort of being vulnerable. And I think leaders, and having been a chief executive for 10.5 years, and happily on a sabbatical right now, I have to say that I think some of the most confronting topics I've had to deal with were really, the biggest challenge was getting out of my own way and really understanding, as a leader, where does my opinion start and stop, and where does what is right in terms of what is right for the business begin and end. And I really feel that sometimes we get that confused and start to be. We feel that we have to be the single point of truth and often failure. In times that are tough, do we run and hide, or do we stand up and shield? And I think there's different characters. I always say that there is enormous opportunity in adversity, and it's just whether you have the perspective to connect with it, feel where those opportunities, and then take advantage both of it. I think really in terms of understanding space, time, and position, and is it the right time to move? Is it how far away am I from the where I want to be versus where should I be? And then ultimately taking that step to take everyone with you. I think we're often very hierarchical, and the world has become much more of an ecosystem. And I think the systems and the leadership structures that we've established are still very hierarchical. So we're looking for someone to blame, someone to flame when the things go wrong, versus we're actually all have a different remit. We're all in this, and you're more of an orchestrator leader of getting the best decisions out of the company. And I think those leaders that are able to do that with grace and with gratitude and with compassion and effectiveness and engagement, and establish a culture, if we subscribe to the belief that culture is the worst behavior we're willing to accept, then we need to be firm when we need to be firm, but at the same time have the moral compass and have the consistency to do it according to a really kind of set of principles. And so I think it's about building those blocks within your teams as a leader that we all subscribe to, so that when you are faced with topics like this, that you have the ability, maybe not to know all the answers or even know exactly what to do, but you can actually get honest perspectives and be able to make better decisions on that. One final point is that when we start to look at ethical decision making, and this has been a real fascination of mine over the past several years, is how and why do we make good ethical decisions? And if you really look at what we kind of derive as ethics, it's kind of 3 points: what is right, what is good, and what is fitting. That's how we're often making decisions. And sometimes what is right is not what is good for the situation. And sometimes what is right and good is not fitting for the business. This is the dilemma that we often have as leaders. And so the more that we can put in place to get to the best decision that balances that and finds the sweet spot that helps us go forward, and that we can live with forever, because I can tell you, social media will hold on forever to our praises and our criticisms. And that's the burden that we carry as being a progressive, innovative world that we live in. It's, really thinking through how and why, and, ultimately what we decide is really, really important. So just some reflective points to hopefully provoke some thought to how we handle a very, very difficult and divisive issue.
David, your points around specifically the notion on social media around blaming and flaming, I think a lot of the time is true. And this is also something that it fills CEOs and leaders with fear at times, because they are trying to do the best for people, for stakeholders, for shareholders, a growing pool of different stakeholders to keep happy. And ultimately, there is not, I think there is, you know, to some of the points you've all made, is there is this fear of having to have and get to that place of perfection when progress is far more important than that. And at the roots of it, showing, you know, what I've seen in some of the best leaders ever is that humility and that vulnerability, emotional intelligence that says, look, you know, I don't know it all, but I am here to listen. I am here to serve. I was talking to Shireen Cowrie-Hack, who's chief exec of the Co-op the other day, and you know, for her, there was a huge personal piece around this subject, and you know, triggering in many different ways. But actually, what they did was they went out to the organization with communications, listened to both and all sides, and sent that round the business, so that actually, you know, it was a demonstration of caring, even though, you know, you can see the both sides of things, and really want to show at the heart of it that you are listening to as many stakeholder groups as possible. Sanjay, Ben, any comments at all on some of David's reflections there?
Okay, I'll go first. But I mean, I think the point about values-based leadership, which is something I believe in strongly, is fundamental. And, you know, it's about this point about authenticity. People can spot you a mile off if you're, you know, inconsistent, you're not living up to the values, particularly if you've spent some time talking about them. So I think that really matters. But at the same time, there is this, I think one key point I would make is that if you're trying to do this for the whole world at the same time, it is different than if you're doing it in a particular community or in a particular country, because the world is, you know, one of the shocking things about my job actually has been, as a Brit, I have very strong views on a number of conflicts from a number of perspectives. But what I found, of course, in a global organization, those perspectives are very different. And, you know, and that means that we need to stick to at a global level, I'm trying to stick to some fundamental values. But when you come down to very specific actions, they will vary from country to country. And that partly reflects how the world is.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that, Ben, and I agree with everything both you and David have said. I think we also have to look at these things in context, and it's easier to be brave on some issues than others. And we live in a cancel culture where we are all only one slip of the tongue away from being cancelled. And so when you're walking into a bit of a minefield, you have to be even more careful. So, you know, it's much easier to deal with the Russia-Ukraine conflict because one country is invading another, and it's easier to feel like the Amos Oz quote back, you know, I talked about back at the start. It's easier to feel that one side's right and one side's wrong, and so that doesn't present as many difficulties. And of course, there's a timing point here. If you say something on October the 8th, the day after October the 7th, that may be a bit clearer. As soon as you get 3, 4, 5 days later, when you're into the retaliatory action, and actually you're then looking at the context of a 2,000-year conflict, then that becomes much more complex. And so what you say, it's not just what you say, it's when you say it. And so that makes a huge difference as well. And as an organization, if you're the leader of an organization, you have to ask yourself, what's my opinion? What is good for the organization? What's the most important thing for this organization? What's our mission? What are we trying to deliver? How does this align to that mission? What is it that the organization should be saying? And if that creates a risk of exposure, actually, is that risk a risk that's worth taking, or how do you take that, and what should the line be? So the more difficult, this is one of the more difficult issues, if not the most difficult issue, I think, for a corporate to be involved in. And I say some of the other conflicts are so much easier to have a position on.
Well, even Russia and Ukraine, and as I speak as somebody who's hosting a Ukrainian refugee in London, but the view in Paris of that conflict isn't the same as in London, to be quite honest. And it gets, as I say, it gets even more complicated when you talk to your Indian colleagues or some of your colleagues in MENA, in the Middle East and North Africa, or South Africa, who are friends with Putin. So all of these things, I think, the tendency of PR advisors, of course, is to say as little as possible about anything. And then, of course, you sound like a bland corporate drone, which none of us want to sound like. But it was interesting. I said a few things about Israel and Gaza, and I immediately got complaints that I wasn't strong enough from both sides. We're present across the region. We're present in Israel. We're even actually present in Gaza. And frankly, nothing I was going to be able to say would please all of my people. And we're back into the point you make, Sanjay, that in some of these conflicts, both sides have pretty good claims in a number of ways. They're both right in some ways. So yeah, a really, really difficult one. But I think the bottom line is authenticity, and sometimes saying, look, I have a personal view and I'm entitled to a personal view, but also as a leader of a very diverse company, I'm also trying to reflect the worldview, which isn't the same as my personal view always.
I think you make some incredible points there, Ben. And ultimately, we could also argue the point that ensuring that there is good business for all keeps our brilliant employees in their jobs as well. And that is something that sits heavy with a lot of our leaders, how they manage and deal with these crises, how they don't look like bland robots at the same time, because individuals buy into leaders who have that authenticity and show the willingness and the care, whether their personal opinions are of the same ilk as each and every person, because they simply cannot be. Which leads us into the next question, Ben, around how organizations can create safe spaces to really allow constructive dialogues around topics and conflicts like this, and also how. Bearing in mind, I know that we don't have all the answers for everything, but you are doing some brilliant things at Ipsos and with many of your clients to really demonstrate that safe spaces to have these conversations, even when challenging at times, are important.
Well, we run, obviously, part of our work is deliberation, encourage not just opinion polls, which obviously we're best known for, but also we do a lot of work where you're just literally sitting, watching people or listening to people or encouraging dialogues. And we have a whole stream of activity which is around deliberation in divided communities. But that's slightly different when you get into the workplace. And I think that the challenge is, if you've got an office of 1,000 people, there's a relatively small, there's a proportion of people on both sides in those places that will feel very strongly. A lot of other people will care about injustice in the world, but there'll be less exercise. So I think there's a balance to be struck. I tend to leave that, to be quite honest, to my individual country managers, for them to decide what is appropriate in a particular city or in a particular country. But as a general principle, we're trying to celebrate diversity, the diversity of the company, the fact that we're stronger as a range of experiences, backgrounds, etc. But I'm not going to put some cast iron rules down about what you should do in Saudi Arabia or in Jordan or in Israel on these particular issues, to be quite honest. And I think you do need to give people local discretion, but at the same time, reflecting back on our values and celebrating diversity. And so we will have, groups explaining their experience, whether they're, in the case of Britain, I know we've done it for both Jewish and Muslim communities, but I'm not sure I would start saying, right, we now need to have a big discussion about this particular conflict, because in that case, again, we're starting to run into, we're providing a commentary on everything. What about Yemen? What about Ukraine, Russia? We could be very busy just spending all our time talking about each of these things. But for other people, it may be different. I don't know.
Sanjay, David, I would love to know your thoughts on this, because I can see the complexity of the role of the CEO and leader in this, as Ben has articulately explained that.
I was going to construct, I like the fact that you use the phrase constructive dialogue, right? So I will contrast that with destructive debate. And I think what you can't. There's I think what Ben was talking about is quite sensibly is, should we set up formal spaces and formal ways for people to have these conversations? I think that, I'm not sure that's helpful. But what you can do is you can acknowledge the fact that people are going to be talking about this because it's in the news every day, and people talk about whatever's in the news every day. So people will be talking about this on the shop floor, whether you like it or not. And I think part of this goes back to what David said about values and how we interact with each other, the way that we work and the way that we talk to each other. One of the things we've been talking about quite a lot at Kick It Out is how do we create a culture of dialogue rather than a culture of debate? And there's a difference between the two. In a debate, I come to the debate having to prove that I'm right and you're wrong. And in a dialogue, I come to it thinking I might be wrong, and my job is to listen to somebody else. So the debate is really good in legal cases, which is adversarial, and in Parliament for testing the limits of what might be some rules you're going to come in. In everyday conversation, debate is destructive. It doesn't create understanding or between people. That's where you need a culture of dialogue. So I think actually saying, we acknowledge that you're going to have these conversations. What we want you to do is to have these conversations in a respectful way and in a way where you come into the conversation assuming you might be wrong and the other person might have a point and that they might hold that view validly. And as soon as it gets heated, you have to stop. Right? So I think it's about articulating your values as to what you find as acceptable behavior in the workplace.
Yeah, to be honest, we did just fire somebody who decided it was two different minority groups, and one of them decided to viciously abuse the other one. So that isn't how we do things around here, and they immediately left. That was the end of it. Because there are standards, right? And you've got to draw a line, even if they felt very strongly about something. Frankly, you can't express yourself and start making it personal, and just a whole ad hominem type stuff. So there are limits, right? But it's this balance between, and I think it's a very good point, Sanjay, about just saying that there are basics about how we communicate, how we are with people. Culture eats strategy for breakfast, and then it has structure for lunch. My favorite all-time quote at work. So if they're not living up to your culture, I will get rid of you immediately, regardless of how good you are. End of. I just did that in the United States again for somebody else who was saying one thing to one lot of people and another thing to somebody else. We do have to have some basic fundamental standards that we absolutely stick to and that everybody knows about. And I think that point about dialogue as opposed to debate is a good one.
I was just going to expand on I think a point just listening to both of you is that, and Ben, it was in your previous intervention on the diversity that we are faced with today. One of it's, I think it's always been there. It's just we're just much more open with it, and we've put names and we've labeled ourselves and others with it. One of the things that I think is enormously underrated, it's becoming more mainstream, but it is enormously underrated when you're dealing with trauma. And we live in systems, and often in the Western world, systems that have been built on caste and caste constructs. And we are working through our trauma, what we've inherited often, or just the lived experiences that we have that we've journeyed. And I really feel that issues like this are triggering in many, many different ways, and particularly when you're dealing with both Israelis and Palestinians who are in almost perpetuated states of victimized identities. And you start to, and particularly communities within Western worlds that are also perpetuated as victimized communities. And this is not to say that they're not victimized. We're victims. And I think that's a really, really tough sense of identity. If I let go of that identity, you're confronting the unknown. And so these topics, us as leaders, the many ecosystems we create in our businesses are having to confront trauma every day in weird and wonderful and horrible ways, not even knowing it. And it manifests in people's behaviors. And I really feel that this is, the next frontier. As how do we become trauma-informed leaders that have the ability to support people on their journeys from victims to survivors? And I think and how do we create the environments that help them be their authentic selves, but give them the safety and the protection to do that? And I think it comes down to, these are the behaviors we're willing to accept. These are the behaviors we're not willing to accept. And when people cross the line, being definitive, in that. And so I just echo what you said. With I think we need to build on that notion of people are triggered by topics like this in very different ways, and the media plays into it. That we can. There's something for everyone. I always say in the media, and it is a beautiful my background is marketing and leadership. So, I as a leader, I could take that and run with it. And as a marketeer, we can commoditize and sell that. It's the brutal reality of the clickbait culture we live in. And I really feel that we as leaders starting to talk about being trauma informed and sensitive in our cultures will help us become more responsible when it comes to the whole diversity, inclusion, equity, that sense of welcome and belonging that we create every day.
Final word from me, just I think that's a very good point. I think this is also a world in which mental health has finally overtaken, in terms of the global public's concerns, health, heart disease and cancer. So mental health is, in the last decade and after the pandemic, has shot up. And that, of course, is also part of this conversation that we're having today about, people's mental health is also involved in some of these issues. So we're in a world that's much more willing to talk about many things. And as leaders, we have to facilitate that. End from me.
Mm-hmm. Ben, thank you so much. All of you have been absolutely tremendous. And as you've been talking, it's kind of made me reflect a little bit on stoicism, which I'm trying to get into at the moment. And the obstacle being the way. It's not always the easiest place to be, in particular as a leader who is faced with growing education through the various different stakeholder channels, trying to appease everyone. It is simply not possible. Yet showing courage, vulnerability, and respect whilst living those basic fundamentals in terms of our values. Ben, as you said, actually made me think of a dear friend of mine, a CEO who will be speaking actually later on this summit. He said there's 3 types of people within an organization. There is one who has both the skill and the will, and you would hire them absolutely every day. They're absolutely top number 1. There's those who have the will, but not necessarily the skill, and they are also absolutely fantastic. But finally, you have those that have the skill but not the will, and those are the ones that must be, to your point, Ben, ejected from organizations. It is critical that we stick with our values, but also we do great business through doing the best that we can to serve all. You've all been incredibly inspirational on this panel. You've been brilliant. It has been a challenging subject to broach, and I think you've all served as brilliant thought leaders and leaders in this space. And so thank you very, very much indeed for your participation. Stay tuned for our next panel. It's coming up very, very shortly after the ad break. If you have been affected by any of the issues, please do make sure that you leave us a comment. We're always trying to be more inclusive as a a business and as a summit talking about some of the most pressing challenges that leaders and businesses are facing today. We've got a brilliant panel lined up for you next. It'll be very thought-provoking and interesting indeed. It's diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, culture's role within crisis management, speaking up and taking action. We have the tremendous chairman of Freud's Advisory, Simon Enright, in addition to Royal Mail's Director of Corporate Affairs, Jenny Hall, and finally Margot Slattery, the Global Head of Diversity and Inclusion at ISS, and finally, the incredible Ian Toll, CEO of Oscar Mayer and FMCG Industry Titan. See you very soon. Delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include, and lead from the front of an organization which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
With a calm, carefree mind, I wander these streets.
Have a lovely day.
Pavement and open skies so clear and free.
Morning.
This weight of ink and paper, the only burden I carry. Past repeating houses and sunlit buildings. Surely freedom is a peaceful walk down a known route, greeting morning's people with smiles and stories.
Hello. Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you so much. You're very kind.
To think I was once so bound by fate, but now I notice many little, beautiful things.
factoring in these 10 specific facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging, organisations can get a very real and measured account of exactly where they are today. They can then look at the ways in which they can move their dial significantly forward by identifying the areas that need the most work and development.
The 10 facets are important because it actually puts a framework around it that makes the industry have a better opportunity to manage it in both the UK and the United States. The diagnostics in the report help organisations benchmark it themselves against what the industry is doing, how they report, measure, but most importantly, take action on the findings across the report. It's useful data that, in my opinion, everybody who is responsible for culture should absolutely read.
When I think about why people should take time to read yet another review, the reality is that you don't have to read this review in one. You can go in and out throughout the year. We won't solve diversity and inclusion and the barriers that's in place in organisations by one review. We will solve this by working on this over time, really investing in sustainable solutions.
So you should take time to read the report, and I know there are many reports that cover the different characteristics. The reason for it though is it really is that one-stop shop. It has all of the 10 facets in there, but also it's great because it gives you feedback about how you're doing. There are fantastic case studies in there. And what I really find valuable is there are absolute nuggets of ideas that you can take and you can put them into your organisation. You can create a fantastic discussion in your organisation from all the insight that's in there, but through those ideas, you can actually turn those conversations into action.
The future of diversity is in reporting. It's so important. We say at the foundation, what gets measured gets done, but you can't improve unless you can measure. And so it takes inclusion, diversity and belonging within all forms of organisation to a place where you actually know if you're making progress, you understand what your baseline is, and unless you can do those things, it's just talk, it's just in the abstract. So what we do is we provide practical solutions to allow people to affect the change.
Not only do you get a report on how you've scored as a business, that means that you can look at it and see where you're scoring well against other businesses or not so well, but it also then enables you to build a plan and actually really understand where there's opportunity.
Apart from obviously being the right thing to do, inclusive cultures are absolutely differentiating against others. You know, the best high-performing cultures have a high degree of psychological safety and inclusion. And when you can bring a group of people with diverse backgrounds, experiences, beliefs, and they can come together and feel that they can be the very best version of themselves, it becomes really, really powerful. And that's when you get the most innovation, the best outcomes, and most of the statistics say that that's the case.
We really encourage
Hello, and welcome back to the Dial Virtual Global Summit. My name's Simon Enright, and you're joining us to discuss diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, and culture's role in crisis management, speaking up and taking action. So from COVID pandemics to Black Lives Matter, it's become really important for leaders to step forward at times like this to confront society's challenges. So we're going to be discussing some of the things that you might need to help with the communicating effectively during those crises. When you communicate internally, when you communicate externally, how do you have concrete, or what's the value of having concrete investment in diverse and inclusive crisis communications? How can you measure the real impact of those plans? What's the risk of staying silent? How do you put together a risk mitigation plan? What does it look like? What do you need in it? Luckily, we have three people who are going to help us guide through this. We have Jenny Hall, Margot Slattery, and Ian Toll, who are going to introduce themselves and give us a little bit of an explanation of their role in diversity and inclusion in their organisations. Jenny, do you want to go first?
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks very much, Simon. Really looking forward to the panel as well. So my name is Jenny Hall. I'm the Director of Corporate Affairs at Royal Mail. So in my role, I'm responsible for internal communications, external communications, public affairs, and also our ESG agenda, working incredibly closely with all of my diversity and inclusion colleagues in HR as well. So look, really passionate about this topic and really looking forward to the debate today.
Margot, do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure, Simon. Hi, everybody. I'm Margot Slattery, and I work for ISS Group, based out of Denmark, but you can probably tell from the accent I'm Irish, and I'm responsible for our diversity, inclusion, and belonging and social impact. That's really the S part of the ESG, and reporting to group and working with a host of colleagues all around the world on that. And very nice to join you today.
And Ian, thank you very much for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be here. My name's Ian. I'm a 38-year veteran in the food industry. I'm literally very fortunate to have worked in global manufacturing, in food manufacturing, in food retail, in restaurants. I'm very fortunate to have lived in 4 countries and worked in 12. So I have a very interesting take on diversity and ESG from different parts of the world that I've been in.
So look, let's dive in, and colleagues, please join in on any of the questions. But I was going to go first with Jenny, by virtue of her alphabetical prominence from her surname. Hall, Slattery, and Toll, I think, is the agreement we made beforehand. Jenny, what are the benefits of diversity and inclusion being a key part of any of your crisis communications?
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I sort of think about this in a couple of different ways. Firstly, I think that by having a more kind of diverse approach to things, making sure that you've got a very inclusive culture, A, you're probably more likely to avoid a crisis in the first place. And B, I think you'll be in a stronger position to deal with it as well. And kind of, I suppose, starting with the first point, what do most crises come about because of? They come about because of poor decision making, sweeping issues under the carpet, people not having a voice, a lack of different perspectives around the organisation, and sometimes also a lack of curiosity from the board, from management as well, around issues that really probably should have been managed earlier. And we've seen lots of different high-profile examples of that. If you are building the type of inclusive culture that brings all of those perspectives in, make sure that people can feel that they speak up, then actually I think you can avoid a crisis in the first place. And then secondly, I think you are in a much stronger position to deal with those crises much more effectively and much more quickly. I think there is a natural human tendency that when you're in a crisis situation, you need to move at speed. Our default kind of human position often is to just gravitate towards the people that are most similar to us, because they've probably got, we feel that we might be able to make decisions a bit quicker. We feel like everybody gets what we're trying to do. And actually, I think that's the worst thing that you can do. That's the worst thing that you can do in a crisis. And look, there are lots of different types of crisis, but if I give one from my experience over the last year or so, in Royal Mail last year, I should be clear, Royal Mail and Post Office separate organisations. I feel like I need to explain.
That's a wonderful thing to make clear, Jenny.
It is.
Post the January ITV documentary.
Yes, exactly. But last year, Royal Mail had its fair share of crises as well. We're a loss-making business, and like many organisations, we've had a lot of industrial action. So we had 18 days of strike that kind of ended the previous Christmas, but it still took another 6 months to kind of get an agreement with our trade union around changes that we needed. One of the issues that we were dealing with was moving the start times of our postmen and women back later. Lots of benefits to that, which I won't go into, but environmental efficiency means we can deliver more parcels next day. It was the most challenging part of one of the most challenging parts of getting the agreement across. And that's because I think when we first started looking at it, we looked at it from a very logical perspective. It's logical. It means we can deliver more for our customers. We can reduce our emissions. We can be more efficient by just moving these times back a little bit more. And what we didn't listen to at the start enough is the individual perspectives from our employees about what that would mean for them. And one of the things, I'm the executive sponsor for Women at Royal Mail. So I went out and I did a series of listening sessions and worked more about hearing the female perspective. And what you hear there from both parents and carers, and this is not all female, but there were a lot of women that were raising this, was actually moving those start times back means that the very reason why I took the job, so that I could go and pick up my kids after school at 3 o'clock and I could be there on time, was suddenly in jeopardy. And do you know what? We also took a broader perspective, which I just would not have considered because it's just not part of my my perspective. Is we did other listening groups with different groups of individuals. There was also quite a strong, I really don't want to be stereotypical here, but there was quite a strong male perspective where there were issues around the later times as well, because 3 o'clock on a Saturday, not part of my weekly routine, but 3 o'clock on a Saturday, quite a lot of football games going on. Big issue for our staff. And if we hadn't taken in all of those different perspectives and found solutions for them around creating new exemptions processes, making sure that women, we actually wouldn't have got to the solution that we needed. So there's a really clear business benefit to making sure that you're taking in those direct kind of perspectives as well.
So a really kind of preemptive, stop the crisis from happening in the first place by making sure you think about the diversity of your staff and make sure they're included. Yeah. Margot, just measurable impacts, just thinking more broadly about other businesses, can you think of returns from taking that more proactive approach to diversity and inclusion when you're driving forward a kind of crisis management situation?
Yeah, I mean, Simon, I think there are many sort of ways of looking at returns as well. So, returns and measurement, it may be the fiscal return and measurement, but it's also the employee retention, the reputation of an organization, and so many, many things. I picked 3 examples when I was thinking about this. I picked 3 examples and one that I know a little bit more, but if I start at the ones I know less, as in don't know the organizations as well, but one was, for instance, Primark, which is called Pennies in my part of the world, but Primark globally. And Primark, and I think it was in 2013, there was a disaster in Bangladesh, in Dhaka, where 110 workers lost their life in the Rana Plaza disaster. Now, Primark, and I've heard some of the executives and some of the leaders in Primark speak to this. They really, they didn't do what they probably did all the things that Jenny spoke about in the beginning, but then they learned, and they took time to learn, they took time to listen, to understand, and they've turned that disaster into, you know, for them a learning experience. Obviously, it's still a disaster for the many people who lost their lives and for the community. But they got very involved in the ecosystem. They learned to become somebody who spoke in a very different language about their obligation, and then obviously how they use funds and philanthropy to bring for change and to work with other retailers, particularly in fashion. And as we know, fast fashion comes at a cost, and they've become better. I'm not advocating for them, and I'm not saying they get it right, but they've become better because of the learning. I spoke as well. There's another example, Carrefour. Many years ago in Brazil, there was a dreadful shooting of a black security guard by white security people in the firm, and sadly, for the person lost their lives. So it was a murder, and the bystanders that were there posted videos of this, and it went viral and went all over the world. So again, for Carrefour, rather than just sort of seeing it as paying out a compensation, which of course they did, they were also took time to learn, to listen, to understand, and took very decisive action, as in terminating the security firm, doing a whole code of conduct for training for any firms that would work with them, training for their own employees, and then learning for their senior management. And the last one that I'd speak to, and this is one that I said I knew a little bit better. So I worked previously for Sodexo Group globally. Sodexo many years ago had a class action lawsuit in the US from their African-American workers in relation to discrimination. And it actually became the foundation for Sodexo's work in diversity, inclusion, and belonging. And to be fair to the organization, they were and still are a leader in this space. And, you know, the CEO at the time, Michelle Landell, went out, hired somebody to lead the diversity change when nobody else was doing this, and then put in a huge amount of actions and learnings. And still to this day, it resonates and is something that's talked about, and always that lesson is brought home. So I suppose I just cite those three, and there are many others where organizations had something very bad happen. They reacted and dealt with it. Very vital. So that's just three, Simon, and happy to go in more, but I may be speaking too long.
No, you're not at all, and we might come back to that. I just wonder whether we want to draw up one more issue before throwing it much more broadly open. I think both Jenny and Margot have described issues where companies have something's happened internally and internally to staff. That there feels like there's another area of communications that people are grappling with. And Ian, this is a drum roll for me asking you a question, which is a little bit like the last session where Leila was discussing the crisis in Gaza. But there are external events that happen, and as an organization, you feel like you might need to respond. What factors do you think organizations should consider when considering the timing and the nature of their response to issues in society?
I think the first thing to say is, has there been a time in my working life when there's been so many challenges, both around the world and locally? I spent the last 8 years living in the Middle East, and I was the only middle-aged white guy in a company of many thousands of people. And I experienced possibly what diversity could be in reverse to me. And I think, you know, having been through COVID, where so many of us got locked out of our countries and away from our families, and so many people, especially as a CEO, would actually ask us for the answers to questions. They would actually expect us to have answers to questions in these unusual times. And it's only in those times do you really focus on being willing to say, I don't know. But actually, by having a diverse environment, you can actually listen. You know, as a CEO, half of your job is to listen to people's views. And it was also a different dynamic for me, because the environment I was in, I wasn't just employing nearly 100 nationalities of people from every race, color, religion that I can actually name, and I probably can't name them all. But I wasn't just responsible for their jobs. A lot of these people were working abroad to send money home to whole towns, villages, families, extended families. So the responsibility of that was huge. But more importantly, that was a time I think that for me, diversity was the most powerful, because I was actually forced, both by myself and by the environment I was in, to actually really listen and understand different cultures and the impacts. All these things are happening around the world, but they were happening to me, they were happening to you. We were all either locked in or locked out. I was locked out for 11 months, believe it or not. But yeah, for me, diversity has become a way of life. It's not a phrase. It's not a 3-letter acronym. By the way, I hate them and I'm really struggle with them. But for me, it's a way of life.
I haven't said DIBEC yet at this point.
I know.
It's a 5-letter acronym.
I know. I've always struggled with them.
Bless you. So Ian, I think all of you, interestingly, have said one thing up front about what is important in a communication strategy is all of you have talked about listening as opposed to communicating, which certainly from my perspective feels absolutely right. One question, the relative balance of listening internally to your own staff and externally to stakeholders, how do you balance that? Where do you go about balancing that? Margot, do you want to start with that, and then Jenny, I might come to you too.
Sure. And listen, I'm not a communications expert in any way, so I can only just talk about my lived experience, I guess. But when it's happened and I'm involved and our teams are involved and our organization is involved, I think the listening to our own teams is probably has got to even have a balance even a little bit higher, because when those teams are not listened to and their views are not at least acknowledged, I'm not saying you can get it right all the time and you can't go back and please everybody. Those teams become very vocal very quickly externally, and therefore the external stakeholders part rises up. And if you take examples, and again, I'm not attributing this to any one organization, but for instance, the Roe versus Wade situation that happened, the reversal of that year and a bit ago in the US, the murder of George Floyd, etc. I saw those many organizations, that pendulum swing within days because organizations weren't listening. So I think that the balance has got to be in favor of your own teams first. And even if you, and again, this is just my experience, but even if you don't have the answers, and if you're, as an organization, still struggling in the internal debates going on, at least respond, say something, go out to your teams and say, we're trying to pick this up in many different ways, but acknowledge. And that's where I think is best, because I also know what it's like to be in an organization. And if you feel you're not being listened to, wow, does that push your buttons?
Jenny, can I add a twist, and I hope this isn't unfair, and if it is, just pushback. So if you are in a circumstance, so you described the strikes, and in those conversations with staff, Margot's making the point that the balance probably is with staff first, because they're going to represent outwards. How much, though, of the conversation with staff are you going to be saying, think of the impact on our customers, some of whom are incredibly vulnerable, who are diverse themselves, the impact of you taking this action on them? How much of that can you play in the conversation with staff, and how much you just feel you're going to have to take that responsibility as the leaders of the organisation yourselves? A difficult conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing to say is I completely agree with Margot in terms of the balance on internal and external. I think there are some crises that are kind of that definitely start internally, whether they are, McDonald's, CBI having sexual harassment issues over the last year, for example, and or whatever. And there are some where it's because of an internal factor that grows and spreads, and then there are other crises that seemingly come from outside, but really, are important to your staff. So Black Lives Matter being a really crucial one that many organisations, ourselves included, probably didn't react quickly enough to as well. And I think listening to your staff, listening to what are the ones that are really important to them is crucially important, because actually there are so many, you open the paper today and, there are so many issues going on in the world, and not all corporates can have a voice on every single issue that's out there. But what you need to know is you need to know what are the most important to your staff. And one of the things that we're, very, very grateful for, and I speak a fair bit to, is our ERGs, sorry, Ian, employee resource groups internally in Royal Mail, to make sure that the voices of, people from parents and carers, women, people from ethnic minorities, people with LGBTQ plus backgrounds as well, that everybody's voice is heard. And so often there's such a good sounding board first off to go, how big is an issue? How should we deal with this? Because they're living that every day in a way that I can't understand. So certainly in the way that I would think about it, I would put internal first, and that would help me think about, which issues we have more of a voice on, which we don't. What's the balance of listening and speaking really on that front. I also think that for different brands will have different, cultures, different customers, and so on. And so sometimes it's about, listening to your customers. If you are, I won't, name any of the names, but there are some companies where they are very, very clear that they are focusing on, 18 to 21-year-olds that have an interest in these sorts of issues, and they are our target market. And therefore understanding what is really important to them from an ethical point of view, from an outlook point of view, and making sure that you're kind of responding to the issues that are important to them is probably quite an important part of your brand, your future business, etc. There are other organisations like Royal Mail, for example. All of the 70 million people in the UK are customers of Royal Mail in some way or shape or form. We'll have delivered a letter or a parcel to you, chances are, unless you are literally completely off grid in the last year or so. So we would probably take a more conservative view on a lot of different things, conservative small c, around, we're not going to be jumping in on every single issue out there. We will be listening to what are most important to our staff. And your point, specifically, Simon, around, did we bring in the voice of the customer when we were talking to our staff around the impact of strike? Absolutely, because I believe that you have to have, honest and truthful, conversations with your colleagues as well about, unfortunately this strike action is meaning customers are turning away as well. And you have to have that sort of conversation internally, I think, to get to the resolution at the end.
Ian, can I pick up on one of the points Jenny was making there about picking the issues externally that are right for your brand, but for your staff and for your customers, where you will speak. I know that we had quite a few of our clients ask us about what they would do on their channels for Holocaust Memorial Day. Be that quite a regular issue for some companies, where they always are talking about. They have a kind of an annual moment, and do they vary it? Do they not vary it? What about the conflict between internal staff and what they view as the important issues? And it might be the football match on a Saturday, as Jenny highlights, or it might be a change in the rules around the primary school aftercare clubs. Those might not be issues you want to enter into as a company. How do you choose? How do you choose between the array of issues where you can talk about stuff and when to stay silent and when to step forward?
I think, like most of us, we all have so many stakeholders, whether it be our colleagues, whether it be shareholders, whether it be the bank, whether it be customers. There are so many different stakeholders. And if you're not careful, you can become paralysed and actually feel that you don't feel you can comment on anything because you can't please all the people all the time. But I think one of the most important things for me in diversity and inclusion, and is actually not to be frightened to talk about any issue, even if your opinion might not be the opinion of the masses. It's not to be frightened to talk about it, and to make sure that you try and do the right thing. I think so much of decency that's not talked about in society anymore, and being a decent human being. I mean, the world would be a better place if we just cared more. Does that make sense? And I think if you care more and you focus your life on decency, then diversity inclusion becomes part of what we do every day. It should almost become part of our society. So I don't think you should be frightened to talk about any topic unless you truly are ill-informed, and then that's your job to go and become informed. Does that make sense?
Yes. Margot, picking up from where Ian left off, have you seen any bad examples of ill-informed companies that decide to step forward on an issue, or have you worked anywhere where you've averted ill-informed tone and messaging? How do you get tone right, particularly on diversity and inclusion issues?
Yeah, thanks, Simon. I don't want to call out companies, but
yeah, I was going to say, maybe that was a bit of a mean question.
But I seen it? Absolutely. And I mean, I think Ian's reflection on decency is a really great one. I'm amazed every day, whether it's media, whether it's, visual or something I read in the papers or whatever it is, that people still make the same mistakes. And I think a lot of people going on giving feedback, maybe even around, I was reading something the weekend about somebody's view on shareholder return, and, again, very badly informed as to how they respond to something, and not understanding who their audience is and who their customers are. And, that's such a short-term perspective. So I see it all the time, and I don't think it's getting better. I think there are some organizations that are brilliant at it, but there are some that are not. And of course, you have the danger always when you let somebody in an organization, when they get let loose and they speak without thinking, they can make some very fatal mistakes. And we still see that happening. And then maybe my last sort of thought is when somebody takes the time to be well informed, I think that's the difference. When somebody takes time to learn, and I think it's been reflected by the others earlier. So I take an example that in our own organization, certainly around things like our LGBTQI work and situations at the moment, discussions around trans exclusion, etc., really got leaders who take time and trouble to ring, to talk, to say, what's the approach? Where are we on that? What do I need to know? Have I not considered this? And they ask thoughtful and provoking questions. And also be big enough to admit that, they don't know everything. We don't all know everything. And if there's a specialist group we can have that conversation with, let's do that. It kind of comes back, and I bring it back to decency. Ian, it's back to what you talked about. It's being decent enough to admit we don't know it all. Sorry, I'm very passionate about that, Simon, but I see it every day, people who just don't think about what they're doing.
Please never apologize for passion. Showing a bit of passion without blending into anger, always a winner in comms, I find. Jenny, can I ask maybe it's a pessimistic question. Ian's talked about decency and stepping forward. You've all talked about listening and making sure you're on firm ground. You understand what you're talking about before you step out and talk. Some of this can lead to a kind of, actually, isn't it easier just to stay quiet? Why do I have to join in these issues? The comms strategy, probably I see the most, and sometimes agree with, is we're not going to do anything. Do you think there's a place for that? And do you also think there are dangers with that?
I think it comes back to a point that Ian made very well, which is that there are always a broad range of stakeholders, and depending on which organisation you are, you might have unions, government, parliamentarians, staff, customers, lots of different things to to factor in. And as I sort of said earlier, you don't necessarily need to be commenting on every single issue that's out there in the media. I think the most important thing, I'm sorry to say, it's coming back to the same theme, which is listen to your staff, listen to the employees, listen to the ones that mean the most to them, and that's where I think you can also have the biggest impact as well. So, is there a place for staying silent on lots of issues? What there isn't a place for is shutting down conversation, I think. And as I say, it doesn't mean that centrally you always need to be putting out your position on lots of different topics, but certainly what you should be doing is making sure that you are, particularly when they are big topical issues that people are feeling very passionate about, create the space for people to have those conversations. Make sure that you have opportunities for people to talk to management about how they feel, and I'd say that's the way to really deal with the problem.
Yeah, look, one tiny little wade in, a cheeky chairman's prerogative. I always feel if you're not going to say anything, make it an active choice. Don't do it out of default. Choose to not say anything, and choose to have a reason to say to your staff, this is the reason why we're not entering into this debate at this time. It's not core to our values. It's not right. I think Jenny and Margot have hinted at something, which is, if you've listened to your staff and you've heard from them that this is this really matters to them, sometimes it's really hard not to stay silent. Ian, what's the tipping point for you on? I think I've got to step forward and speak on this, because it can be really dangerous. I'm going to use a very big example to step away. So Margot mentioned Roe v. Wade. There was a moment where Disney was battling with its host, the governor, Ron DeSantis in Florida. That's quite a brave thing. I mean, if you're Disney, you can be afford to be quite brave. But even so, that's quite a brave thing to do. But clearly it meant something to their staff. How do you make that judgment about, this is an issue that really matters for the staff? We're going to be brave here, even though it might alienate government, one of our big stakeholders.
I think the important thing is if you've listened and you found a topic that's really important to your colleagues, and we have a few thousand, so it's quite a big audience. And part of the reason I don't like the acronyms things is quite a few of my staff, English is not their first language. So trying to teach them the words is a challenge, and then trying to teach them the three-letter things is even a bigger one. But for me, if you've listened and you feel, if you listen, then it's incumbent on you to actually not be frightened to go out there. But so many people are frightened because of what might come back, what might happen to them personally. And I think, we all have to be that little bit braver to not be frightened to voice an opinion on something that's happening in the world, or something that's happened to a part of society, or something that's happening in your own company. I think bravery, and I go back to decency, can be very closely linked, but it's not easy. And I think we are sat amongst a huge amount of the population who don't feel comfortable to voice an opinion. And I think that's the biggest challenge we have, is to make everybody feel that they can have an opinion without being victimized or really, that's the biggest challenge we have, is to make sure people can have a voice.
Margot, Ian makes an exceptionally good point, doesn't he? You want to make sure that your staff feel they can speak up and you are not closing them down. Shutting down the conversation, as Jenny said, is kind of the fail. But some issues are so polarizing, or have been made so, or portrayed so in the press. You actually mentioned the trans exclusionary issue. It is a bête noire of certain newspapers who will wade in. How do you make space for staff to have for the people who work with you to have differing views on an issue like that, which can be so incredibly personal for people?
Sure, Simon. And I think it's a great question in the sense of, we need to find ways to have lending space around this. So my perspective and view is that even if the organization may not want to publicly comment, or maybe they do, but you've got to start that internal discussion, and you've got to, and taking again something that's out there a lot, people talk about psychological safety, but really it's about feeling that you can say something and not have something come against you, and creating that kind of a space for the conversation where so whether it's an online or everyone comes into a meeting room in the organization and you trash it out and you have that conversation, you hear and you listen to people. And you have to sometimes, and I'm sure we've all had this, where in an organization, a leader, maybe it's the CEO, maybe it's a line leader, whatever, says, okay, we've had the conversation, but the decision is still this. But at least you can feel you've been listened to. And we've certainly had that happen. But I know that I or others have got away and said, well, at least, I was in the room, I was part of the discussion. I may not agree with it, but I heard that, and I heard some of the reasons why. And I think that's the essential piece. And then maybe my last point, and that would be to return to people and say, okay, we did this for this reason. As you know, some agreed, some disagreed. It was very difficult to acknowledge that. And here's what we're going to do now. So if you go out and you say, well, for instance, we're not going to publicly comment around trans exclusion, but we're going to put more funds into work we do to support minorities in our organization around this, then you've got to do it. So you got to live up to the expectation you might have created as well, because that's the worst if you don't.
Margot, thank you. Jenny, a lot of our discussion has been about why the culture matters and valuing the people we work with and work across our organisations. Is there a provable, measurable, financial bottom line improvement in investing in diversity and inclusion? Or is it just something we should do because it's right for the people that work for us?
Yeah, I do think it is something that we should do, but I think there are, because it's the right thing to do, but I think almost flipping the question on its head, if you don't do it, what's the potential impact? And as I say, kind of throw lots of different companies out there, but the CBI, for example, has been a very high profile example of how, because of a perceived view that they were not tackling the issues of sexual harassment quickly enough and strongly enough, it was a very quick domino effect where suddenly large numbers of their big corporate customers had moved away, the government had moved away from them, and then suddenly your business model doesn't work anymore. And so I think there it's a real example of, how important kind of diversity, reputation, managing those sorts of kind of crises really can be on your financial bottom line, because the whole point of so many crises is they happen quick as well, and you can't kind of re-engineer stuff that you wanted to do beforehand. So I think I'd look at it from that point. What's the financial impact if you don't do it?
Ian, Jenny makes a really good point that crises can happen incredibly fast. If you've not invested up front in knowing what you'll do and how you're including people, you're going to have to do it speedily in the crisis. Is there any tips you can give to people about how the crisis has hit? How do you make sure you keep the lens of diversity and inclusion?
Well, there's two types of crisis. There's one that's out of your control, that's a global. COVID is a wonderful thing. We'll never know really where that came from, but it was out of all of our control daily. You can't really plan for it apart from having emergency processes in place to to get plans going quickly. But so many crises, and the nature of crisis, the word, it means it comes quickly, it comes unexpected. A lot of it is by having the right policies on inclusion, diversity, all the things that are culturally right for a business, for a country, for a culture. If you can debate all those and plan and listen and have views on it that you believe are defensible or the right thing to do, going back to, I said earlier, decency, if you can have those, then when these crises come, A, they might not come as often, and B, when they do come, you might have a plan, you might have an idea of what that might look like for you and the people that work with you. And for me, I've got 3 generations work in our facilities, and some of them are 2 generations from different countries, and they still don't speak English. So the reality is, diversity means different things to different people. And in my past, I remember sitting in a crisis management meeting where I was the only person speaking English, and the communications issues were huge. But we had to thrash it out in a way we could all understand what was important to each individual culture, person, wherever they're from in the world. And that takes a lot of doing when you don't all speak the same language sometimes. So for me, you'll have less crisis if you actually plan. And I think Jenny and Margot said it brilliantly. You don't have a choice. If you don't do, then more crises are going to come your way, and you won't have a plan, opinion, and that is not a good long-term solution for any business, whatever industry you're in.
Jenny, Margot, Ian, we're coming to the end of our time. I wonder if I can have a kind of final thought from all 3 of you. We've discussed the importance of diversity and inclusion, and that planning not happening in the crisis moments, but happening ahead of the crisis moment. If you were giving people a couple of tips, a couple of things to think about, to take away, that from this discussion here, they should go and check that they've got the right processes, the right thinking, just from your perspective, even if it's something you've got right in the past always, or something that's caught you out in the past. Can you give us a thought? Jenny, do you want to go first? Jenny, then Margot, then Ian.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think, it's inevitable. We have spent a huge amount of time actually talking about culture, and that is important, and creating the right kind of listening and debate spaces as well. It's amazing when you're thinking about crisis communications. I think so many people think of it as, what's hitting the headlines? Have you got the Prime Minister criticising you? Have you got, when actually so many crises, as I kind of started by saying, they actually can be either avoided or dealt with so much more quickly by making sure that you factored in diversity and inclusion right from the start. So if I was going to give a tip to anybody, I would, as part of your kind of crisis resilience planning, when you're looking at all of the kind of major risks that are coming down the track that you may need to be dealing with as an organisation, I would actually think, do you have the spaces, the forums, the employee resource groups, whatever it is internally, to very quickly mobilise the views of people so that you can take the right decision for your business or organisation? And also, don't leave it until the point that the crisis happens. Why aren't you mobilising them and speaking to them now?
Very good point, Margot.
Yeah, I think agree with everything Jenny's just said, and probably add to it. I think it's really great if you can remind people, what are the values of the organization? I always use that as a starting point. So if I'm going to put a mirror up in front of myself and we're in that situation, we'll say, well, we're about A, B, C, or D. Is this reflected? Is that something we're doing? What are all these things, the tropes we put out? Are we really living to them? And use that to challenge ourselves back. And secondly, I think it's really a good tip I would do, and we're not there yet, but I'm in the process of doing, is an advocacy policy within our organization, and actually some processes around that. So it's actually thinking about, what are we going to respond to generally? What are the kind of things we will allude to? How will we do this? Because as we all know, when it actually happens, sometimes we don't have the time to go back and to look at that. So it's good to have something you can refer to. And that's just two, and happy to come back, but push on to Ian if you want to.
Ian.
I don't think I can add that much to that. I think that's absolutely brilliant responses. The one thing that I'm going to say, which is over and above what's already been said, because I love the look in the mirror. I love that we have to do this stuff. But for me, the one bit of advice I could give to anybody is on this whole topic, there is no shortcut. There is no quick fix. There's no shortcut. It's about creating a culture that everybody feels included and open. And in my experience, if the world was at peace, maybe we'd be closer to it, but it's not. Therefore, there are no shortcuts to creating the right culture, the right diversity, the right inclusion. That's my only real, I think I can add.
Margot, Jenny, Ian, thank you very much. We've hit the buffers and the end point. One reflection, particularly picking up on Margot's point. Sometimes worth asking the question, is this a crisis? Is this really a crisis for my organization? And what kind of crisis is it? If these are my values and I'm sticking to them and I'm being decent and my staff are behind me, is this really a crisis, or is this just a difficult day that we need to see through because we're actually being, I've heard the word brave in stepping forward and saying what matters for our organization. And what matters for our organization, I think you've heard from Margot, from Jenny, from Ian, is the balance is our people, the people who work for it. Of course, you're taking into account our stakeholders and everyone externally. But what do our people think? Because they're the ones who are going to step forward and represent you and do the communicating. And then last is listening. Bless you for listening throughout this period. But a lot of the communications is about listening and hearing hard what people are actually saying to you and responding to that, whether there's your staff or people externally. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to Margot, Jenny and Ian. We are now checking out because we're going to an advert break, but stay with Dial Global because coming up, panel 3, ethnicity reporting, setting effective targets and practices. Layla will chair it. We have a colleague from Royal Mail, Fiona Barron, who will be on that panel, Bob Athwal from Skyscanner, and from LexisNexis, Donica Black. So do join for that after this short break so that you can do a bit of listening to somebody else rather than us for a while. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
With a calm, carefree mind, I wander these streets.
Have a lovely day.
Pavement and open skies so clear and free. This weight of ink and paper, the only burden I carry. Past repeating houses and sunlit buildings. Surely freedom is a peaceful walk down a known route, greeting morning's people with smiles and stories.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you so much. You're very kind.
To think I was once so bound by fate, but now I notice many little, beautiful things.
Factoring in these 10 specific facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging, organisations can get a very real and measured account of exactly where they are today. They can then look at the ways in which they can move their dial significantly forward by identifying the areas that need the most work and development.
The 10 facets are important because it actually puts a framework around it that makes the industry have a better opportunity to manage it in both the UK and the United States. The diagnostics in the report help organisations benchmark it themselves against what the industry is doing, how they report, measure, but most importantly, take action on the findings across the report. It's useful data that, in my opinion, everybody who is responsible for culture should absolutely read.
When I think about why people should take time to read yet another review, the reality is that you don't have to read this review in one. You can go in and out throughout the year. We won't solve diversity and inclusion and the barriers that's in place in organisations by one review. We will solve this by working on this over time, really investing in sustainable solutions.
So you should take time to read the report, and I know there are many reports that cover the different characteristics. The reason for it though is it really is that one-stop shop. It has all of the 10 facets in there, but also it's great because it gives you feedback about how you're doing. There are fantastic case studies in there. And what I really find valuable is there are absolute nuggets of ideas that you can take and you can put them into your organisation. You can create a fantastic discussion in your organisation from all the insights that's in there, but through those ideas, you can actually turn those conversations into action.
The future of diversity is in reporting. It's so important. We say at the foundation, what gets measured gets done, but you can't improve unless you can measure. And so it takes inclusion, diversity and belonging within all forms of organisation to a place where you actually know if you're making progress, you understand what your baseline is, and unless you can do those things, it's just talk, it's just in the abstract. So what we do is we provide practical solutions to allow people to affect the change.
Not only do you get a report on how you've scored as a business, that means that you can look at it and see where you're scoring well against other businesses or not so well, but it also then enables you to build a plan and actually really understand where there's opportunity.
Apart from obviously being the right thing to do, inclusive cultures are absolutely differentiating against others. You know, the best high-performing cultures have a high degree of psychological safety and inclusion. And when you can bring a group of people with diverse backgrounds, experiences, beliefs, and they can come together and feel that they can be the very best version of themselves, it becomes really, really powerful. And that's when you get the most innovation, the best outcomes, and most of the statistics say that that's the case.
We really encourage leaders to look at an approach which is based by scientific methodology as opposed to purely common sense. It is together that we can move the dial forward.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers, the Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We're the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
Hello and welcome back to the Dial Global Virtual Summit. I'm really excited about this next panel. This third panel of the day is focused on ethnicity reporting, setting effective targets and practices. So ethnicity reporting and data collection is vital when it comes to understanding and uncovering the disparities and inequities that we see in the workforce based upon ethnic backgrounds. By collecting and analysing this data, organisations can better identify any gaps when it comes to representation, pay, promotions, opportunities amongst our different and wonderful ethnic groups. Our panel is going to be diving into diverse approaches to achieving racial equity through ethnicity reporting in a bid to foster better inclusion. This session is going to be exploring challenges in transparent data collection and its pivotal role in analysing and mitigating the ethnicity pay gap. Our diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, and HR experts are going to be delving into topics that include how we can create impactful goals focused on race and ethnicity, how ethnicity data can drive meaningful changes within an organization's diversity initiatives more broadly, challenges of collecting and analyzing this data, how we can address them, leading practice case studies showcasing successful ethnicity data collection and reporting, and tools and methodologies transferable that can facilitate the ethical and sensitive collection of this data. I am thrilled to welcome to our virtual stage today 3 brilliant individuals. Their names are Bob Atwell, Culture and Belonging Director at Skyscanner, Fiona Barron, Senior ER and IR Strategy Head at Royal Mail, and Adonica Black, Global Director of DE&I at LexisNexis. Before we delve into the conversation, I'd love to do a little round robin in that same order, just to explain a little bit about your role and what makes you so passionate about diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, culture. Bob.
Yeah, hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Bob Atwell, as Layla said. I look after culture and belonging at Skyscanner, which includes diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, of course. And yeah, really the fact that, you know, an inclusive workplace that allows all identities to thrive is really the future, and it has been the future for many years. And so, you know, those in the diversity space, the equity space, inclusion space have been doing this for a long time. I think we've just got a louder voice now, and we really got to take that moment to kind of make sure that voice doesn't get drummed out. So that's probably why I'm so passionate about it. So thanks, Layla.
Couldn't agree more, Bob. This is literally the future. Fiona, coming to yourself. Oh, Fiona.
Apologies. I didn't unmute there. That was very stupid of me. Yeah, my name is Fiona Barron, and as you mentioned, I work in the industrial relations team in Royal Mail, but I'm also part of our employee resource group, the Embrace Network, which is for ethnically diverse colleagues, and I've been working in that environment in the Embrace Network for about 5 years now. And I suppose for me, it's really in some sense it's quite a personal thing as well. Sort of being of mixed heritage, having four adult children who have a black father, who have even more mixed heritage than me, and for me it's really important that they would feel welcomed and feel that they belong and they're included in any workplace that they're in. And I'd like that reflected back in where I work as well, in Royal Mail. I would like people in Royal Mail, wherever they are, to feel that they're part of Royal Mail, that they belong, that they're included, and their contribution is valued. And I think that's why I enjoy my Embrace work quite so much.
Thank you so much, Fiona, and you are doing a brilliant job with Embrace, and wonderful to hear about personal story there as well. Last but never least, coming to yourself, the brilliant Adonica.
Thanks, Layla. Very happy to join you all today. I am Global Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for LexisNexis Legal and Professional. And as Layla knows, I like to say all three of those words because they're all very important and they all mean something distinctively. And for me, I'm really committed to this work because of the access and the opportunity that it presents. I believe through diversity, equity, and inclusion, we can really unlock performance and innovation, and creating that space and being able to enable that is really incredibly rewarding and engaging for me personally, and I think also supports just a wonderful growing business.
Thank you so much, Adonica, and I love that you brought that up about saying the full words. We spoke right at the beginning of the panel. Obviously, we're seeing huge amounts of sometimes polarizing press, frankly, and we mentioned on our podcast only the other day actually about Elon Musk. Had he have said the full words, would he have really said this? Words are meaningful, as we know. Diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, equity, culture, all very, very, very important indeed. Now, Fiona, I would love to come to yourself first, if I may, so we could really explore the subject matter within this panel and talk about why ethnicity reporting in particular is so important in today's workplace and the broader societal landscape. We often talk about putting the S in ESG. In what ways does ethnicity data drive meaningful changes within an organization's diversity initiatives?
Okay. So the first aspect there that you were talking about is why is it particularly important in today's society? And then I've kind of been giving that a little bit of thought. And I suppose I see it from three elements, the three levels. And I think there's a bit about fairness for employers, if we're talking about the workplace, about reputation, and also about the commercial aspects of ethnicity reporting. So I think, in the UK here, we have our census, and the ethnicity profile of our workforce has changed so considerably. 2011, our census was it showed that 1 in 8 of the workforce was ethnically diverse, and by the time we come to 2021, that's 1 in 5, and it's projected by 2051 to be 1 in 3. And so there's significant changes in the landscape there in terms of the ethnicity that we in our country, in the UK, and I'm sure in other countries it will be quite similar. And if you look at particular pockets, if you looked at, for example, East London, in Newham Council, 70% of East London, of that part of East London, is ethnically diverse. So for those employers who pride themselves on being fair and transparent and non-discriminatory, that really poses a challenge for them, because they have to actually prove themselves worthy of having those credentials. And one of the ways that they can do that is through ethnicity reporting. And I think that also comes down to reputation. If part of our reputation, if those employers are saying that they're fair and transparent and non-discriminatory, they need to have a workforce that reflects that reflects the customer and reflects the community, and they need to be able to demonstrate that, and that is about their reputation if that's what they're saying. And clearly in ethnicity reporting there will be legal implications as well, which I think you've touched on, even in terms of that equal pay. There are if we're reporting on ethnicity, that as an employer protects us from legal challenge as well, and legal challenge can be costly financially and costly reputationally. And those are things that, that through ethnicity reporting, we can protect ourselves and, reduce the vulnerability to those sorts of challenges. And then, you've got that commercial aspect, and you've got the McGregor-Smith review recently suggested that if we include Black, Asian, mixed race groups in our UK workforce, that can actually make a boost of around £24 billion to the UK economy. So there's that commercial aspect as well, that we need to not only be doing it, but through reporting, showing that we're doing it. And then you kind of moved on there a little bit there, didn't you, in terms of how ways in which access to ethnicity data can drive changes. So, there may be a school of thought that says that doesn't happen. And I did actually have a little debate with someone yesterday about that, and they said, I don't think it happens. So here's me to try and prove otherwise. But I have access to an incredible amount of data, ethnicity type data, whether it's through the demographics of the workforce, recruitment, retention, attrition levels, annual performance reviews are broken down by ethnicity. Our employee survey is broken down by ethnicity. And I think when you have all that data, and the important thing about having that data is questioning it, because it should generate questions, shouldn't it? You need to ask and you need to question the data. What is it telling you? What is it not telling you? You know, have you actually got the right data? Is it accurate? And those sorts of things. Is it what's missing? Sometimes it can be like, we've got all this data and like, what's actually missing? So in that ethnicity reporting, I think the first thing is about being curious, because it's through being curious, then you get the insights into what it's telling you. And it's those insights that will drive what you do with the data, whether it's, you know, setting the strategy and the action plan and the targets. And if you're setting targets, are the targets, you know, are you benchmarking? So, for example, as I mentioned before, we've got the census, and in Royal Mail we have our ethnicity targets, and our ethnicity targets, you know, they don't actually. Well, 2021, as I mentioned, is like 19.3% of our working population is ethnically diverse. That's not reflected in Royal Mail's workforce. So we need to set sometimes challenging targets, but also achievable. You know, they need to be statistically achievable. Like you meant, you should be recruiting people or whatever. But you also, that reporting, that access to that data, will allow you to look at what needs to change, and it'll help you plan the resources and the finances, the people, the time, whatever it is that you need to input to make that change. As mentioned, it will help you with the benchmarking, but it will also help you measure progress. You need to have a baseline. So the ethnicity reporting gives you that baseline, so you can measure progress. You can measure the progress of individual initiatives, and determine whether or not they're being successful. If they're not making the impact, and I'll give you an example from Royal Mail in terms of if we've got quite a challenging target of having 15% of our workforce from ethnically diverse by 2025, March 2025. In March last year, we were at 13%. In January this year, we're at 13%. So, you know, we haven't made the inroads. So are our initiatives working? And if they're not working, that's a time to be innovative. You know, sometimes you've got to be creative. You've got to decide that's not working. What you're going to change, and it's only through measuring progress that you can do that. And then I suppose finally, maybe about publishing data. If we've got ethnicity reporting, we're publishing our targets. For example, we publish them in our ESG report and our accounts. Then we can hold ourselves accountable, and accountability drives change as well. We need to be accountable for the change happening. If we say it's going to happen, we need to make it happen. So and then like I mentioned, about looking forward as well. If you look at, say, the ethnicity pay gap in UK, we don't that isn't mandatory yet, but all the time you need to be looking forward. What's on the horizon? And through that reporting, you'll be preparing yourself for something that is going to come on the horizon soon, very soon.
Thank you so much, Fiona. You've brought up some incredibly pertinent points there. It is absolutely about this horizon scanning. We talked a lot in our previous panels about what the impact of inaction is. You know, obviously we're hearing a lot from businesses. What's the return on investment? I may sound very biased here, of course, and I am to a degree. I think diversity leaders, culturally leaders within organizations are absolutely the most resilient and driven individuals that I know. But ultimately, we are seeing this evolution from the top to the bottom within organizations, within countries, that populations are becoming far more ethnically diverse. And so how we can continue to reflect this not only in the community, but also within a far growing and intelligent stakeholder pool for all the different individuals which our businesses serve. Hearing the figures and the stats, 24 billion to the UK economy alone, not even including other countries, is astronomical, thus proving this point that diversity is a commercial lever for economic growth and prosperity. Barbara Donecker, I'd love to come to you if there's any reflections on some of the brilliant points that Fiona made there.
I just had a thought and a reflection, really. I think Fiona's outlined, brilliantly why, we should do it. I would say that I don't think anyone would disagree with that. I think the challenge is a bit more complicated for us, though, because I don't think you're going to find any leader saying this isn't important, it doesn't have commercial value, it's the right thing to do, etc., etc. But then when you start to peel the layers back, legally there's some challenges, data protection wise there's some challenges, there's some sort of complexity around is it mandatory, is it not mandatory, people's sort of trust aspects. And I know Layla will talk about that a bit later, but so I think the conversations need to shift a little bit, because my worry is we're talking, I think all of us will be agreed this is the right thing to do. And by the way, at Skyscanner, I am desperate to do it. And I'm desperate to do it for all identities, particularly race and ethnicity. But I think I think Fiona mentioned it again, without the data, you don't have a baseline. And without a baseline, you then can't take action. But actually what I'm finding, and not that it ain't possible to overcome it, but what I'm finding is that we have to deal with all of those other hidden issues, really. And that's where we need to get momentum. That's where we need to galvanize. And the data's there. The data's already there. If you just look at it, and it's just one pipeline of talent, but if you look at early career populations and you look at graduates, you look at those graduates that have come from a higher socioeconomic background versus those from a lower socioeconomic background, there's enough research out there, particularly in the UK and more broadly around the world, that says disproportionately they will earn less than their white counterparts. And so we know that's the case. And obviously then we've got to jump through all of the data stuff and legal compliance, et cetera, to kind of then start to do something about it. So I think that's my only reflection is I think I almost would urge people that, help us break down those barriers really that are up to kind of enable us to produce the data so we can actually have a baseline to do something about it.
Yeah, well, I'll jump in there. And I think Bob and Fiona really highlighted exactly what you would like to share with the group around key challenges that we face with regard to ethnicity reporting, and then really how do you address those challenges? Because to both of their points, we do have data, and then there is also this challenge around what do you do with the data, right? So if you think about it I look at it from a few different headline outline topics. First of all, when you think about ethnicity reporting, you have to define ethnicity, right? And ethnicity, really, that's a mechanical issue because ethnicity is on a spectrum in and of itself. Identities are on a spectrum. And then when you think about pluralistic identities, multiracial identities, how do you capture that ethnicity reporting to be able to have effective data? Start there, I think first about really being collaborative and how you're collecting this information. So to Bob's point, before you can even start to collect data, you kind of have to build trust with the communities you're asking to report and self-identify around. And that starts with asking them, the stakeholders in your community, to help you think about really what even are the categories that resonate when you're reporting ethnicity data. And then from there, have really open-ended conversations, well-educated conversations. Whoever is your data collector needs to have nuanced understanding of what identity means and how that contributes to ethnicity, and have that respect for that community to be able to effectively capture that data first. And then when you get past that point, that collection and that methodology is really key. And I think that's something a lot of organizations are challenged with currently when thinking about how do you get people to self-report their identities. And there's this doctrine of work happening in the diversity, equity, and inclusion space around self-identification. But in order to allow for self-identification, you have to address privacy concerns and you have to address trust. How and why will the data be used? Because it wasn't that long ago that this kind of data was collected for nefarious reasons. So we really, as an organization and as a community, have to acknowledge that, I think, explicitly and more than one time. We saw that, I think, across the globe with the pandemic and certain communities being very hesitant to trust medical directives because of the experiences that they had in the past. So I think approaching this with a degree of humility and transparency around previous transgressions and how they're being actively corrected will help to support accurate data and reporting. And then when you think about also, have you earned the right of that trust? I know there's a lot of wanting to assume good intent, but you have to earn the right for that good intent to be assumed. So again, it goes back to transparently discussing where an organization may have fallen short, where we need to grow. And I think in the earlier sessions, the CEOs and the communication experts spoke really importantly and decidedly about how do you weave that thread, because people don't forget, right? So these communities don't forget the experiences that they've had. So you have to really address those if you expect to get actual data that's going to make a difference and actually help you to do something with regard to strategy. And then also with regard to data collection and methodology, what are your protocols around data protection, confidentiality, making sure that those parameters are very clear and very secure. We are in the age of technology and data breaches, and people have very real concerns about that. So being very transparent, I think, with the groups that you're collecting from around your strenuous security is going to be really key as well. And then also thinking about, from a communications perspective, all the time over communicating what's the purpose of collecting this data, how will it benefit the community and the strategy you have with regard to diversity, equity, inclusion, how will you maintain the data, and really making sure that your values stay front and center as to why you're committed to this reporting. Because I think Bob touched on it there. We have so much data, and I think people are very tired of giving all of that information out in ways, in intentional ways and sometimes unintentional ways. Sometimes I see things that are being tracked that I'm like, I didn't even realize I reported that. So being very clear as to what and why you're collecting this data around and what you're going to do with it is going to be really critical. And then if I could just make a couple more points around that, the quality and the consistency of the data, making sure that your collection methods themselves are standardized across the ethnicity populations that you are collecting from, uniform questions, where they show up, because a lot of times this tends to be self-reported and kind of self-selected. So you have to be very careful to be aware of any bias in the data itself because of who self-selects to respond to ethnicity reporting. And then thinking about that quality of it and making sure that you have a scientific approach overall. So for practitioners, it absolutely is a skill that I recommend connecting with your data team, right? They do this for the business and other parts of the business, and DEI work should have just as much rigor around methodology and support and resources to make sure the data is actionable. And then when you think about the ethical considerations and really the sensitive demographic data that you may get, and then the compliance concerns. I know Fiona talked a bit about that as well, the legal compliance concerns that show up. We're a global organization at LexisNexis, and there are certain jurisdictions that we are represented in that don't even allow for this kind of ethnicity data reporting. So working hand in hand with your legal compliance team and making sure you're compliant in and of itself is going to be very key. And then I think there's this kind of moral conversation that happens around when you collect ethnicity data specifically. So I'm based in the United States. We recently had the Supreme Court decision around affirmative action, and there's some underlying tones there around ethnicity reporting and then kind of like what comes out of that. Affirmative action, as we all know, was a system that would allow for specific affirmative actions to be taken for specific ethnic backgrounds. And then there's a value-based debate around, is that fair? Is that equitable? So when you're doing this kind of reporting, you have to really struggle with those challenging questions. And based on your values, based on saying value committed, to make a decision around how you're going to utilize the data in your strategy, and then stick to that decision. Because the worst thing you can do is set a course and then change in a way that loses trust in the community that you're hoping to gain insight from. So of course, as you learn things, as data uncovers trends, you will have to adjust. But if you say value committed to why you're still collecting this data, that's going to be really the key to making sure that you're actually successful once you're able to do so.
Adonica, some really pertinent points there, and I'd love to open up to chip in on some of the things that you said. But a lot of what I'm hearing here, which Bob also alluded to, is actually when you start to really peel back the layer of the onion, there are many different factors to consider. But ultimately, it is not only the qualitative, but it's also the quantitative with the data. And what we've seen in a lot of the reporting efforts through our DIAL Diversity Review is the fact that actually the higher up you go in the classical corporate hierarchy, the lower diversity is across all of those different areas of ethnicity and race. We used to talk a lot about BAME as an acronym in the UK, not so much in the US, but it's something that we always particularly disliked, even though it was the well-known, because actually it is Black, Asian, minority, ethnic. You look within each of those areas and there are diversities within diversities within diversities. And then to your points that you all made, is there is also the legal legislative pieces while still staying ahead of the curve. And so building and fostering the trust within our organizations so that actually there is true safety as to why there is disclosure of the data. But equally, what doesn't get measured doesn't get managed ultimately. And so it is because of individuals like yourselves that there is, and again, Donica, you'd mentioned this, there is at times that real kind of emotional tax and emotional exhaustion, because you guys are influencing mile wide and mile deep at the same time. So how do we keep the gas on with continuing to do initiatives internally that win the hearts and minds of our communities and are not performative, but ultimately that we keep moving the dial on data? Because if we measured everything within the organization from an ethnicity point of view, it wouldn't show us that actually the drop-off points are as you get up that classical corporate hierarchy. Anyhow, any reflections, Bob and Fiona, on some of the things that were mentioned?
Sorry, Layla, I was just going to say, that doesn't surprise me. I think, if I just think about my own peer group, those of us of colour, those of us of mixed heritage, just across those identities, you'll know that you're fighting multiple battles, so if you want to get to the very top, you've got scars like you've carried with you all the way through. And so your battle is on many layers. So we're trying to say, in order to move the dial forwards, you need the data, you need this, you need that. But then every day you're in this political kind of lobbying, influencing, and of course that's what all good leaders do. But sometimes I feel, if I talk to some of my peers, you've had one arm tied behind your back, and so you're kind of battling on so many fronts. So it doesn't surprise me, which is even more the reason why we have to do something about it and do something about it differently and collectively. And I think, each of these sort of challenges, whether they're privacy, security, whether it's legal, they're all surmountable. You can do this, but it just takes a bit of, real sort of determination, really, and kind of sort of strong sort of determination, really, to kind of get through it. But actually, I think we're missing an opportunity around getting critical mass on this, and not just about race, ethnic pay reporting. I think more broadly around all the identities, because that will be true of every identity group. Will say that they've had one arm tied behind their back, or they've had to fight multiple battles that others don't have to fight. So actually, how do you kind of collectively get that voice? But I feel there's a bit of an inflection point, not inroads. I think there's a bit of an inflection point going to Donica's point around, being inclusive without excluding other groups. And so there's a real debate going on and conversation going on, and that is almost, it's absolutely important and critical, but it's actually perhaps taking away some of the momentum that collectively, if we got our heads together, that we could kind of make progress. So I feel it's a conversation that's live, and I don't know what the answer is, but I do know that it's the right thing to do. It's, for me, beyond any of the commercial viability of it, if you want to represent society and you say you want to work with people that that you serve, then clearly you've got to have a makeup of different people, you know, different levels, different socioeconomic backgrounds, identities, etc., etc. And so I think there's every reason to do it.
If I could just quickly add to what Bob said, Layla, I totally agree with you, Bob, because especially having had, you know, an ethnically diverse background myself, right? So you have that kind of lived experience, but to the point that you're making around contextualizing the findings. And I think that's really key when we talk about data reporting here, is what kind of data are we talking about? I think the immediate logical jump is survey data, because that's kind of what we're used to, but there's much more than just a survey or numbers that you can really glean data from, right? So thinking about qualitative data is just as important. And then also thinking about the ways in which you collect the data, not just a survey, but perhaps a focus group, perhaps employee resource groups and their feedback reports, ways in which that you can get employee engagement surveys, ways in which you can get more than just baseline numbers that may not always give you the full context of the conversation. And then when you do have those just surveys, straight numbers-based surveys, making sure that you have the accountability there around what are you doing with it, and then allowing people to be able to rectify what they've already reported as well, I think is really critical, because it may not reflect their full identity, or as you evolve your collection processes, they may want to evolve how they respond to it too. So there's just so much to think about when you're collecting data in and of itself, and then be data informed, but not data driven, because the numbers can change. In our own organization, we've seen growth in our ethnic minority representation in senior leadership, which we're very happy about, but we also see trends, right? So numbers change and they can evolve, but you think about marrying that to a strategy that you stay committed to the strategy, iterate based on the results you're getting in your data. That's going to be key.
Mm-hmm. I'm hearing here around, it's almost this agile way of working that we are living in continuously right now, because you know, we're in different countries. When in fact, actually, I know Bob over in China, Adonica in the States, Fiona in the UK, all with their different kind of smorgasbord of cultures and nuances and specifics around data. But as you say, accountability is absolutely key. How do we also utilize our brilliant employee resource groups and our focus groups to collect that qualitative data as well as the pure hard numbers? Because whilst we must be data driven in our decision making, being more informed with those nuances on the ground is key. Fiona, I'd love to come to you for any reflections, but I come back to Bob on our final question.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. It's really interesting to listen to you, and I think the point comes back to is like, although someone said to me, like, you know, data never lies, but it also doesn't necessarily tell you the whole story, and that's what you've got to get underneath, haven't you, to see what is happening here, and I think it's just that questioning. I think we should always be questioning the data and just saying, is it giving us the right information? Is it giving us it in the right nuanced way? And so that's data is interesting, but it is only part of the story. And the other element that you've mentioned earlier on is, so I'll come back to, is that the trust part with whether it's employees or whatever. Do you know, if people are not trustful of the way the data is being used, then they won't volunteer the information. And that's almost like, you know, the first step, isn't it? Getting people willing to volunteer the information in the correct way, as Adonica said, and using it appropriately.
Indeed, and that means investing in these initiatives,
Yes,
which I know, you know, you've all heard me harp on about diversity as a commercial lever. Bob, it absolutely at heart and centre is the right thing to do. But with everything, Fiona, you'd start off with talking about actually our future generations are already naturally becoming more diverse. Well, we have to have, as diversity and culture leaders, the investment in these initiatives internally. So it is not then purely seen as a performative, you know, data collection piece, because it's something that we have to do. But on that point, you know, I know a number of you have mentioned 2024, 2025, which is what we are seeing as a real watershed moment. Adoption of many other frameworks, you know, the wealth economy framework, looking at, you know, not just GDP or USD as the benchmark, but actually human capital, knowledge capital, social capital. All of these things are a upward moving trend, contrary to polarizing at times news headlines that we are seeing. And so knowing that it is key for organizations to actually look at what is happening and being futuristic, as opposed to getting caught up purely in this momentary, you know, panic or almost paralysis, you know, be it through data, be it through the fear of speaking out, etc. That trend is not going away. And I think it's really important, you know, I mention it because, you know, individuals are in roles like yours becoming quite fatigued with having to explain and explain over and again. You know, they are the most tenacious individuals within the workplace. Again, I'm very biased, but it is absolutely true. Bob, I'd love to come to you on our last question here around any other leading practice examples of how ethnicity reporting has positively impacted workplace dynamics and employee morale.
Yeah, absolutely, Lana. I think, you know, like I said at Skyscanner, we're definitely on this journey, you know, and I am, you know, from a UK perspective, you know, we're trying to mirror the gender pay methodology as recommended, which in itself presents a bit of challenge, obviously. And I think if you talk to anyone who does that report, they'll probably say there's a better way to do it. But anyway, that's what we've got. So we're desperately trying to get the right number to make it statistically robust. But, you know, I'm talking to colleagues in different industries as well. And, you know, I think I've mentioned to you before, you know, I was really inspired by the work that Auto Trader were doing in the UK, and really the kind of stance that they've taken. And the approach really, and just kind of made it front and center. And so I think where it's front and center from the leader at the top of the organization all the way down, you could really start to see the momentum. And so that fatigue kind of goes away, that arm behind your back suddenly it becomes another way for you to kind of move forwards and strive forwards. And actually, I've taken inspiration from, you know, even, you know, the like Fiona, you know, Royal Mail. You know, when you look at Royal Mail, you look at BP, you look at the size of these organisations. You know, we're 1,400 colleagues. You know, we're a global business. I'm sitting in China, and so, you know, when you look at organisations and you think, well, you know, how they've managed it, and we're only 1,400 people, we can surely do it. You know, it's but like Adonica, we operate in geographies that, you know, disclosing some of this data is not safe for you. And so you have to then watch out what you're looking for and what you're asking for and where you're gonna put that data. And so everyone should feel safe. And so it becomes a bit more complicated. But I've seen a lot of really good work and good effort, and so that just inspires me. And I think the more you can share these types of opportunities, so people can look and say, okay, it is possible, we can do it. You know, we can use focus groups, we could use different methods to get that data. You got to build that trust. It comes back to it. I think if there's one continuity on why these organizations have done it so well, and I've named a few, it's because they've built that trust with their colleagues. They've built that trust with their colleagues to say, you give us the data and you're going to help inform us. And that's, I think, what you were saying earlier on about being informed, you know, around, I think, you know, it informs you, it constantly changes, but it helps you to get that baseline, like we've heard on this call, to really then make a difference. So unless you build that trust with colleagues, they won't give it to you. But then you've got to demonstrate action. You can't just ask for the data. You can't then say, right, what we're going to do with this data. You've got to take some brave steps. And when it works brilliantly. And we have seen that in gender, you know, and you can argue sometimes people say, well, it hasn't moved enough, but we have seen progress. And progress is what it's all about. We have to make progress and take those. If you're talking about agility, then, you know, working in a tech business, you know, it is all about that incremental, fast sort of steps that you take, and that creates progress, and that continuous improvement really helps you really kind of deliver ultimately the challenge that's facing you. So you've bite-sized or you've bitten off all of those bits, and you've basically got the momentum to then deliver change that is then sustainable. And I think that's, for me, the trust, doing something with the data, sustainable action is really what I've seen out of leading practice.
Thank you so much, Bob. And I'm really pleased there that you mentioned the importance of the CEO. Obviously, we're huge fans of CEOs as activists. I know it can be at times a controversial word, but actually this is the time more now than ever that we need our leaders to step up. And, you know, that trust, that investment, it starts at the top. So as you say, being informed, being, you know, of course, aware of sensitivities, but knowing and acknowledging that what gets measured ultimately does get done. You know, this is about progress. It is not always about perfection. And I think the candor that all of you have displayed throughout this panel with, you know, look, we tried this, it might not have worked, but actually we'll try something else. Ultimately, as we start to see the hockey stick move, it's never a purely, you know, it's never a perfect hockey stick. Actually, it is keeping the momentum on, keeping having the conversations, and collaborating with our peers internally and also externally within organisations to keep on moving that dial. Before we run out of time, because I could literally talk to three of you here all day, final words and thoughts and actions for those that are listening in to this panel thinking, right, this is the push that I needed for us to influence and take it up the chain to do more. Donica, I'll come to yourself then, Fiona, and then back again to Bob.
Sure. So for me, I think I'm a pretty practical person. At the end of the day, we're here for work, right? And that requires financial performance and it requires financial growth. And there's a couple of things that I think are really important. So making a plug for the resources that you talked about that are necessary to do this work and the commitments that's necessary. Layla, I know you and I have talked a lot about wealth, and we're currently as a globe facing the greatest wealth transfer in history. As you look at baby boomers transferring their wealth to the youngest generation of individuals in our society, and they are also the most ethnically diverse population that we've had generationally ever. So to Fiona's point about having children that have multiracial backgrounds, those two things come together to mean financial performance. So when you think about the transfer of wealth and the existing populations that we're going to be facing into the future, this is an imperative for the business to succeed into the future. And so I think it's not a matter of if, but how we do this, and continue to stay committed to this work is going to be key.
It's not if, but how. I love that. Fiona.
Well, clearly I work in industrial relations, so I don't know if I could get through 45 minutes without mentioning the trade unions. But certainly in my organisation, I think that's the key element as well as our trade union. Just one small example in terms of our employee survey. No, actually, sorry, it's not the employee survey, it's the annual performance review. We share that data with our trade union, and they're the ones who question what that bell curve looks like across gender and ethnicity. They're the ones who'll say, so what do our ethnic minority managers, where are they sitting on that bell curve? And I think that's important just to get into, I think your next one might be about allyship, but make sure you've got people also questioning the data. It's not just through one lens, it needs to be through multiple lenses. And I think, and I'll just mention again, it's just always question the data, always question what it's telling you, and triangulate that. That's all for me, thank you.
Multiple lenses of intersectionality. Really great point. And Bob, finally to yourself.
Yeah, just take it from Nike, just do it. I don't think there's three words there, but you can't procrastinate about this. You just got to do it. And so, my inspiration's from Nike, you just got to do it.
What a great way to end this panel. Thank you all very, very much indeed. I don't have too much time to summarize here, but I will. I know I mentioned it before, but I'm going to mention it again. Stoicism is something that I've been reflecting on an awful lot of late. And look, we know that there are challenges. Diversity culture leaders like you are doing such great things because of the influence mile deep and mile wide historically with less in terms of budgets. But actually, Stoicism focuses on things that we can control rather, and letting go sometimes of everything else. Bob, as he said, sometimes we just got to do it. Let's turn every obstacle that we can into an opportunity to get better, stronger, tougher, more resilience. And as Marcus Aurelius put it nearly 2,000 years ago, the impediment to action advances action. So what stands in the way becomes the way. And on that note, I'm going to thank you all very, very much. Please do stay tuned for our next panel, which is coming up. We've had some brilliant guests who have been on the panels today, and we've got plenty of other fantastic guests to come. After the next session, we're going to be talking about authentic corporate allyship, moving beyond performative actions. A perfect segue from this brilliant panel we have just had. The panel is going to be chaired by Baroness Hunt of Bethnal Green, a dear friend, Ruth Hunt, Director of Deeds and Words. And we've got some panelists across the board from global organisations such as Pfizer, Antonia Bebers, DEI Europe lead, Sandy Gold, who's the Chief People Officer for Pinwheel API, the Senior Director for Work, Human People and Analytics Research, Misha Ann Martin, and finally the superb Paul Smith, who is Global Director for People Experience, Culture and Learning. Managed to get it all in there. So keep tagging in Dial Global. Please do share and like everything that we're doing. We couldn't do what we did without you and all of our brilliant community. And thanks once again to Royal Mail, because we make all of our summits free for all. We believe in fostering education and inspiration as far and wide as we possibly can. Thanks once again, and we'll see you after the ad break.
Delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
With a calm, carefree mind, I wander these streets.
Have a lovely day.
Pavement and open skies so clear and free. This weight of ink and paper, the only burden I carry. Past repeating houses and sunlit buildings. Surely freedom is a peaceful walk down a known route, greeting morning's people with smiles and stories.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you so much. You're very kind.
To think I was once so bound by fate, but now I notice many little, beautiful things.
Factoring in these 10 specific facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging, organisations can get a very real and measured account of exactly where they are today. They can then look at the ways in which they can move their dial significantly forward by identifying the areas that need the most work and development.
The 10 facets are important because it actually puts a framework around it that makes the industry have a better opportunity to manage it in both the UK and the United States. The diagnostics in the report help organisations benchmark it themselves against what the industry is doing, how they report, measure, but most importantly, take action on the findings across the report. It's useful data that, in my opinion, everybody who is responsible for culture should absolutely read.
When I think about why people should take time to read yet another review, the reality is that you don't have to read this review in one. You can go in and out throughout the year. We won't solve diversity and inclusion and the barriers that's in place in organisations by one review. We will solve this by working on this over time, really investing in sustainable solutions.
So you should take time to read the report, and I know there are many reports that cover the different characteristics. The reason for it though is it really is that one-stop shop. It has all of the 10 facets in there, but also it's great because it gives you feedback about how you're doing. There are fantastic case studies in there. And what I really find valuable is there are absolute nuggets of ideas that you can take and you can put them into your organisation. You can create a fantastic discussion in your organisation from all the insight that's in there, but through those ideas, you can actually turn those conversations into action.
The future of diversity is in reporting. It's so important. We say at the foundation, what gets measured gets done, but you can't improve unless you can measure. And so it takes inclusion, diversity and belonging within all forms of organisation to a place where you actually know if you're making progress, you understand what your baseline is, and unless you can do those things, it's just talk, it's just in the abstract. So what we do is we provide practical solutions to allow people to affect the change.
Not only do you get a report on how you've scored as a business, that means that you can look at it and see where you're scoring well against other businesses or not so well, but it also then enables you to build a plan and actually really understand where there's opportunity.
Apart from obviously being the right thing to do, inclusive cultures are absolutely differentiating against others. You know, the best high-performing cultures have a high degree of psychological safety and inclusion. And when you can bring a group of people with diverse backgrounds, experiences, beliefs, and they can come together and feel that they can be the very best version of themselves, it becomes really, really powerful. And that's when you get the most innovation, the best outcomes, and most of the statistics say that that's the case.
We really encourage leaders to look at an approach which is based by scientific methodology as opposed to purely common sense. It is together that we can move the dial forward.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers. The Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We're the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
With a calm, carefree mind, I wander these streets.
Have a lovely day.
Pavement and open skies so clear and free. This weight of ink and paper, the only burden I carry. Past repeating houses and sunlit buildings. Surely freedom is a peaceful walk down a known route, greeting morning's people with smiles and stories.
Hello. Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you so much. You're very kind.
To think I was once so bound by fate, but now I notice many little, beautiful things.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Dial Global Conference. We are here for the 4th panel event and my name is Ruth. I am Baroness Hunt of Bethnal Green, but Ruth is fine for this kind of setting, but the men use Lord all the time, so I try and drop in my Baroness first when I can. I'm also director of a small consultancy called Deeds and Words where we work with organisations on issues of inclusion. We are joined today by an absolutely fantastic panel. Antonio, Sandy, Misha-Ann and Paul, who will all introduce themselves shortly. But today we are talking about authentic corporate allyship, moving beyond those performative actions. And to my mind, there's a big conflation out there between marketing and allyship, and people think they mean the same thing, and often it's the marketing that gets dropped and suddenly the allyship disappears. So today we're going to be really exploring what allyship is actually about, why it is key to organizational effectiveness, not just a nice to have, and also reflecting on how each and every one of us has the power to both be an ally and need an ally, and the power changes that happen in any different setting means that those things change. There are times when in the House of Lords and for those of you on a global audience, the House of Lords is a very odd institution. It's an unelected second chamber where the majority of people are over the age of 65. As a little baby dyke in that settings, I definitely need some allies. And there are times when the Black, Asian and minority ethnic members of that House, who are also the outsiders, need me to be an ally too. So we can both take those different roles. And that's hopefully what we'll be getting into today. So I'll be asking some questions of our panel, but before we crack on, love to hear a little bit from them, introductions, where they're from and what they're about. Antonio, give us a sense of who you are and where you're from. But you'll also have to come off mute, my love, because I think what you're going to say is going to be amazing. Oh no, we still can't hear you. Can everybody else hear Antonio? Antonio, we still can't hear you, so I'm going to pause you for a moment and move us round to Misha-Ann while we have a fiddle with your sound there. Misha-Ann, come on in.
Hello, can everybody?
We can hear you, Misha-Ann.
Yes. My name is Misha-Ann, and I am an industrial organizational psychologist, workplace activist, and researcher. I am fanatically passionate about how people experience work, and I use analytics to draw awareness and attention to how different people are experiencing work so that work can work for people, regardless of who you are, who you love, where you were born. A little bit about me. I live in the United States in Austin, Texas. I'm currently in Boston, though, and I was born and raised in Jamaica. So I am a proud immigrant. So I consider myself, you'll see this on my signature, my email signature. I am Jamaican by birth, American by choice, and I'm proud of both.
Welcome, Misha-Ann. And I did a Marshall Fellowship and spent some time in Austin, and it was described as the blueberry in the jam. Is that still the case?
The blueberry in the tomato soup.
The blueberry in the tomato soup, British jam. But still the case, I hope. Fingers crossed.
Absolutely.
Welcome. Paul, welcome to you, Paul.
Hello, hi, hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, awesome, great. Hi everyone, I'm Paul. I work for an organisation called Essence MediaCom, and I look after everything sort of people experience, learning, culture, engagement, etc. Within the business, and that's a global role. Prior to this, I was really lucky enough to work for what I think is a phenomenal organisation, the Co-op in the UK. Around 60,000 people at the time that I worked there for about 8 years. And I was lucky enough, I think my interest in inclusion and diversity was really sparked there because I experienced an organization that really put inclusion and diversity at the heart of why it exists and the purpose of the business. Lucky enough to work with some amazingly inclusive leaders and some amazing allies as well. So I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about it as we go along, but that's kind of where I'm from and what I'm about.
Paul, it's really great to have you here. Thank you so much. Look forward to hearing more on your thoughts on this. Sandy, come on in.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you, Sandy?
I'm doing great. It's great to be here. I'm ready to learn, connect, and grow with this amazing panel of experts and visionaries. Thank you for having me. So I'm the Chief People Officer of Pinwheel API, although I think I'm officially changing my title to the Chief Superpower Officer. I realized it yesterday when you all prompted me with my title, and I can't believe I've never thought of that title before, which just shows you how every time we get together in Dial, we learn. And so I say Chief Superpower Officer because I do think the thing we're unleashing is superpowers, and I actually do believe diversity and the difference engine are at the core of superpowers in all of us, right? So Pinwheel API is an API, a payroll API that uses payroll data to help build fair financial systems so that there's actually more financial access for all, including underserved communities. And there's so much payroll data now in an age of data that can actually help people who didn't have access before unfairly or for other reasons gain that access. And so that's a power in terms of equity we need to put into all people's hands, including diversity. My quick origin story is that when I was a kid, I was sick. Doctors told me I'd be sick forever. My parents told me I could do anything if I worked hard enough. While I was sick, I could only do two things: observe people deeply, and I learned that each person was different and their creativity was exclusively unique to them. So I fell in love with difference and realized it was a superpower, because that means every individual created in a way no one else on the planet did. And then I read comic books, which taught me that that creativity was a superpower, and that when we bring our superpower together and share experiences through media, we can really change the world. So my dad was a banker. I learned business. I trained as a rabbi and a psychoanalyst, but my mission was really to help people discover and unleash their superpowers in life. So I decided I would only work for companies that I felt understood that mission, whether it was Disney or Real Network, Second Life, or Yahoo and Verizon. Therefore, difference and diversity was at the core for me forever, and I have always seen it as a superpower. And so I met Dial actually at Yahoo, when Yahoo and Verizon and Dial were teaming up to really unleash diverse superpowers around the world. And that mission just continues today. So I'm really excited to be here, because I think when we learn and exchange ideas like this and commitments, we do change the world in every minute. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Sandy. And I love that cross-pollination of different cultures that bring these things to life. In my work with the Armed Forces through Teams of Words, we often talk about the difference between Avengers and DC Comics, and how Superman takes a very different approach to leadership to the Avengers, and what we can learn from that. There's so much we can learn if we look a little bit beyond our peripheral vision. Absolutely. Antonio, I have a message reassuring me all is well. How are you? Come on in.
I hope so. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Antonio.
Perfect. So thanks a lot. First of all, Sandy, thanks for your presentation. I mean, I love the title, Chief Superpower. I think my title now is very boring. So I will try to change it from my side as well. I will speak.
How about it?
So first of all, thanks a lot for inviting me. So I'm actually Italian. So I'm from Sicily, from the really south. We say still Italy, although sometimes we think that we are in the north of Africa. So it's always a big challenge to understand which country we belong. So I travel extensively and live in different countries over the last 15 years. So across Poland, UK, and Belgium. I returned to Italy almost 6 months ago to our Italian office in the role of Europe D&I lead. So I'm part of the global D&I team. I'm responsible for the strategy and application of operational strategy across the 27 countries in Europe and the 12 production sites. And today I am in Madrid, in one of our production sites that is in Madrid. So I'm meeting with our collisions groups here in Spain. So glad to be here, glad to share more and to understand also more of other great best practice from other peers. So thanks for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Antonio, and thank you for persisting with the tech. My role here is to keep us on time. We've got until 2:45, and this amazing panel, we could just go for lunch, right? And we could just talk about all these things and shoot the breeze. But my job is to try and keep us on track, because there's lots of people watching who want to hear your different thoughts. So I'm going to get straight into this topic and come straight to you first, Paul, if that's okay, and bring others in as and when. But I think the nub of the question here is, what is that difference between performative allyship and meaningful active support, and why does it matter? Why does it matter that we differentiate between those two and pursue the latter rather than the former? Would love to hear your thoughts, Paul.
Thank you. And I think you set this up really nicely for me in your introduction, because I like the way you've described it as marketing versus true allyship. I think if we look at the world around us, so much change, so much disruption, so much uncertainty. Certainly, probably within the last 5 years or so, organisations have realised that staying silent isn't an option. And I think what we've seen is many organisations coming forward with a particular perspective or a particular point of view around certain topics of diversity and inclusion. I guess the thing that is that sets true allyship apart is not only talking about it and giving it a viewpoint, but then crucially doing something about it and actually taking meaningful action. And taking action which is tangible, which is relevant for the context, but also which is sustainable as well. And I think in terms of, we'll cover, I'm sure, in this conversation, many things that organisations can do to kind of, start to really think about allyship. But I guess for me, there's a couple of things. So the first thing is around inclusion. So having a really clear belief and a really clear perspective that inclusion is at the heart of why we exist as an organisation and how we will deliver to our purpose and how we will deliver to our strategy and objectives. And I think that kind of has to sit as a core belief within the business. I think also creating a space to listen. I talk about this a lot to people, and when I give lots of people feedback, I just say, just ask me more questions. Just ask questions. Don't feel the need to have the answers to everything. Just ask me questions and ask your team questions. And I think, being really curious, exploring other points of view, but also, challenging our own assumptions around, the perspectives and the opinions of underrepresented groups is really important. I think leadership, I'm sure we'll come on to talk about this, but I think leadership plays a critical role. I don't think it's only the responsibility of leaders across the business, but I think they have an accountability to set the tone for the rest of the organisation. And then I think accountability. So how do we know that we're creating that inclusive environment? How do we know that we're doing the right things? How do we know that we're really great allies? Through data measurement and really getting under the skin of the experiences of different groups within our organisation. So I will stop there. I won't talk anymore. But I think there's lots of things that are important to move from the marketing to the true allyship.
Thank you, Paul. And I loved it. And I'm bringing you in next, Misha, and I'm struck that you felt that the purpose and effectiveness of an organisation is anchored by inclusion, and therefore allyship is essential. I wonder sometimes whether organisations fully grasp that, and that's where the marketing comes in. But Misha, build on that, or something completely different. Would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I just want to underscore something that Paul said about listening. So many times I hear of organizations implementing something for people that they've never listened to. So this is supposed to be for me and benefiting me, but you never asked me. And that, I think, is one of the ways that an organization's actions can come across as performative. You just want to be seen as doing something, anything, and not really what it is that population needs to be done. So I think that is super, super important. And I'm really glad, Paul, that you said that.
Thank you, Misha. And Antonio, I wonder if I can bring you in at this stage, and if you can think of any examples of where that active allyship has really happened, rather than that kind of performative. In my experience, there's a lot of rainbows put on a lot of tats, and it's called allyship, right? But I don't need a burger wrapped in a rainbow. Like, that's not what I'm looking for. So what kind of active allyship have you seen, leading examples from where you work?
So thanks a lot for the question. I think it's very pragmatic, real. The D&I Regional Council in Europe has been created back in 2014. And in 2019, just only 2019, our new CEO announced the new values at Pfizer. That the year was it was in Spain, actually. And one of these values was equity. So before the values came to life, the only way of being pragmatic and impactful on initiative was creating a network of allies. And without that kind of network, we could not make any kind of impact. You need to imagine that at the European level, we are around 25,000 colleagues in 27 different countries with 27 different needs and nature of organization. Because I can tell you, being an ally in a commercial organization is completely different than being an ally in a production site or manufacturing site. So also there, we work closely with leadership team. And I like, Paul, when you say leadership is very important, because the concept, so I don't like to go through definition, but during one of the recent training that we received, it was giving a definition of allyship. It was using our privilege for people that don't have the same privilege. So what we did in that case, we just start connecting concretely with the leadership team and country managers. And instead of going through the D&I channel team to cascade initiative, we were asking them to using their privilege as a senior leader in the organization to deliver any kind of trainings on a specific D&I topics. And this was perceived by the colleagues in a completely different way. Not just something like optional, but something that was coming from the business and as a request to the business. So this completely changed the concept of allyship. One of my first example of allyship, personal example of allyship, was in our LGBTQ+ Open, it's called Open at Pfizer Employee Network campaign that we've launched at the European level. We started with 17 members at that time from the Italian chapter, and we become 2,000 members and allies within 2 years' time. And this was only possible, again, to first of all, create a toolkit, how to become an ally, how to be an ally. There are many people that sometimes they want to help, they don't know even how they can help or how they can be an active ally. And sometimes when you try to be an ally, but you don't have enough maturity, you create even more damage because people at that point, they feel also that they are kind of overjudged or overestimated. So we made a real maturity and educational process through the allyship. We became personal ally as well. So we work with business psychologists, we work with D&I professional expert to, first of all, understand which the topic we want to provide allyship, because something is for the LGBTQ+ community, something is for the women gender empowerment, something is for the Men as Ally campaign. So there is so many different kind of allyship. And every time I can tell you that now after 6-7 years that I am in the field, I'm still learning new way of being an ally. And it's kind of continuing journey that you need to update yourself. But the most effective way to be an ally is, first of all, thinking that it's a never-ending journey. There is always something that you need to learn.
And Antonio, can I just ask you a follow-up question before I turn to Sandy? So I absolutely agree on that need to learn. So I'm a member of the LGBT+ community, but every day I'm learning something new about that community, and I feel like a gay elder now at 43 because the kids are finding new things. So we're always learning. But I wonder, Antonio, to what extent is that movement that you've created, those 2,000 people signing up to be an ally, having an impact on your effectiveness at Pfizer? How is it making a difference to your bottom line? You know, for want of a better description, do you see it driving performance at Pfizer?
Yes. So and here again we connect again with the importance of being strategic and work with your business partners to make your strategy effective. So what we have done, we have tried to involve business leaders in the conversation and trainings that we were delivering. And we were starting to work, for example, with our HR organization, such, for example, People Experience, to understand where we could intervene in any policy that was supporting specific needs of the LGBTQ+ community. We have created, after the creation of the Open Out Pfizer Employee Network, transgender policy in several countries. Or we tried also to understand how we could support family needs also from the LGBTQ+ communities, from the rainbow families. So, and again, there is a never-ending process because every year potentially something else is popping up. Most important, also the kind of country that you are going to intervene is different. Having this kind of conversation in Madrid or having this conversation in Poland, I can tell you that is completely different approach. Absolutely. So also there you need to be also aware of the legal constraints you may have, of the penal constraints you may have, and be strategic also to understand how you can be also using your privilege as a company that is leading in the market, maybe also to change the conversation externally and try to have an impact on community as well, not just internally at the company.
Absolutely. We have to code switch, don't we? We have to find different ways. Misha-Ann, come on in.
Yes, I keep popping in here, but I'm so
Don't you worry.
passionate about this topic and I have so much to say. So a couple of things. One of the things that at WorkHuman we research extensively is psychological safety. And this is to your question about the relationship between allyship and the bottom line. And what we find is that there is a relationship between inclusion and psychological safety. And part of the definition of psychological safety is feeling safe enough to speak up and contribute with your ideas, right? Or to say, hey, this is unsafe, or this feels wrong. And those actions and behaviors inevitably contribute to the bottom line in terms of things like innovation. If I have an idea, I feel safe enough to share it. If I see something that has a negative safety implication, I feel safe enough to speak up about that. If this idea has negative consequences that I know because I work on the front line or I'm close to the customer, I feel like I can say something. And so I need people to understand that these two things are inextricably linked. The other thing I want to say is, when I think about companies that come across as least performative to me, I think about companies like Pfizer, and here's why. There are companies that talk about their inclusion strategy as it relates to their employees, and the least performative companies to me are the ones that take a broader view and they say, okay, how can we impact our communities? How can we ensure diversity and inclusion in things like clinical trials? How can we make sure that our suppliers are diverse? And I know that Pfizer hits on all of those pillars. And to me, that convinces me that a company is not just performative, but is a true ally to different communities.
Thank you, Misha-Ann. Absolutely. Sandy, if I can bring you in now to build on those points, really getting into those tangible benefits, both internal and external of allyship. And if I could stretch it a little bit further, Sandy, because I reckon you can deal. What do we do with when those companies get a backlash, right? So they've kind of done it externally, and then suddenly someone's not happy, and they retreat. And obviously I'm not going to name companies here, but getting that balance right. Anything thoughts on that would be great to hear, Sandy.
Yeah, thank you. I think what everyone is saying is just stimulating so much thought for me about what we're learning, what's working, and what's not. So I'm going to break this down into 3 different things. The first thing I want to say is I want to kind of call out people are need-based. So everything we do is based on fulfilling our primary needs, corporations especially, since they are for-profit enterprises generally, right? So there are ways we get things done inside a corporation, and the human network is the primary way we do that. It's the way we actualize everything we do. Before the concept of allyship, if you just went back in time and looked inside companies, everybody had somebody who had their back, who supported them, who when they were in a meeting and they said something, someone else said, yeah, I agree with Sandy. I support that. And if that was a more powerful executive, that then gave me power. So when we talk about allyship, we're talking about sharing that outside of the circle of people who used to have that privilege only, basically white men, to more communities, right? So I think, one, it's really important just to understand that anything that's going to be successful in business is going to be grounded in the needs that help the business accomplish its goals. And allyship is distributing that power outside a small circle of privilege, which is also better for the company, because the more limited the circle of power and decision-making, the more limited the company. So first and foremost, to hit benefits, I would tell you that one thing is you're unleashing superpowers of individuals and communities. So more creativity, more difference of creativity is just going to drive more success. That's just, purely facts, right? The second thing is the safety that Misha-Ann was talking about. So safety allows people to feel like they can not only speak up and introduce good ideas, and you'll get more of that. So there's just literally more superpower array coming online. But it also helps with awareness, because people, like companies, have lots of issues, and we only become aware of that over time. So more people that can speak up and say, like, hey, I need to tell everyone in a meeting that the product we're so excited about is a terrible product, the faster the company will learn and change the product, right? So that awareness is very powerful. Transfer and distribution of power, big deal, very big deal, right? Everybody in the room wants someone to support them. Every one of us, when we say something, we want someone to like it and support us in it. So that's really necessary. It helps form greater teams. I think the third benefit, and there's a fourth, the third benefit is when a company stands for values, people trust it. Disney, Yahoo, Verizon, Dial. When I joined Pinwheel, one of the reasons I took the recruiting call was because when I heard they were trying to create fair financial systems for all, I believed in that. I trusted it. And I found their reputation was very strong because other people trusted that and saw that as important. Finally, when you survey employees, one thing they will say to you is their best manager had their back. And I remember many situations in my career when I was in challenging situations and my manager really had my back. There was nothing like that in terms of empowerment, trust, loyalty. Allyship, I think, is very much about that. Now, in terms of performative or not, companies, when they actually value something, they will do 6 things. Say it, do it, reward it, systematize it, hire and fire against it, and promote to it. If they do those things, because ultimately reward is the anchor, that means it really matters to them. So remember before diversity, when managers, we didn't performance manage managers based on how well they were managers, which means we didn't actually care about management back then. And then when diversity rolled in, we said diversity is great, but it wasn't anyone's performance review. It wasn't in their bonus share. So it didn't matter until it did. And then that started to change. Companies like Disney, Verizon started actually tying it to bonuses. That made a huge impact and change. So we have to make sure that if something like allyship matters and we know we'll be more successful as a business, we've explained the why, we've tied it to compensation systems, right? And like people have said before, like Paul said, Amisha and said, Antonio, we are measuring it all the time because clearly it matters. Now, when companies do the marketing, as you talked about, and maybe they're being performative, maybe they're not. I think the important thing is once they realize like, oh, we've asked for this, and now are we actually backing it up? Are we making it happen? One, people need to be able to call them on that. And then 2, they need to say like, okay, so why did this matter? What have we learned? What will we do now? And then how are we creating accountability so we know those things happen? You know, at the end of the day, when I think about back when I was at Yahoo, we really pushed for diversity when Verizon had bought us. Both companies did. We had the most diverse team that we ever achieved, and we went profitable based on that. So we saw the tangible outcomes of more different thinking, trying different things, the diversity coming between the 2 companies, and it drove greater success. And then we story told that. We showed those measurements every other week to the whole company and story told that till no one would listen to us anymore. Like we just kept telling those stories about employees and teams that because of their diversity thought of something different and changed the landscape for the company and people in the world. So you have to really own the accountability, the necessity of the action, and show that connection between like, oh, people spoke up in this meeting because they felt safe. We realized something about a product we wouldn't have realized, and look at how that translated. The bottom line is difference gives meaning in life. And I believe difference plus imagination equals innovation. And that's what we want from everybody. We want them thinking differently, solving problems, and helping us innovate. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you, Sandy. And I think it's that you're really describing that difference between a knee-jerk PR exercise and something that is integral to ways of working. And Paul, I wonder if you want to come in here. Misha, and I'm going to come to you in a moment on leadership. And I'd love to also dig down a bit into what happens when leaderships make a mistake as allies, right? Because we can find ourselves when we're doing our very best work, we get it wrong sometimes, right? And then we kind of lose our nerve a bit as an ally. So I'd love to dig into that with you, Mishran. But Paul, come on in with your thoughts about that difference between how you manage these different things, because I know a lot about co-op and how you had to navigate this in the UK. But do build.
Well, thank you. I love, Sandy, what you talked about around storytelling, because I think it's incredibly powerful. And I think, you know, if I think about some of my own experiences, where I've learned the most is hearing about what other people have experienced, the good, the bad, and everything in between. So I think it's incredibly important. I saw something on LinkedIn this morning. I am not going to claim it as mine. I don't want it to get into any kind of copyright, trouble or anything like that. But I saw a statement that said, a little phrase that said, if you want to inspire other people, don't show them your superpowers, show them theirs. And I think for me, that is allyship at its core. And I think that feels quite hard sometimes, because you have to kind of let go of your ego. You have to let go of wanting to be right all the time. You have to let go of wanting to get your point of view across. and you have to kind of step back and lead other people into that. And I think that's kind of one of my own learnings, I suppose. And when I talk to people across my organization and across other organizations, they're kind of like, well, how do I know I'm doing a good job? And I think as individuals, as an organization, you know you're doing a good job if it feels quite hard. Because if you're being a good ally, it doesn't come easily, because otherwise the world would be a very, very different place. So I think the more difficult conversations you're having, the more you're challenging the status quo, the more you are counterculture, probably the better job you're doing is what I would say.
Thank you, Paul. And it should be a bit uncomfortable. I'm currently having 400 conversations with members of the House of Lords on trans issues, and I'm not trans, and it's much easier for me to be having those conversations than someone who is trans. But my days, it ain't easy, right? This ain't just turning up and waving a flag. This is hard miles. So it absolutely shouldn't come easy. Misha-Ann, come in, tell us about leadership and the role that leadership plays in this, but also, if you wouldn't mind, exploring those moments when it's tricky and it goes a bit wrong as well would be great to hear your thoughts on. Do you think she deliberately went off? Did I push it too far, Sandy?
No.
No, Misha-Ann does not strike me as someone who would go, I'm leaving this situation. She'll come back.
While we're waiting for, I just want
Please
to comment to Paul's, because Paul, you just made me think something so wonderful, which is I had a recruiter that worked for me, and she was amazing, named Meredith back at Yahoo, and she took time to find her voice. And I remember, in a meeting, I measure success by if everyone speaks. And eventually she spoke and she had a great voice. Well, recently I was at a recruiting dinner with her, and everyone was debating about something about diversity. And I started to say something, and she turned to me and she goes, Sandy, wait, can you let me say one more thing? And I said, yes. And it was such a proud moment for me that she said to me, like, let my voice continue. And it was just the right thing for her to do. And it showed me that she was asserting herself in a way that was real growth. And I was just really happy. And I'm a big talker. But I was so happy that I realized I needed to shut up and let her voice continue. So seeing that growth was just a really wonderful thing. The other thing I wanted to mention, so thank you I think those stories are ones we need to really illustrate. Ruth, to your point about trans, so I think what's at the root of diversity is that we're all born broken. We try and perfect ourselves, and we have a part of ourselves that wants to be individual and a part that wants to be collective, and they're always battling. And through life, we kind of learn the balance. I think that when we see other people who can exert their individuality and be unique and be diverse and be comfortable with it, that either makes you feel appreciative of it, or it can scare people who may feel weak and afraid to share their own vulnerability. So if you look at people being weak in the world and scared of those who can actually come out and be themselves, you would understand why there can be anger, hatred, even racism from weak people towards people who are strong when they're different and still comfortable being different. Well, who creates the most difference about themselves in the world? Trans people, because they have to create their entire identity against the norm. Absolutely. So to me, there is no greater superpower, super being, than a trans person with that level of courage. And so I'm so glad you are having those conversations, because that is the frontier of freedom of identity in terms of diversity that we really have to champion for people.
Absolutely agree 100%. Misha-Ann is back in the house. So Misha-Ann, I'm going to go on mute, and we want to hear all your thoughts. Misha-Ann, come on in.
Just making sure everybody can hear me. Okay, so sorry for that internet snafu, hotel Wi-Fi. So I'm really passionate about this topic and this question. So I'll answer it from a macro perspective and a micro perspective, and then I'll get to the question about what happens when leaders get it wrong and what should they do. So from a macro perspective, what I see sometimes from organizations that I consider performative is they just implement something, right? And I'm going to come in hot here, like, anti-racism training, which is great, by the way. I'm not against it, but, it can come across as a check the box thing. Now, can you imagine if you went to the doctor and you said you felt ill and they just gave you a medicine without diagnosis? Like, you would think that was ridiculous, right? But for some reason, we don't approach diversity and inclusion the same way. And so from a macro perspective, I think what needs to happen, and I'm so passionate about this, I wrote a whole article about it, is you need to diagnose first, right? Then come up with a strategy that is intentional and targeted to what you find that is specific to your organization. You need to communicate that strategy and be transparent about what you found. And then you need to keep communicating your progress towards what you said you were going to do. And, if these are wins, then this is the storytelling that Sandy talked about, right? So it further cements it into your culture. Now, on the micro level, I think leaders need to model behaviors for other people. So recently did some research with an organization called She Suite, looking at the experiences of women in the workplace. And one of the things we talked about was male allies who showed up for women and the things that those men were doing for women. And some of these things I've already heard in this conversation, right? So things like speaking up for that person when they're not in the room in order to distribute the power, getting people in those rooms that wouldn't otherwise be there, advocating for people for opportunities. One other thing that I think is probably not talked about enough is a couple of things I will say is number one, listening. When you're in that mentor-mentee relationship with somebody who's different from you, do not center yourself, your opinions, or your own experiences in that conversation. Listen in order to learn. And then the second thing, that I think leaders can do that I think is not talked about enough is just the simple action of letting it be known that you're looking for somebody to mentor. Because if you're waiting for the disadvantaged person to gather up the courage and be like, hey, can you be my mentor? Like, it's hard, okay? So just letting it be known that you're looking for somebody to mentor. Now, as you said, Ruth, sometimes people get this wrong, right? Like, intention and impact are not the same, right? You can have the best of intentions, but do something that negatively impacts people. Now, I'm going to come in hot again. I think one of the worst things that we've done in terms of anti-racism is made the racist the big bad boogeyman that nobody wants to be. And so what this means is that people don't want to admit that they've done something wrong, right? Racism is the boogeyman. Racism is the bad guy. And we should all be hyper focused on rooting out those behaviors and those biases in ourselves, because at the end of the day, stereotyping is part of the human existence, and racism is stereotyping gone wrong, right? Not systemic racism, but individual behaviors that are racist. And so we should be more open to identifying that in ourselves and talking about it. So coming back to your question, what do you do when you get it wrong? You be vulnerable, you admit it, and you say it publicly so that other people can feel comfortable doing the same thing in your organization. And in that way, you become a group of people that are continually learning and progressing in this space.
And Ruth, from my side, and sorry, I know that we are very late, but I want just to spend 1 minute. Misha, I think it's very important what you say, and I think it's as well important to be aware that being a leader, when you become a leader, you don't receive any specific training how to be a great and inclusive leader. It's something that we have to say that. So as a D&I expert, I think it's absolutely important to work closely with leaders to understand, because again, we are living constant changing times. And with the change comes the pressure. With the pressure comes the uncertainty. With the uncertainty comes microaggression, micromanagement, and all the rest that it doesn't make an inclusive environment and is impacting all the D&I space and activities. So I think we should be very close, specifically in the moment of crisis, specifically in the moment where leaders are acting as jerk externally or perceived as jerk or not inclusive, and try to work with them to explain which kind of biases are triggering that moment. Because most of the time I can tell you that we don't even know which are the biases that we are applied to. So again, as a D&I expert, I know that we need to do a lot of meditation sometimes, and sometimes it's very frustrating. I can tell you from my own personal experience, but the more we grow on D&I, the more we understand that we don't need to give for granted that everyone is at our level of maturity. So we need always to step down, wait for the others to arrive at the same stage, and proceed together with them.
Thank you, Antonio, and thank you, Misha Ann. I was so engaged in what you're both saying, I momentarily forgot I was chairing. So so getting back in the zone of holding this thing, because there is something very, it requires reflection, right? It requires a capacity to reflect. And part of what I encounter in my work at Deeds and Words is people get so defensive when they're called out. They instantly, white people really want to prove they're not racist all the time. And it's like, guys, it's okay. Shh. Stop, reflect. It's possible that you may have made a mistake here, and it's okay, but we can build this together. But forgiveness becomes part of that. Paul, I just wondered if you had any kind of final thoughts, because question panels online are always a little bit rigid, and anything you wanted to say that you haven't been able to say, we'd love to hear it.
I don't think so. I think just on the conversation around leadership that we've just had, I think, you know, it just goes to highlight that, you know, across our organizations, it's really important that we provide space for people to have the conversation. But also, Antonio, your point, you know, you don't automatically arrive in a leadership role and know absolutely everything. You know, at our core, we're all human, so we'd like to think we have a, you know, a basic level of understanding of how to treat other people, but that's not always the case. And I think creating that space for leaders is equally important, because, you know, within any organization, it's a big job. It's a huge responsibility. And going back to what we talked about earlier around, you know, are people wanting or expecting us to have a perspective or a point of view on what's happening in the world and do something about it? Our leaders are the ones that, you know, that drive that. So I would just kind of wrap up with that, really.
Thank you, Paul. Sandy, any final thoughts?
Yes. I remember in 2022 doing a training with a bunch of leaders at Yahoo, and they were saying how going into COVID and after the tragic murder of George Floyd, they were very determined to be great leaders, great allies, be supportive. They did all the trainings. We made them do a road to allyship training where it was 3 steps to actually understand how to be a good ally, which I think was a really great move by the diversity team that we worked with. But they said to me, we feel like we thought we were going to be so good at this, and now we realize we weren't. And I said, now you're finally getting good at it, because you realize that you're not going to be, you're going to be learning all the time. And so that's one important thing. Learning is a way to be good at this. Diversity will always be about learning. Inclusion will always be, allyship especially. So I remember we were doing a summit on allyship, and I went online and did research on the internet because I really didn't have a great definition. I didn't understand a lot about the history of it. And we got online, I started asking questions of the community and the company. And I said, oh, this is what I researched. And someone said, I just appreciate, Sandy, that you did research instead of just showing up and asking us to tell you what a good ally would be. So my tips are, 1, do your research. Don't make the people you're trying to support do all the work. 2, then you've got to learn. 3, you've got to ask, what do the people you're trying to be an ally to need? Because it will be different from every different set of people and every individual. And then you've got to learn where you're good at it, where you're not. And Misha, and I love what you said about racism. We had situations where we actually had employees admit things they felt and thought that were racist, and we all shared things we'd done that were biased. And I said, look, no, it's the human condition. People aren't immune to this, and you won't be getting rid of, like you said, racism or bias from your brain. The brain literally works on a bias filter. So it is, again, all continually about the learning. So research, ask, take action, and learn, right? And like we've all said, measure it, and then storytell. Because again, the more people see great allies, and if we reward them in our corporate systems, we reward great leaders who are being great allies, I guarantee you more people will do it.
Thank you very much, Sandy. And thank you to all our panel. I think we could have easily done 2 hours on this subject, because allyship is really the root of all effective inclusion, diversity and equality policies, which are at the heart of organizational effectiveness. And really it all comes back to this. I think I've been really struck by the need to get out of the way, but also get in. And that's quite a hard balance, right? Do the research, ask the questions, do the listening, and then step away. Doesn't lend itself to the heroic leadership model we've all been brought up with, where you have to rescue people and be in charge and sort it all out. So I hope we can all keep learning. Thank you all for an amazing panel. The next panel up is prioritizing the S in ESG with some amazing panelists after this break. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With a calm, carefree mind, I wander these streets.
Have a lovely day.
Pavement and open skies so clear and free. This weight of ink and paper, the only burden I carry. Past repeating houses and sunlit buildings. Surely freedom is a peaceful walk down a known route, greeting morning's people with smiles and stories.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you so much. You're very kind.
To think I was once so bound by fate, but now I notice many little beautiful things.
Factoring in these 10 specific facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging, organisations can get a very real and measured account of exactly where they are today. They can then look at the ways in which they can move their dial significantly forward by identifying the areas that need the most work and development.
The 10 facets are important because it actually puts a framework around it that makes the industry have a better opportunity to manage it in both the UK and the United States. The diagnostics in the report help organisations benchmark it themselves against what the industry is doing, how they report, measure, but most importantly, take action on the findings across the report. It's useful data that, in my opinion, everybody who is responsible for culture should absolutely read.
When I think about why people should take time to read yet another review, the reality is that you don't have to read this review in one. You can go in and out throughout the year. We won't solve diversity and inclusion and the barriers that's in place in organisations by one review. We will solve this by working on this over time, really investing in sustainable solutions.
So you should take time to read the report, and I know there are many reports that cover the different characteristics. The reason for it though is it really is that one-stop shop. It has all of the 10 facets in there, but also it's great because it gives you feedback about how you're doing. There are fantastic case studies in there. And what I really find valuable is there are absolute nuggets of ideas that you can take and you can put them into your organisation. You can create a fantastic discussion in your organisation from all the insights that's in there, but through those ideas, you can actually turn those conversations into action.
The future of diversity is in reporting. It's so important. We say at the foundation, what gets measured gets done, but you can't improve unless you can measure. And so it takes inclusion, diversity and belonging within all forms of organisation to a place where you actually know if you're making progress, you understand what your baseline is, and unless you can do those things, it's just talk, it's just in the abstract. So what we do is we provide practical solutions to allow people to affect the change.
Not only do you get a report on how you've scored as a business, that means that you can look at it and see where you're scoring well against other businesses or not so well, but it also then enables you to build a plan and actually really understand where there's opportunity.
Apart from obviously being the right thing to do, inclusive cultures are absolutely differentiating against others. You know, the best high-performing cultures have a high degree of psychological safety and inclusion. And when you can bring a group of people with diverse backgrounds, experiences, beliefs, and they can come together and feel that they can be the very best version of themselves, it becomes really, really powerful. And that's when you get the most innovation, the best outcomes, and most of the statistics say that that's the case.
We really encourage leaders to look at an approach which is based by scientific methodology as opposed to purely common sense. It is together that we can move the dial forward. Delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers, the Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We're the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
and welcome back to the Dial Global Virtual Summit. I have an absolute treat in store for you with this fantastic panel. We're going to be discussing the prioritization of the S, or the social aspects, within ESG through the lenses of diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, and culture. So companies have historically prioritized the environmental and the climate aspect, the E in ESG, but the S, the guiding light, call me biased, the social aspect is fast gaining traction and importance. Analysts say it will be the forthcoming for the next 10 years and be the S will be what the E has been for the last decade. Smart companies now integrate social considerations that are crucial for meeting the growing stakeholder expectations, as well as risk mitigation, sustainability, employee engagement, and brand image. We're seeing HR, people leaders, diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, culture experts now becoming more significantly involved as to how to deliver on the company's ESG strategy through those diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, and culture lenses and employee well-being strategies. In this session, we're going to be exploring HR and leadership's role within diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, and culture in embedding social responsibility into company cultures, policies, practices, and the S strategy. We'll be delving into how smart organizations are effectively integrating the DIBEC initiatives into the S strategy, some of the challenges that organizations also commonly face when attempting to embed these different aspects into culture, how we can overcome these, highlights of key considerations when aligning DIBEC's efforts within this social aspect of ESG. And then finally, looking at metrics and tools and methodologies that companies can really utilize to gauge the success of social responsibility efforts within the broader framework. But before we get started, I'd love to introduce our brilliant panel. I know you all well, and I have so much admiration and respect for each of you. Ray Dempsey, Group Chief Diversity Officer at Barclays, Raj Verma, Chief Diversity and Culture Officer at Sanofi, and Helen Webb, OBE, Chief People Officer of WH Smith. And I'll go in the order that I have just mentioned there for you to introduce yourself before we dive into the panel and tell us a little about yourself and why you're so passionate about this subject. Ray.
Hello. It's so great to be with you and everyone participating in the summit today. As the camera came on, you might have seen me with my mobile in my hand. I was downloading the Dial Global app, which I don't yet have. I can't wait until we're done here, and I'll go and play around in that. But if you haven't seen it yet, go have a look. I bet there's some fabulous content and information. I'm delighted to be part of the community, Layla, that you so powerfully cultivate and engage. I've been leading diversity, equity, and inclusion at Barclays for 3 years now. I spent 30 years prior to my time in Barclays. I was at BP, and my last role there was leading diversity, equity, and inclusion in the Americas. This became a passion of mine almost through serendipity. I discovered accidentally that this was meant to be my mission, my purpose. It is absolutely my entire focus in the way that I engage as an executive now in the corporate world, and I'm looking forward to this conversation.
Thanks so much, Ray. Raj, coming to yourself, and I didn't pay Ray to say that, by the way, but thank you, Ray. We literally adore you. Raj. The wonderful number, it still trips us up. I'm wondering whether you might be in France, somewhere else in the world, or in the wonderful Leamington Spa, because we are pretty much neighbours.
I'm actually in Paris, and thank you for hopefully you can hear me. I'm not quite sure how I follow Ray and his 30-year career in the world of DE&I. So I essentially lead culture, diversity, and the employee experience in the workplace. I've been at Sanofi now 3 years. Prior to that, 25 years in HR, globally, locally, running business units, living and traveling all over the world. And one of the things that got me into DE&I wasn't the fact that it was a standalone activity. It was part of my everyday, right? when I was running a country, running a business unit, or looking after international clients, it was something that we always talked about. And part of my role, and I guess part of it being the lived experience, you're able to bring a perspective to that conversation, albeit it wasn't formalized. And this has been my first sort of formalized role in DE&I. But I see it as a business transformer because it's that one thing that hits every part of the employee life cycle, from the candidate experience to employees, to alumni, to then for Sanofi, patients and customers, plus. So I think that's what keeps me engaged and interested in the topic.
Thanks so much, Raj. You're absolutely right. It does literally hit every single part of that employee life cycle continuum. Helen, last but never least, excited to hear from you.
Thanks, Layla, and lovely to see you. Obviously, I'm currently the CPO of WH Smith. I've been here since last April, but I have a long career in HR, having worked most of my career in retail. But other than, and I'm sure everybody can talk about lived experiences, but just two things from my career and life that I would say sparked and led me to spend so much time in this space as part of the day job. But a number of you have heard my story that my brother is actually thalidomide, was born in the 60s with no arms, at a point in time that the scandal was starting to be heard and people starting to talk about the implications. So having grown up with disability in the family and also seen how much, because of the way my parents were with my brother, how much he could achieve and to ignore what everybody else was saying to him, actually been part of that journey with him and part of that family really has always made me conscious of the diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity agenda. But my professional spark was when I worked with Aviva back in the early 2000s and was asked to lead a project about a feasibility study about what the first real global diversity policy and strategy could look like. And that really set me on a course from then on, that no matter where I've been and what I've done, I've passionate in this space and worked very hard in this space, and keep teaching myself about this space because, thoughts evolve, research evolves, and I think it continues to be interesting, and I think we all have to continue to learn, and I'm sure that's obviously what the summit's about, isn't it, Leah?
Thanks so much, Helen. It absolutely is. It is that evolutionary piece. You probably all heard me say diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, culture. It's living, it's breathing, it's sleeping. It is the role of the people officer, and the diversity leader is one that is absolutely mile wide and it is mile deep. Not only does it touch the personal lives, but also the profound impact it can have within the business context is another level. Now, diving into the first question, I'm going to come to Ray on this one. Ray, how are organizations effectively integrating DIBEC initiatives into their broader ESG strategy? And secondly, what are some of those challenges that we're seeing for people leaders and diversity leaders facing into to be able to achieve this?
It's a great question, Layla. There's a lot in that, and I want to reflect first on the way you introduced the subject, that the S is perhaps for the next decade going to have the focus and attention that the E did for the last decade. I've said the same. I certainly see the indications of that. There's so many bits of evidence that bear this out. You could point to Larry Fink's annual letter to CEOs, Larry Fink of BlackRock, and the admonition that he provides, particularly around elements related to the S. I know many global companies have a charitable foundation through which they do loads of things in support of the communities in which they are present, and that's a fabulous thing. I personally served for many years as the president of the BP Foundation, but I think there's a really important distinction between philanthropy and the way that you actually bring the S to life, the S in ESG, and so that's what I'll reflect on. There are lots of examples I could share about the way we've approached this in Barclays. The time I personally spend with our sustainability team or with investor relations, when key investors, shareholders all have a real deep interest in and curiosity about what we're doing around that S, and specifically how the DEI efforts directly intersect into those priorities. I'm really proud of the life skills program that Barclays has been running for many years. We've literally supported millions of young people across the UK in preparing them for better futures, support for employability and skills that will carry them through life. So I could offer a commercial, but I'll set that aside for now, and I'll make this point. I think the single greatest challenge and priority, so it actually is addressing both of your questions sort of in one, is in what I call being really clear about the intersections of interests. Oftentimes, the things that we would aim to do in support of sort of supporting societal challenges, societal causes, societal opportunities, oftentimes they'll take us into a focus on groups that are often a part of the focus of a DEI program broadly. When we engage with an organization that supports young girls in pursuing STEM education, we don't do it because we hope or we even expect that all of those young girls will someday come and work in Barclays. But there's a truth that our support in our engagement in that kind of an organization means that we will cultivate a growing capacity, a growing sort of part of a workforce that'll contribute in those spaces. And indeed, some of those people will come and work at Barclays. So being clear about where there's an intersection in what matters to us and the way that we build and support and cultivate our talent, and what actually is meaningful in preparing our communities, preparing society around us for the future, the challenges, the opportunities that will come. That's where you find the real magic. Another challenge that corporations will often have is, in today's world, often we've got scarce resource, we've got huge expectations of performance and delivery. So people always want to hear about ROI. What is the return on investment? And when you're making investments in that S, sometimes those things are harder to bear out. So you've got to be prepared to take a long view, to recognize that priority of noting the intersections of interest, to be clear that while it's not philanthropy, the purpose sometimes of the things that we'll do isn't just to drive talent straight into the seats around our firm. There's also a huge opportunity in the way we support entrepreneurship and firms that could grow and scale and become part of our supply chain, our value chain, the way that we cultivate our priorities around supplier diversity broadly and the kinds of firms that we do business with. It's really important to be thoughtful about the way that our products and our services reach the clients and the customers that matter so much. And the growing difference that is represented in those communities means that if we aren't paying close attention today, if we aren't getting good at the way that we attract and retain and develop people of a huge variety of difference, and putting those people to work to ensure that our products and our services, the way we engage and interact, is meeting needs and expectations in communities around us, in society broadly, then that's where we lose. So this becomes a priority for companies when they recognize it, they see it, they treat it as a commercial imperative, as a real opportunity to create that intersection between what matters most for the company and what matters most in society.
Ray, you articulated that as ever so beautifully. It is the moral imperative, but also the importance of seeing this as a business strategy. Diversity as a commercial lever for economic growth and prosperity right the way through the entire life cycle of employees, talent coming into the organization. The STEM program sounds fantastic. But to your point, organizations like Barclays, WH Smith, Sanofi have that power to be able to really support growing the seeds of these individuals and also organizations through supply chain diversity. So it really is that absolute kind of holistic piece, cradle to grave in every single aspect of this. But as you say, also, we see media headlines, which at times can be concerning for many of us. This is the time now more than ever to really step up and live our values and practice what we preach. Thank you, Ray, so much as ever. Raj, Helen, any further reflections on some of the words that Ray spoke so powerfully then?
I loved, Ray talked about intersectional connection between the different areas, and we talk a lot about intersectionality in the world of DE&I. And one of the things that we've done, certainly in Sanofi, is ensuring that we take an integrated approach with many things, because we're trying really hard to be sustainable by not just bolting things on, but by building them in. And I think if you're able to do that, you get a lot more longevity to what you're trying to do. So I think that whole essence makes a massive difference. And if you don't get that tone from the top, it's very difficult to build this ground up. You need to have a clarity of direction of where you're going and why you're going there. And I would just add one thing to Ray's sharing there, is that the storytelling is such a big part of certainly what great companies do around the work of ESG. Because for some it's an enigma, and for others it's everyday language. And I think it's breaking it down to the most that makes it relevant for the majority.
Indeed, Raj. And I mean, I've often quoted Ray saying when he started this work, it felt like he was pushing a rather large rock up a hill. But as we have continually strived forward, and real models, not just role models like yourself, have really got behind these initiatives, and CEOs have as well, it's that trickle effect, as you say, Raj. And if we don't have buy-in from the top, going grassroots upwards is like pushing that rock up a hill. I think we've lost Helen just here for a moment. Looks like she's in one of the WH Smith stores. I know you global citizens are in lots of different places, and so we'll circle back when Helen comes back in just a moment. But I'd love to move across to yourself, Raj, with our next question around metrics and tools. How can companies use more metrics and tools without becoming paralyzed, I should say, because we talked a lot in the summit thus far about data, more data. Data does drive behavior, which is great, but also how can we use metrics and tools proactively to gauge the success of social responsibility efforts within the ESG framework, and how can organizations measure that impact of the diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, culture initiatives on the S in ESG?
Look, I think one of the things we're trying really hard is to make sure we've got the right KPIs, not every KPI. And I think sometimes less is more. Being in science, data is everywhere. You'll often hear our CEO talk about being the first pharma in the world to use AI at scale. And I think that's a key bit of our cultural transformation. So we apply that to everything that we do. And if I take a bit of a step in terms of when we looked at the ESG piece, we built it around one social impact with 3 key pillars. And each of these pillars had specific expectations, investment, resource, both financial and human, and what is it that we were going to get back, and how's it going to help the organization move further forward towards its purpose. And everything we do ladders up. So therefore, the data also ladders up. If I guess, talk about 3 areas, we created a global health unit, which is a non-profit healthcare model where we give greater access to treatment, training, and medicine to low socioeconomic countries around the world. We've impacted over 2 million people so far since we launched that less than 18 months ago. We have our CSR pillar, which talks about R&D, production, some of our commercial operations, and DE&I. And then we have our foundation, which Ray had mentioned that many organizations have. If I double click on the CSR piece, first of all, we co-created it, and that's a really important part of building the ownership. And when we were building that ownership, we looked at what is it that we're going to be saying to the world outside, as well as to all Sanofians around the world. How have we been successful? How do we know we're making progress? So on the launch of our D&I strategy, which is called Diversity Edge, we had 9 clear KPIs that were very transparent, that were, anybody can see them internally, and externally we share the themes that we deliver. But we did it so that, you know, when somebody asked me when I first joined Sanofi and I shared the D&I strategy, how many people have you got on your team? I said, I've got 100,000 people in my team, because every single person has a vested interest in their own diversity. And my job is to help them share that with others and to bring others in. So we've got KPIs that are built around representation, so gender, local representation, but also through employee resource groups. And we've spoken, Layla, about what we've done with our employee resource groups, and we've really dug deep to make it sustainable around the world. And we have over 50 different chapters and a very clear playbook that everybody follows. But I guess the second piece is really about culture. You know, what are we doing to create an inclusive culture? How are we measuring that? So the different policies that we're putting in place make a massive difference in terms of parental leave. How many men are taking the same amount of parental leave as women? We give 14 weeks parental leave to every employee, wherever you are in the world, from day one of joining Sanofi. So we measure that and we share that. The third part is around the community. So clinical trial diversity, for example, huge in our sector. How many of our trials have key diversity KPIs that we measure, manage, and exceed? Supplier diversity, you know, we've set an ambitious goal of 1.5 billion of our spend will be with diverse suppliers. We're just under 1.3 now, because we've been very intentional and we're sharing where some of the challenges are. And then finally, I would say, you know, when you're looking at measures, think about the impact it has on the world around you. So we launched at Davos last year, 1 million conversations. And that's not uncommon to what Ray was talking about in terms of scholarships and the STEM channel of bringing in women and girls into that sector. But we committed to 100 scholars a year, 50 million investment that we will be audited on to ensure that by 2030, we have around 1,000 diverse leaders across Sanofi in medicine, in research, in digital, in a whole raft of areas where we've got skill gaps. So if I go back to the start of the question, the measures that we're putting in place are absolutely transparent, whether they're good, bad, or indifferent. And if they are red, we say they're red, right? Nothing is ever green on a dashboard, because I never believe it. So you have to be realistic with what you're sharing. And every single bit connects with everything else. And that's the other part. If you have too many chapters to your book, no one's going to read it, right? It's got to be really to the point and people can see themselves in that. So for me, that's really how organizations can start to shape the tools and the metrics that they have in place. And we have, you know, like many organizations, Power BI dashboards. We've democratized a lot of the data. We have an app called Play, where every manager, 35,000 managers, have access to this, and they can see the data on a whole raft of things, including the work we're doing around DE&I and CSR and ESG.
Right, it is tremendous. Sorry, Raj, it is tremendous. Some of the work that you've done with the employee resource groups, and in particular, being so intentional about spend levels with not only minority-owned suppliers, but organizations which are really contributing to the communities in which the wider organization wishes to serve. Helena, I'd love to come across to yourself here. I'm sure you have the gist of some of the conversation. I know the reception is not too good, but from your perspective, from the people leader perspective, bearing in mind the fact that as diversity and people leaders have very rich backgrounds and different experiences with which to come to the table with, but love to get your take on some of the metrics, thoughts around KPIs, you know, perhaps even in particular kind of we hear a lot about ROIs, but actually what's the kind of the impact of inaction if we don't look at the IOIs, which is something I'd love to talk about.
Yeah, I do apologise for my connectivity. We've moved offices this week and this is only day 2 in the new office. So it's proving to be a challenge. So really apologies. I'm glad I've been able to dial back in. I think it's a really interesting subject, and I know Ray and Raj have spoke very eloquently about that whole business end-to-end view of ESG and the S piece, which is about that you do that looks like philanthropy but has long-term aims, through to actually what do you do for your colleagues, and what do you do for your colleagues on the ground, and how do you represent in metrics what success starts to look like. And I think it's a really interesting one. And my journey over the last few months is about recognizing how different things are in a UK based only organization versus a global organization, and the challenge of creating a strategy that really lands globally. And I think that means creating metrics that are global as well. And I think some of the narrow perspective that we have on metrics here in the UK is interesting. Because I think we look at representation statistics, we look at engagement statistics, but actually that broader inclusion piece, and I loved what Raj was just saying about, actually the percentage of suppliers that you work with that come from underrepresented groups, and how you measure that and how you represent that, I think is a big part of the S going forwards, as well as what we do in the people space. So I look at what our North American businesses do, and every time we open in an airport, we make sure that we're working with local groups, and we have a statistic and a metric that we measure. And you talk about ROI, Lola, we measure that we have 20% stock that actually comes from local producers, groups that we want to work with, therefore customers that we want to serve, communities that we want to serve that are actually coming through the airports where we operate. And I think there you start to measure what ROI looks like, because you are generating an environment that includes product for everyone, as well as more traditional measures, which are around including and making sure that you have a representative workforce. So I think it's a really interesting conversation. I think what's great about the conversation we're starting to have is it joins up that commercial aspect of the S in ESG, as well as the colleague aspect of ESG. So I think they're a really exciting space that we need to talk more about.
Mm-hmm. Couldn't agree more, Helen. And I'd love to circle back on a couple of the points, in particular one that you had made, Raj, around like this financial and human capital and how everything ultimately ladders up. Because when we look at, they say the wealth economy framework, which is something that I've been getting very geeky and into of late, is human capital, knowledge capital, social capital, all of these different aspects, and diversity and inclusion fits within that S of ESG. And I think, part of the worry sometimes that I have is there, are we getting lost in CSR, ESG, D&I, with everything kind of almost feeling at times a little bit blended together, when actually, when we looked at a whole range of different global standards and metrics, things like the wealth economy will be adopted by the UN in 2025. It appears to be a real watershed moment, i.e. how are we going beyond the classical kind of tangible way that we might look at wealth with GDP, USD, and actually looking at how that transcends and measure the human knowledge, social capital of all of these aspects, because arguably that contributes far more to our economies at times of challenge and world issues than purely looking at the kind of the fiscal black and white on the balance sheet, if that makes sense. So would love to kind of explore a little bit more that area of what what wealth really means, because you've all touched on it in terms of wealth into our communities and our economies, and also diversity and employee resource groups, ultimately, being a real kind of big proponent of this, and not necessarily a charitable piece, but a real lever as a business strategy that ladders right up the way to the CEO.
Leila, I've got a view on that. I'm happy to jump into this. I loved what I heard from Raj and Helen both. And Raj, two things in particular that jumped out: that you have 100,000 people on your team. I'm gonna shamelessly borrow that language, and maybe I should use it as part of my budget debates. I don't know if it'll serve me well, but we'll give it a go. And that you think of your colleagues as Sanofians. I love that language. For Helen, I can imagine W.H. Smithians. I'm struggling to put that into a Barclays application, but I'm going to take that away. The metrics, though, that you described, I think are all meaningful and powerful, but the connection to what Leila has just posited to us here, for me, it sometimes is reflected in what some people have been examining in the context of economic impact. ESG maybe most powerfully comes to life not by examining how well the company is doing or the things that the company is doing, but how much impact that is making, measurable impact in those communities around them. How do you know whether or not society is better? And many of us would argue that a thriving and economically strong community is a necessary foundation for a striving and economically well-performing company or enterprise. So that being the case, I think examining economic impact is an interesting and maybe important way for us to examine whether or not our ESG efforts are actually doing what it is that we intend. And sub-elements in an economic impact report, for example, can include how many people are employed, but it's not just as colleagues or employees in that particular firm. It can be the indirect. How many people have a job because of the contractual relationships that we do? How many people are part of major projects and construction and things that are done and executed by the firm? And those things all add up to shifting opportunity and economic strength in communities. You can examine wealth gaps and educational attainment gaps and even income gaps, and see that there's disproportionate impact oftentimes on the communities which are within focus for our work in DEI. So that being the case, it feels to me there is a natural and critical intersection, again, in the way that we focus on this work in DEI and the way that ultimately it can be and should be measured as a contributor to the health and strength and vitality of communities and society.
I'll probably add one thing to that, Ray. I think, one of the things that as an organization, you've got to look at your purpose and how the work of ESG fits in. I mean, there's going to be nuances sector by sector. So for the industry I'm in, it's about bridging the trust gap between marginalized communities and healthcare. And that's how we built our Million Conversations, because as well as scholars, it was also about creating dialogue internally and externally and using some of those themes to lead to the final pillar, which is about influencing the healthcare system in your country. So that theory of change we built through. And, for the first time ever, we had a full ESG Investors Day in 2022. And a quarter of that was around the work of DE&I and how it integrated and infused and was a pervasive part of what we were trying to change and transform, a global company that has a French heritage, right? So we're constantly looking at those nuances that make Sanofi. And I think for every organization to take that into account, I don't think ESG is copy and paste. I think you have to co-create it with your organization in line with your cultural values and behavior set and what your purpose is. And I think that is what differentiates company by company around the work of ESG.
Raj, thank you ever so much. And being conscious of time, Helen, I'm going to come across to you with asking a final question here around whether you can share any examples of companies that have successfully integrated their diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, culture principles into their ESG practices and have seen from that improved social impact. And finally, whilst you're mulling on that one, any other lessons that organizations can learn from these success stories?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one, although I think Raj might have just stolen my thunder a little, but never mind. Because his last sentence summed up essentially what I was going to say, but I'll say it a slightly different way. I think if you're looking for examples, there are many examples where people can go on individual companies' websites and have a look. I mean, I think the story that highlights that whole end-to-end, who is an organisation, what values have they got, what do they stand for, what they hear on, then I don't think you can go any further than Patagonia. And I think that's a great example of an organisation that is very easy to understand, it's not complex, sells great sports and outdoor leisure clothing, but from one end to the other of the way the business represents itself, the way that it deals with its colleagues, its suppliers, it's here to make the planet. And I think, you know, that's a very simple case study that everybody can access and start to understand. I think the complexity, though, of looking at others is that you can't say one size fits all. You have to really go into the DNA of your organisation, what it is set up to do, and therefore how you approach the S in ESG. So, you know, I came to WH from the cooperative. So I came from a co-op to a UK FTSE UK PLC. They are two very different organisations with very different, DNA, all both passionate about the ESG agenda, but coming from very different places and therefore want to have a social impact in a very different way. Therefore, if I'd walked in the door with the DEI strategy that I have co-op, it would have jarred completely within this organisation. Not because nobody doesn't think this is really important, you have to measure it, do it in a very different way, because the way that WH Smith wants to have social impact is very different. And it comes back to a little about what Ray was saying, which is about socioeconomic impact, which is slightly different from the organisation I came from. We are a numbers organisation, we're a profit-driven organisation, we're a share value organisation. That drives different behaviour. What I would say is that, you know, the lessons learned are, from a very personal perspective, I have to sit and pick apart what does the organisation stand for, what drives this organisation before I could create a strategy that I knew was going to resonate. And that clear about, you know, actually the brand trust is very important, as it is with a lot of organisations, but there's something a little bit special about WH Smith, founded in 1792, the UK's first retailer and oldest that's still going. And actually the pride that goes with that is the foundation from the DEI strategy that I have created. So for others listening, you have to understand what is the beating heart of your organisation and how does that therefore land into DE&I. We're a global organisation now as well, which is very different. Therefore, you know, we had a set of values that
I think we may have possibly lost Helen there. I'm sure she'll be back in just a moment. The wonders of modern day technology, hey. But we were talking. Oh, Helen, Helen, are you there? I think Helen's frozen. So whilst we're waiting for Helen to come back, I know we, we talk a lot about the success stories, which I think is absolutely brilliant because we have to keep doing this and keep the foot on the gas. But equally, I know, I wonder, Raj, Ray, whether you may be able to share, and again, no specific company names here to mention, albeit one that was very high profile that have seen the CBI absolutely terrible situation that we saw is kind of this you know,
but we had no behaviour.
Helen will be back, I'm sure. So talking about not just success stories, but being vulnerable enough to share things that haven't worked, because as Helen said, there is no one cookie cutter model size for success. We've all heard the expression, you know, there's no one silver bullet to this. Actually, being vulnerable enough to share what's worked, what hasn't worked, and also the danger of inaction if we don't continue to keep the momentum up. You know, we saw it with CBI and you know, former chair of KPMG. Again, you know, think KPMG are doing some great things, but equally the impact of not doing or saying or taking those actual actions that drive that meaningful change. So any examples you can give that are not just the good news stories, but things that we can do to ensure we mitigate crisis right now?
I can have a quick go. I think one of the things that we've tried to do is be very principled about what we do. So we've built an issues framework, like I guess many organizations have got, in terms of where do you speak up, where do you do something different, where is it local, where is it global. There's a lot of things, for example, in global organizations that stem from the US. So how do you speak to that as a global CEO versus the US CEO? But if you can keep going back to the principles of the why do you feel you've got a right to say something about X, Y, or Z? Because your employees are looking at you as well. How are you going to show up in a world that's moving a million miles an hour and changing every second? But equally, you've got a whole bunch of stakeholders and you've got a whole bunch of patients and customers and everything else. So taking as a 360, I think having a principled approach of your decision making when things go right or when they go wrong, I think that's got to be your North Star. Otherwise, it becomes too erratic. And what happens is that people fill in the gaps for themselves. And that may not necessarily be the truth. It may be their truth, but it may not be the truth. So our job really is to ensure that everything ladders up to our purpose and that we're taking, you know, a very specific approach. And I can just remember, you know, when the Black Lives Movement happened and how many organizations came out and said what, and how many of those are actually delivering on that, right? Because everybody jumped on that bandwagon super fast. But where is their commitment to have delivered what they said? So I think it's really important that you keep thinking about the why.
Leila, if I can just amplify what Raj has just said, I think he's just spot on. And the example I'll share, Helen noted that I talked about socioeconomic impact, and she's right, because Barclays is a bank. That's what we do. And so when we think about the impact we can have in those communities around us, in society broadly, we are best placed to examine that through the lens of our unique expertise, our unique capacity, our unique resources. And it isn't that there aren't a load of other social issues and causes and challenges that are really important, some of them really important to our own colleagues. And we do provide support for our colleagues to contribute in those areas that matter. But we think it's right to focus our energy and our effort and our internal resources along those lines that are well aligned to our soul, our purpose, and that where we bring unique skill and experience and capability. And I think that should be the top of consideration for all companies as they're starting to explore how they act to bring ESG to life across their business.
Right, thank you so much. And it is just soul-filling to hear from all of you about this subject. I think we've all seen that there is, you know, there's many ups and downs in the world. We've got to go beyond the performative. And as you said, Raj, you know, not just be there with our flags on Pride Month, not just be there standing to shoulder with our colleagues and our friends after the brutal murder of George Floyd. It is keeping the momentum on and the fuel in the engine for this, because it can be exhausting when there's many things happening. But it does go back to that heart, that human soul, the reason, the North Star as to why we do what we do every single day. Helen, love to come back to yourself. No, do not apologize. It happens to the best of us, of which I know you are. So any final thoughts from yourself before we close the panel? And I thank you all so much for being here and for being beacons and leaders at the tops of your organizations, because if it wasn't for people like you, we would not be able to do what we do. Helen.
Yeah, I think my final thoughts, I think there's been some interesting conversation. I apologize for my tech issues. I think we have to work harder at building great. What we're doing is making a difference, and put some effort into doing that, because I think, you know, we have a set of pillars with our ESG strategy. We've built a set of metrics, but I think what we have to do is make sure we're publicising those metrics, particularly with our own colleagues, and demonstrating that what we're doing is making a difference to create that momentum. And, you know, I don't think you can work hard enough to create that sort of framework that demonstrates everything that you're doing is contributing to making a better future than where we are today. So I suppose that's out, and that's what I would urge everybody to think really hard about what they're doing.
Helen, thank you so much. And I am so sorry that we're out of time, because literally I could speak to the three of you for the entire rest of the day. Each of you in your organisations are doing brilliant things. You're fantastic allies, advocates, leaders in this space. And it is because of you that organisations can continue to put the S in ESG and diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, culture at the forefront of initiatives. Now, stay tuned after the ad breaks. We have another brilliant panel coming up. We're exploring other aspects of intersectionality, and we're going to be talking about creating family-friendly workplaces, fertility and parental matters, something which is really dear to my heart. Having been through IVF, these are things that are so important to our employees and future generations of leaders. We have the brilliant Chief People Officer of Saga, Roisin McKenzie, featuring panelists from Odeon and Evri and Hilton, as well, with the brilliant Deshawn Wise-Porter, Stacey Ram and Zara Doyle. Thanks so much. Keep up the great work, and we will see you soon.
With a calm, carefree mind, I wander these streets.
Have a lovely day.
Pavement and open skies so clear and free.
Morning.
This weight of ink and paper, the only burden I carry. past repeating houses and sunlit buildings. Surely freedom is a peaceful walk down a known route, greeting morning's people with smiles and stories.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you so much. You're very kind.
To think I was once so bound by fate, but now I notice many little, beautiful things.
Factoring in these 10 specific facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging, organisations can get a very real and measured account of exactly where they are today. They can then look at the ways in which they can move their dial significantly forward by identifying the areas that need the most work and development.
The 10 facets are important because it actually puts a framework around it that makes the industry have a better opportunity to manage it in both the UK and the United States. The diagnostics in the report help organisations benchmark it themselves against what the industry is doing, how they report, measure, but most importantly, take action on the findings across the report. It's useful data that, in my opinion, everybody who is responsible for culture should absolutely read.
When I think about why people should take time to read yet another review, the reality is that you don't have to read this review in one. You can go in and out throughout the year. We won't solve diversity and inclusion and the barriers that's in place in organisations by one review. We will solve this by working on this over time, really investing in sustainable solutions.
So you should take time to read the report, and I know there are many reports that cover the different characteristics. The reason for it though is it really is that one-stop shop. It has all of the 10 facets in there, but also it's great because it gives you feedback about how you're doing. There are fantastic case studies in there. And what I really find valuable is there are absolute nuggets of ideas that you can take and you can put them into your organisation. You can create a fantastic discussion in your organisation from all the insight that's in there, but through those ideas, you can actually turn those conversations into action.
The future of diversity is in reporting. It's so important. We say at the foundation, what gets measured gets done, but you can't improve unless you can measure. And so it takes inclusion, diversity and belonging within all forms of organisation to a place where you actually know if you're making progress, you understand what your baseline is, and unless you can do those things, it's just talk, it's just in the abstract. So what we do is we provide practical solutions to allow people to affect the change.
Not only do you get a report on how you've scored as a business, that means that you can look at it and see where you're scoring well against other businesses or not so well, but it also then enables you to build a plan and actually really understand where there's opportunity.
Apart from obviously being the right thing to do, inclusive cultures are absolutely differentiating against others. You know, the best high-performing cultures have a high degree of psychological safety and inclusion. And when you can bring a group of people with diverse backgrounds, experiences, beliefs, and they can come together and feel that they can be the very best version of themselves, it becomes really, really powerful. And that's when you get the most innovation, the best outcomes, and most of the statistics say that that's the case.
We really encourage leaders to look at an approach which is based by scientific methodology as opposed to purely common sense. It is together that we can move the dial forward.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers, the Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We're the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
Delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
and welcome back. I'm Roisin McKenzie. I'm the Chief People Officer at Saga PLC. I'm joined today by some fantastic guests, so welcome all, and we'll get on to some intros shortly. And we are your final panel of today. And I've got the privilege of exploring a topic close to my heart, having given birth to my lovely daughter 9 months ago. So we're going to be exploring kind of creating family-friendly workplaces, fertility and parental matters. And I'm sure we may go off piece, but we're going to try our best. It's clear that organisations are, grappling with this topic, and rightly so, because it's an important one. Parenthood can be one of the most exciting times of our life, having just done it myself, but it's not always easy for employees to get to that point. And what we want to talk about today is really that route and those alternative routes to getting to parenthood, and the impact that has on ourselves, our mental health, and also what our employers can be doing to support us. And as we delve into these topics, we will look at kind of the broad family-friendly policies, how organisations are truly stepping up in that space, and also how we can explore those different routes to parenthood, as well as the impact that has. So whether that's thinking about kind of IVF or surrogacy or adoption leave. And I can't wait to hear from our guest speakers today on these topics. So without further ado, what I'll do is, I'm conscious of time because I'm sure we will take up the 45 minutes, is I'd love for each of you to kind of introduce yourself, a bit about you and your role, and also why D&I is so important to you. So I'm going to come to Zara first, if that's okay.
Hi, thank you. I'm quite excited for this topic, for the final panel today. My name is Zara, and I'm the European Talent Director for Odeon Cinemas Group, and I lead our talent and inclusion strategy for the group. And I'm also the People Director for the UKI. So I get loads of breath to what I get excited by. And I'm also a mom of 2. So have all of what comes with that as well.
Awesome. And Stacey?
Hi everybody, I'm Stacey Ram. I am a head of D&I and Wellbeing. I've worked across D&I and Wellbeing for a number of years for some large organisations that you might recognise, a couple of household names across Virgin Media and Every. So I'm really excited also to get into this discussion, having had first-hand experience of going through fertility treatment and shaping organisational policies around family-friendly and parental leave policies too.
Thank you, Stacey. And Deshawn, coming over to you.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Deshawn Wise Porter. I'm the Global Head of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Recognition at Hilton, supporting all of our lines of business on a global scale. I am a mother of 2, a proud mother of 2 boys, 2.5 and 1. So I am in the early stages and the thick of it. I'm also the author of a book called Faith, Fertility, and Faith, Friendship, and Fertility, basically dictating my journey to motherhood.
I am so excited to get into this panel with the 3 of you. I think outside of this, I might hit you up for some parenting advice as well, being kind of 9 months in. And I think we should all pat ourselves on the back for getting here and looking so glam today. So I'm going to kick off by kind of starting the discussion with some questions. And first to Deshawn, if that's okay, if I can come to you first. So, what are some of the main facilities challenges that employees face when trying to conceive, and how does this impact in the workplace?
Yeah, absolutely. A great question. I think it's important for us to just start with some statistics. And it's important to understand and recognize that 1 in 6 couples on a global scale seek treatment for fertility. And that it's inclusive of both men and women. And so in understanding that, and then you think about your particular workforce and you just count around and you say 1 in 6, wow, there's 7 people in this room. That means one of us is facing that. It just really makes it real for you. When you talk about the challenges that one faces, it's directly correlated to how long it takes them to achieve the goal. However, across the board, the common challenges are 4 of them. There's 4 key ones: emotional, physical, social and performance, and then financial. And I can just pause on them, and I know we don't have a lot of time, but emotionally, it's emotionally charging time. When individuals are wanting to have a family, start their family, and they're experiencing delays, and a lot of times it is unexplained infertility. And so that makes it even more challenging from an emotional perspective. You're like, I did everything right. I'm a healthy person. And you can't accomplish it. So the emotional side can be very heavy. On the physical side, there's medications, there's the administration of those medications, there's timed medications. It's getting to and from those appointments, which can be very challenging. And when they tell you that your appointment's at 7 a.m., they've got to draw your blood at 7 a.m. And so it's that can be incredibly taxing on both parties, right? There's also the social and performance piece. It's, are you going to feel like yourself? Do you carry any shame in terms of being present? When people start asking you, hey, do you have any kids? Or when are you going to have kids? All of those questions can really draw back to the emotional segment and be incredibly difficult. But in addition to that, sometimes the medications that you're taking can also make you feel outside of yourself. And with that, it has an impact on your performance. When you think about not just how you're showing up at home, but also how are you showing up throughout those days in the meeting, particularly if you have to take medications in the middle of your workday, and the impact that that has. And then, of course, one thing that I think everybody keeps on the top of their mind is the financial component, right? It can be incredibly expensive. And there's a lot of benefit to individuals that are going through this when they know that, listen, my company provides this particular resource for me. Whether it's the time off or whether it's flexible scheduling to be able to get in and out of those doctor's appointments, and or benefits that help you pay for those beds and pay for your appointment. So it can range definitely for everyone, but I think it's important that companies really spend some time thinking about, as we are developing a portfolio and a suite of offerings in terms of benefits, are we ensuring that we're providing benefits that are applicable to individuals at every point of their particular life cycle?
Yep.
And fertility benefits has become one. We're seeing more and more individuals at younger ages experience this. And so we need to make sure that, to the extent companies can lean in and identify how do you provide that support beyond just the actual health benefit of it, but also thinking about the mental side of it, any physical training, so people can continue to stay in shape and give them their self and their mind an opportunity to not think about that for a moment and focus on another component. And then above all, I would say a company cannot forget how important it is to make sure that you're training your leadership to be supportive as well. Because that's a component. It's easy to put the benefit in place. I know there's a cost to that, but you have to make sure that your leadership, all of your managers and the whole team is able to be supportive of individuals during the time as well.
Yeah, and I think you're spot on. I think 2 things that have just resonated there that I'd love to get the views from the panelists on is absolutely that 1 in 6. We talk about organizations are thinking about this. Well, it's not just about thinking, it's acting, and then it's actually following up, as you say, with that deep education. Because it can be an incredibly exciting journey for some couples, or for some individuals rather. But as you said, it can be really emotionally draining, and those individuals are expected to show up as normal and perform as normal, and probably this isn't talked about. So I'd love Stacey and Zara to kind of come in and what you've heard from Deshawn.
Yeah, I think. Oh, sorry, Zara. I think it was really interesting, the points that you've made, Deshawn, and obviously I can share from both a professional and a personal experience aspect. So I went through fertility treatment. I went through IVF with my husband back in 2021 in the midst of a pandemic. So, you know, I think that was a challenging time as it was. But I think it's really vital that organisations step up to support people in this space. And for me personally, you know, I remember, you know, just touching on a few points that you've just mentioned there, sitting on calls where I just had brain fog, and I was sat there thinking, I don't actually know what I'm here to talk about, and I'd completely forgotten. And also remember being sat on a call with my team at the time and just bursting into tears. And I'm not an emotional person at all. So for me, that was as much of a shock for me as it was for them, and trying to process that. But I think the thing that truly helped me wasn't the fact that a company specified fertility treatment or paying for fertility treatment in their policy. It was a workplace environment, and it's that support. And, you know, for me, I think it truly made such a big difference having a supportive manager who really understood it and really just allowed me the space and freedom and flexibility without any judgment for anything that I was going through. And that made the world of difference to me. And I think you absolutely have hit the nail on the head there. It's not about what's written in a policy. It's about how much do your line managers understand, and how much are they willing to be able to offer that level of support to people that truly need it.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big things, even when I was thinking about today, that I was reflecting on a lot, is just, and we see it in so many areas, right? But that impact of the person you actually talk to. Because a lot of the time, these can be very private parts of your life that you don't want everyone in the team to know. And by person, that's different, of course. But you may not wish to have that as part of the conversation with those you're working with every day. But if you have that one person who's responding to you in the right way and is giving you the support that you need and is taking that policy to life, rather than whatever is in a process, you know, that impact is so powerful. But the challenge with that is obviously how inconsistent that can be, and how that experience can be so varied, and therefore the comfort and the net of support you need isn't given to you by nature of who you may be working with or confiding in or reporting to at the time. So I think that's one of the big challenges around this, particularly to the emotional impact that Deshaun was talking through, because that is so by person. And you really need skills in your leaders to be able to make sure that they are supporting in the best way possible, but that they're flexing that support. You know, often I find, you know, the want is, tell me how to best support this person, or where do I go, or what can we do, and what's within the possible. And then, you know, it doesn't come around again until there's another conversation, but it's not the same formula. And it might need to ebb and flow differently through the stage of support. So yeah, building that real life toolkit versus a process policy toolkit, I think is one of the biggest challenges to help, particularly that emotional piece that Deshaun was talking about.
Yeah, I agree. It's keeping the conversations human. I think is so important. I think what I'm hearing through there is also that kind of openness within the culture, and actually people feeling like they can approach their manager and or their leader, or, you know, even a colleague or you know, a peer to, you know, for that support. Zara, I'm going to come to you if that's okay next. So how are leading companies providing support, particularly for those, you know, struggling with fertility challenges or exploring alternative routes to parenthood?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a real mix out there in what we're seeing. So there's some companies who are really getting fronted on thinking about fertility leave and what that means. And that may mean adaptations to the working day to support much of what Deshaun talked through, or that may mean how leave is supported afterwards. There's quite a bit out there that has some positive and I think a bit of negative rumblings as well around companies who are supporting with egg freezing and supporting colleagues in that side. And I find it interesting when you hear the good support of that, and then also the crits of that, the criticisms that come out. I think one of the big things is just thinking about what family is and the meaning of family, and what there is no standard form of family. And so, you know, back to annoyingly, as a starting position, do your policies and processes support the chosen family and the way in which people are leaving their lives. And, you know, from language to narrative to thinking about adoptive leave in the same way as maternity leave and how that is paid for, and how to the point around financial concerns, how you can remove some of those concerns and worries for people through your processes, having much more equity to them. So I think the whole meaning of a starting position on how people identify family and how we are internally set up in organizations to support the breadth of family needs that may exist for our colleagues is such an important starting point, because there's intent and there's process and there's obviously costs of things that need to feed in. But as a baseline, do you understand in what you're doing as an employer, what family can look like, and therefore how it may need to be supported. And I think we have a long way to go with that. I think people are moving there, kind of, it almost feels like dipping their toes in water a little bit. And some of that doesn't have a huge financial attachment to it either. Some of that is language and education and support, rather than thinking about it in terms of total financial impact, which often can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And you touched on it as you were talking, and having experienced it recently, the kind of the return to work as well. I think the journey to that parenthood and kind of how we support that, and then the return is an area that I think we probably don't talk about enough as well.
Yeah.
So I'd just love to get your view on that.
Oh, return to work. I mean, I think one of the biggest things is, I think somehow employers, not maybe sometimes always thinking these things through, assume that a person who's returning to work for the first time knows exactly what they need when they return, how they're going to feel, how they want to phase their week, what extra support. And the reality is you learn as you return, right? You don't know until you start to do it, because if you haven't done it before, you haven't done it before. But even if you have, your circumstances will be different. The child is different, or your personal general circumstances are different. So I think the biggest piece is there's almost this, what I think traditionally was a positive effort of how can we support you, without the, well, I don't know part, and the continuous check-in that follows. And then we see loads of things where I think employers make mistakes when people are going through maternity leave, returning maternity leave, around assumptions, so the assumption as to whether you wish to continue progressing your career or not, and what you hear about or don't, the assumption you'll want to phase, the assumption you'll want X amount of period of time off work, because most people want X amount of period of time off work, or there's so many assumptions that happen. And then I think quite quickly, once someone's back, it's like, oh, they're back. It's forgotten, right? You're back now. You've had those first couple of weeks, or maybe a month if you're lucky, of the unsaid said, and then it's all of the things you were still learning about returning to work, you're only starting to learn at that point. But the check-in has stopped or changed or evolved. I remember when I returned from my having had my son, and I had interviewed for to become the HR director while I was 8.5 months pregnant. So I returned starting into that role, which was quite a fun experience. But the things that I hadn't thought about was I was still feeding him. And so, thinking about where the space was going to be. And I remember having a bit of a code with my line manager, CEO at the time, where I would send her a text and I'd be like, oh, I need to go now because we've hit the point where I need to exit, and I will return to the board meeting in a few minutes. And I hadn't thought about any of those things when I thought about returning. I didn't think to mention any of it, but it was real challenges that naturally came into the day. So I think the big part for me is back to what we were talking about around, what are your processes, what are your policies, what's your intent versus the reality of what somebody experiences when they return, but also the assumptions that go into that, and how much weighting we put on those returning to be able to know. I think that needs a bit of support.
Yeah, lots of nodding heads, I think from us. I think I've vowed to share my story continuously about returning to work, and I think that's the best option in terms of education. You know, these things you just, to your point, Zara, you just don't think about. And that's mainly because you've got a million other things that you're trying to, manage. I think logistics is like at the top of the list for most parents. So yeah, I think what theme comes through for me is still that individuality. Even when you were talking there, Zara, that individuality of how are you having those conversations, what you think might change, trying to get out of those assumptions. So I don't know, Deshawn, Stacey, does that resonate with you? Nodding heads, yes.
Absolutely. Listen, I think it's critically important that when we talk about flexibility in the workplace and we talk about the flexibility of a leader, it's being able to take some foundational knowledge and then adapt it to the actual situation. It's not designed to give anyone a blueprint to say, this is how you need to treat each and every person that's in this particular situation. There has to be strong judgment as well as individuality in terms of making sure that we're able to support each person as an individual. And so we have to provide them the support that meets their needs at that time. And sometimes it's structural, and then other times it's literally just being a good leader and showing up in the way that's necessary.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And I think, kind of from a fertility angle as well, it's even just knowing that you've got a team around you that understands your circumstances. So I was really open about my experience of going through fertility treatment, and largely because I wanted people to understand what challenges that posed for me, as an individual, but also that my circumstances, a little bit like what you were touching on before, Zara, that it's not a one size fits all. Like, just because I was going through IVF doesn't mean to say that the person in the next room going through IVF is going to have the same experience. And, at the drop of the hat, I would be phoned for an appointment, and there was nothing that I could do about that. That was just, I had to go in at that time of day. And, unfortunately, when you're kind of working with fertility clinics, they're not the most flexible. So if any of you have had any experience of that, you'll know firsthand that you have to come in at that time. And usually their time window is on a certain day or certain days of the week between certain hours. And generally speaking, that is between 10 and 4. And there's nothing really that you can do about that. And unfortunately, that is what it is. And I think that's for me why I chose to take the route of being so open with my company at the time, because it allowed me to really talk about it freely, but also to enable the business to understand actually at scale what that means for people going through different circumstances, and actually what support looks like. And as you've all touched on, the support is really critical. It's really key to the success of shifting the dial, because it isn't just writing in a policy how you're going to do that. It's actually living and breathing it, and it's part and parcel of a culture. And if it's all well and good having that staple strapline within your policy, but if you're not offering support to somebody that's physically going through that treatment, or coming back to work, as you've said, after being off of an extended period of family leave, coming back to work looks and feels very different for many different people. And so it can't just be this blueprint that organizations follow, and it's a tick list and checklist of all these lists of things to do, which I'm sure are great, by the way, and it's absolutely a starting point. But I think companies have to learn to be more adaptable to individual circumstances and people's needs, and what their circumstances are at home. If they're also carers outside of work, or they've got disability, or neurodiversity, whatever that might look like, their individual circumstances are going to be different behind the scenes. And I think it's really important that employers show that they're listening and that they're seeing people for who they are in that kind of whole 360, as opposed to just a one-dimensional view.
There's one thing I'd want to chime in here on, because this is something that's unintentionally overlooked, but very important. So as one goes through the fertility process, sometimes there's successes, and then sometimes there is deep disappointments, right? That essentially result in miscarriages. And what we found, and when we were doing some of the research, is that there are, particularly as you span the globe, there is a highly overlooked component of a miscarriage is a death. And is that included within your bereavement policy? Yeah. And particularly if you are the one that's carrying the fetus and you lose the baby, the 3 days or the 5 days that's extended for bereavement might not necessarily be enough. And so I think it's definitely important to have the discussion, but as we are kind of like thinking about how do you really show up and how do you make sure that there's programs in which to support, that's a pretty easy one to take a look at and just do a double click on your bereavement policy as it is today and determine, is there room in which to make sure that you're highlighting miscarriage very directly so people know and understand, because then it gives them more of the opportunity in which to talk about their situation, even if they don't want a deep conversation, but it enables them to come to the table and say, listen, I've experienced this and I need the time for this. But then it also, of course, just it expands, how you're supporting your team member overall.
I think that's huge. Can I just build on that, Roisin? Sorry. I think that is I'm really glad you call that out, because the, loss and the impact of loss, whether it's, the miscarriage but also sometimes it's the loss of a dream, of a want, and I think that's where also in line with from the bereavement policy, which I completely agree with, it's the emotional additional support that we can give. How does an employer step into the space where they are actually supporting someone through that grief, through that loss of what they hoped would be, in a really embedded emotional way and with additional tools of support, because that is something that's quite difficult within the workplace, right? And no matter how much we empower leaders to be agile and flexible and everything we want them to be, they will not always be, nor should they be, equipped for all of the real depth of heartbreak that can come from loss. And I experienced lots of loss myself on the road to having my 2 children, and I had very mixed line manager responses through it. And I think really thinking about I hate to say to degree outsource, but the additional support we can give people experiencing loss is so incredibly important.
Yeah, I think as well it's that psychological safety element of
Yes.
it, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know often as DE&I leaders we talk about that word, but I think that, or that phrase rather, but I think if you don't have psychological safety in your business, for people to even open up that they're experiencing going through fertility treatment in the first place or experiencing loss, I think is it's a huge dynamic in itself. So you've got to have a good level of psychological safety to some extent for people to even feel comfortable and confident enough to open up about what support it is that they need. And then, as you say, it's what steps you can take, or as an employer, that go above and beyond to support that colleague whilst they're experiencing that loss or going through that challenging time. And that might be internal support, but it also might be external avenues of support as well. And it's you're recognizing when you need to do more, but also when you need to step back and let an expert kind of step in as well.
I think that's kind of a great point to be made, actually, that you don't have to solve everything internally, and actually you can utilize, as you're building your policies and your benefits and support, it is absolutely, as you say, it's drawing in those experts to make sure you've got that armor, you've got that toolkit for your colleagues. And I think the other point there is that point, absolutely, Stacey, that you said, which is, that colleague could be talking about the loss before they've even talked about starting fertility, because it's not always the case that they're as open because they don't want to be, or the culture isn't as open as they'd like to be. So I think excellent point, I think, for all of those listening to really take away as they build that armor and build that toolkit. So Stacey, I'm going to come to you next. So kind of listening to today's discussion, do you think employers are doing enough to ensure that their policies are truly family friendly?
I think that could be a bit of a twofold answer. So kind of looking at from a statistical perspective, research shows that around 2/5 of people who are in work across the UK don't feel that their employer is doing enough. So I recently ran a poll on my LinkedIn profile, and only 20% of people who responded to that said that their workplace was doing enough around fertility support more specifically. But I think that there is very different variations of support and various degrees of support across businesses, particularly across the UK at the moment. And I think that really does depend on, I guess, how much research an organisation has carried out and what investment they've really put into this from a monetary perspective, but also from a mechanism perspective internally in their culture. What I would say is on the surface level, there just seem to be more organisations that are committing to doing more, particularly around parental leave and offering a greater level of support. What I would say is that tends to be more progressive organisations or your startup organisations. It's not always kind of your household names always that people are talking about more freely. I also think that how people view that level of support can be very different. So some people might view 15 weeks paid leave as excellent, whereas others might say, well, actually my company offers 26 weeks paid leave. So I think what good looks like looks very different. But what I would say is there's a lot of companies that do seem to be sitting up and listening and taking note that this is obviously a top priority for many people when they're considering a place of work, particularly for from an attraction and retention of diverse talent perspective. But also we know that it's something that particularly younger generations value when they're sourcing, job positions or looking at alternative jobs. They're actively seeking out what the employee benefits package looks like, and particularly around family leave or parental leave as such. What I would say is what I've seen in my experience in kind of developing more inclusive workplace policies around parental leave is, if your policy only supports or enhances paid leave around maternity or adoption, then I would argue that it's not really inclusive of everybody, because what about, the co-parent or paternity leave, or, how does that work for many different family structures? Because if you're not talking about that or you're not advancing that, then really it only continues to perpetuate those gender stereotypes, because we all know that generally speaking, it is women who take on the more of the caring role or the parental role, and that responsibility often falls to the woman. So we know that will have an negative impact on gender pay gap, from a gender equity point of view, in progressional opportunities, career development in a workplace. So they're all blockers. So I guess my advice to any organisation that's considering this is, how do you look at that more holistically? It's not just thinking about how do we advance maternity pay, or, how do we give a few more weeks adoption leave? It's how do we look at fertility, family leave, inclusive of fertility, as a whole picture. And that can be any diverse family structure, which continues to evolve and shape. It shouldn't just be we've got this policy in place and we'll review it again in 5 years' time. It should be a working document where you're continuously looking at, okay, what does the external market look like and what does competitive look like? Because it's not just about ticking a box, it's about real structured support. And then as we've touched on already, I would say that it's about how inclusive and accessible is that policy and that paid leave to everybody. Is there a time limit where you've got to be employed for 12 months before you can even access that benefit? What does that look like really to many family structures who might have already been considering or have a time window on going through fertility treatment because of their age, as an example, or looking at adoption or fostering or caring? So I think family structures are very dynamic as a whole, and kind of writing a policy and being progressive in that space can really be tenfold. And there's lots of things to consider. And then, as we've touched on already, it's about that aftercare. It's, after somebody's gone through fertility treatment, after somebody comes back from work, extended leave, what does that support in the workplace look like? It's not a one size fits all. And it's for me to really say, are we being progressive enough? I would argue that in some ways, yes, on the surface level. But when you dig a little deeper, I do think that there's still a huge amount of work to be done. I think what's encouraging is that there's so many organisations that are sitting up and listening and are, seeking out knowledge and experience, lived experience of people that have gone through this, so they can really truly develop their policies from an equity perspective. And that's a thing that I would always encourage a business to do, because without equity, you're kind of just looking at it from a surface level, and you've really got to consider family leave and family leave dynamics from a holistic view.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's with so many of these, these topics, there's progress that's been made, but it's kind of never finished, right? And I think it's making sure that you're not sat in your organization thinking, oh, great, I'm done. I've tackled that problem, that facet. It's a continuous improvement, or that external in, and making sure that you're really sort of listening and acting to that colleague base. And I think you touched on it earlier, it's that life cycle. So you then got to factor in that not everybody is going to be, kind of at this moment in time in their life, but they might be, thinking about a carer's policy, and then actually, again, it's that when you're looking at this piece, it's got to be holistic. I couldn't agree more, Stacey. Zara, Deshawn, like anything resonate with you there that you'd like to kind of call out?
Yeah, I think the holistic is absolutely right. And I think that's one of the things that we see. So I think, to your point, Stacey, I think you can see employers doing more and thinking about what they can do and trying to look at, different pieces that they can go after, but it is in pieces often, rather than the view that you've just talked through. It's kind of it's a chip away approach, rather than actually where are we going to get to and how do we make sure we're thinking of everything that we need to and how it all feeds in together. I was thinking actually ahead of today that it's really, and I think it's still present, but you would be thinking about applying and joining an organization, and you wouldn't want to ask, what is your maternity policy? And this is a basic, whatever amount of years ago, you wouldn't want to ask that question because you would be fearful of the trigger that would create and whether that would, hinder you being considered for something. And it's almost like we've kind of made some of those moves, but we haven't actually maintained momentum on the real breadth of where we need to get to. And I think one of the things that's happening culturally in the UK, which I think is great, is that, that younger colleagues joining the organizations are demanding a bit of a more overt transparency, and they're pushing everything on in the right direction by asking the right questions in a lot of spaces. So I think that helps. But it really kind of makes you think about, where we've been and how do you actually get pace behind intent and move some of these pieces forward much quicker for people. But I totally agree on the holistic and approach that Stacey talked through, and how you look at everything together, and family, what family is.
Yeah.
And the component to that I'll add is just never underestimate the level of engagement that comes alongside somebody feeling as though they're in an environment that they have psychological safety, as well as that they are supported through every piece of their particular life cycle. And so I think it's just critically important, particularly when you're talking about wanting to have a top performing company. Right? You want individuals to be able to bring their best, and in which to be able to do that, we have to bring our whole selves to work, and we have to realize that sometimes our whole selves is not whole, but what benefits are essentially in place, as well as how is leadership and the rest of the team able to lean in when you know that somebody might be having an off day or an off season, right? It's not always end of the road for individuals. I think there's ways that we can essentially support them as lives are changing.
Yeah, I think as well, just if I can jump back in on that point, I think it's absolutely crucial. And I think you're spot on with that. And I also think that, Zara, to your point about, younger generations kind of coming in and, demanding more. I do think that that is really the catalyst for what's changing people's mindset and views on this. Years ago, people wouldn't talk about their families at work. And I do think that the pandemic helped to shift that, because, children would be in the background, or your dogs would be on your lap, or whatever that might be. So people started to see people behind the camera as a human, as opposed to just a robot that did a job and came to work and sat on that seat and went home. And I do think that dynamic has shifted. And I do think that younger generations coming through the workplace and demanding more from an employer is really positive, because I think it will help to shift the dial. Do I think that it's happening quick enough? In an ideal world, I think it should happen quicker. And I think that we're much behind the curve in comparison to, other countries in Europe, for example. Particularly when you look at things like, some organisations within their office spaces have breastfeeding rooms, or nursing spaces, or they have spaces where people can inject if they're doing hormone injections for fertility treatment, rather than doing that in the toilet and things like that. And I think it's just about what that looks like for everybody. And I think starting from a blank sheet of paper almost seems like an impossible task, right, for a lot of employers. And I think that's where gaining expertise and knowledge from people that have first-hand experience of whatever that might be in terms of their family dynamic, I think is really powerful. And that's where I think organisations can really use their own individual colleagues to ask them firsthand what their experience of family means to them, and what does their structure look like at home, and how can they best support them. I think I wouldn't wish anybody to start from a blank sheet of paper, but ultimately we've all got a great group of people around us that can really allow us to strive for equity in our family-friendly policies.
I love that. And I think we should challenge ourselves sometimes with the blank sheet of paper. I think we can get so entrenched in kind of where the culture is, or kind of the construct around work or working environments. And also, I still think there's a huge amount of stigma around this topic, actually, within the workplace. So I think, actually, Stacey, there's a beauty in what you're saying with when you're looking at that holistic approach, when you're stepping back and thinking about how does this work within my organization and how far am I pushing this, the blank sheet of paper might be the place to start, and then actually work from there. And I'm super conscious of time, but I'd love if I could just give you kind of 30 seconds each, really, to talk about kind of one thing that's happening within your organization in this space that you're super proud of. And I'll come to Deshawn first, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Listen, we have a suite of offerings on a global scale. I think what we're trying to do is scale some of these benefits across all of our countries more succinctly. And so that's really been a key. The other element, which is on the softer side of things, less programmatic, is that we've seen more leaders lean in and share their stories. And so I commend you all for getting on this call and sharing a little bit of your story. Definitely a thank you to Dial Global for even hosting this very important conversation, because the more leadership can show up and talk about their own particular journeys, it just opens the doors for others to be able to say, you know what, this is a safe home for me. This is where I want to continue to invest in my career and have a long career journey. And so I think it's critically important. And I appreciate the conversation, but also the courage that it takes to share your story and allow other people to do the same.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you. And Zara?
That was so beautifully said. I think similar things. We're doing a piece at the moment where we've been going out and actually trying to learn from our returners. I think we definitely entered into a space where we thought we had a certain experience and maybe it wasn't quite what we thought it was. It had good intents, but there's things we can improve. So we're in a process on that. We're also in a process of actually pulling all those core policies and looking at how we want to evolve them going forward. But similarly to Deshawn, leadership has been huge for us in the last year. How people are stepping into conversation, people learn, and having curiosity to understand what we don't know. And that's been a real growth area for us, and something I think will really help us as we move forward.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. And Stacey?
Yeah, so I've just actually finished my position with Every, but just before I left, we were in the process of kind of developing more inclusive and enhanced family leave policies that kind of encapsulate everything that we've talked about here from a more holistic sort of family structure. But I would echo some of the points already been made. So in my previous employment with Virgin Media, we developed a returners to work program by using first-hand experience of our colleagues that did come back from work, whether that was, after paternity or maternity or adoption, and really kind of utilising that experience to lean in and develop something that really works for the business and the colleagues that work within it. And I would echo the points around leadership. We all know, sat on this call and the people that are listening here, that utilising leadership experience firsthand in kind of sharing that is hugely powerful to shifting the dialogue, particularly around psychological safety, and for something that's deeply personal to so many people when it comes to family and family structures. I think will only kind of help to shift the dial and move up the conversation on. So hopefully, in another year's time or 2 years' time, we'll be sat here and having a different conversation about how much progress has happened.
Amazing, thank you. Well, that concludes today's panel discussions. Thank you to all of you. I think the key things that I've really taken away is starting to think about it's 1 in 6 employees. Like, that has absolutely stuck in my mind. Let's think about how we can take a holistic approach to this individuality and creating that safe space for those human connections. Particularly leadership is so important. And that step back of, I'm going to take it away, Stacey, but that blank sheet of paper in terms of how we're thinking about kind of designing our workplaces and kind of pushing that culture forward to make it more inclusive. Thanks so much for your engagement again. I'm going to hand back to the wonderful Layla Mackenzie-Dellis to summarise and close the event for today.
With a calm, carefree mind, I wander these streets.
Have a lovely day.
Pavement and open skies so clear and free. This weight of ink and paper, the only burden I carry. Past repeating houses and sunlit buildings. Surely freedom is a peaceful walk down a known route, greeting morning's people with smiles and stories.
Hello. Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you so much. You're very kind.
To think I was once so bound by fate, but now I notice many little, beautiful things.
Wow. I almost don't know where to begin with this closing piece. That last finale panel touched me to the core. And I think it's so important that we continue to speak up and out about all of the different subjects that we have heard from today. The last panel in particular, having been through IVF myself and having a 19-month-old baby called Peter, really resonated. And if I may share a little about my personal story here, being Chinese, the adopted daughter of 2 white British parents, being now proudly dyslexic, certainly wasn't in my earlier career, but now very much proud of that fact. Diversity means different things to different people, and it has been so brave and courageous of all of the leaders from the summit today to step up, not only talking about their personal stories, but also talking about how they bring authentic leadership and everything that they do in their various different disciplines into the workplace. Hopefully you've been as energized as I have been listening to these tremendous panels throughout the day, and hopefully you've had a chance to think about yourself personally as well, because here at Dial we are incredibly proud that we foster diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, culture within all of our 10 facets. I mentioned a couple personally there, and hopefully you've had a chance to think about what diversity means to you. The 10 facets for us mean gender and gender identity, race and ethnicity, sexual orientation, LGBTQ plus or LGBTQ plus IA. Each and every one of those facets is an evolution. Disability and neurodiversity, age and generation. We have now 5 generations in the workplace, more than ever before. And all of these subjects are so important, not only to those coming into the workplace, but also those who care about employer brands that really practice what they preach. Religion and belief systems, another critical subject that we touched on at the beginning in our panel around what is a really challenging circumstance with the Israel-Gaza conflict. Nationality as well. We heard from our leaders who are working across global territories. We cannot look just at the individual nuances. We must look at the broader context within countries and the diversities within diversities for those communities in which we serve. Seeing upward social mobility is key. We also look at socio-economic status and how we can drive upward social mobility in all that we do. Parenthood and caring responsibilities, that brilliant panel at the end talking about why parenthood and family, in whichever guise that may be, is so important. And also mental health as well. It's thankfully becoming something that we talk about far more these days, but in this multidisciplinary world, mental health and wellness absolutely key to ensuring our workplaces thrive and continue. And we have those safe and inclusive spaces where individuals can talk and share amongst colleagues, bosses, leaders, the profound impact that mental health does have on the workplace and how we show up every single day. And sometimes it is that showing up that is important. We may not always feel our best selves, but showing up and having the conversation is not always about needing to be the most inspirational, but actually showing up and doing what we do and keeping the momentum on day in, day out for such important topics is critical. I don't even know where to start to summarize some of the things from today, but I'll pick out a couple of the points here. Not being scared to have that conversation. I think in this world with media where we're seeing some really worrying headlines, diversity professionals are really feeling that impact. The emotional exhaustion often can be really quite petrifying. And so navigating those complexities and going from debate to dialogue was a really well said point that I heard before. Also in this growing educational group of stakeholders that we have, organizations now looking at the various different stakeholder groups that we need to address. We've heard this before, and I will say it again, but is silence violence? Having the acknowledgement sometimes of these issues is absolutely key. Knowing that we're striving for progress. It's not always about perfection. We may sometimes not say the right things, and that is okay. But actually making sure we go beyond the words, we really listen, we learn, we continue to be part of that never-ending evolutionary journey from cradle to grave. We never stop learning, but being really hyper focused on rooting out bad behavior, but also championing the great work that leaders do every day when they step up to talk about these things. It's brave and it is courageous, and actually saying the wrong thing at times is okay, but actually as long as we learn from these things, we can continue to progress and to evolve. I worry sometimes about diversity professionals and the great leaders that we've heard from today being paralysed by this cancel culture and being worried about the overwhelming amount of metrics. Actually, sometimes it is not having all of the answers, but knowing enough to take the time to listen and to care, because this means not only such a lot to all of our generations of leaders in the workplace, but also provides economically stable workplaces with which we can thrive, and we can really distribute the wealth amongst all. Making sure we keep the foot on when it comes to all of these different layers of intersectionality, researching, learning, taking action, and grow equals organizational effectiveness. Like our previous summits, this one really did challenge all challenge leaders, organizations to rise to the occasion, step up for their diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, culture efforts, and contribute to the transformative change that our world so desperately needs now more than ever before. Don't be fearful of the headlines. Diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, culture, the S in ESG is here to stay, and together we will contribute and continue to inspire and guide others in the pursuit of a more equitable future. We're proud at Dial to be the catalyst for positive change and being the change that we envisage, not only for 2024, but also for 2025 and beyond. We see that as a real watershed moment, and it's with each and every one of your efforts that we can continue to keep this momentum up. I'd like to say a huge thank you to Royal Mail and to our other supporting members within the community. We could not do what we do without you. We are a small yet mighty business. The team here are fantastic, and they put their hearts and their souls into today. And I just want to give a huge thank you to everyone. Amisha, our COO, Missy, our head of programs, Alessandro, you've been an absolute champion, our content producer, Adele, our newly appointed head of research and intelligence, and Halima, absolutely fantastic attitude. Only been here a couple of weeks, but already we can see the change that you are bringing to the table. To all of our Dial Global associates, our friends, our supporters, every one of you that's been involved in lending your voice and lending your power to all of these holistic initiatives. Thank you so very much. Before I sign off for this evening or the morning, actually, if you're tuning in from the States or Canada or wherever you may be in the world, I'd love to draw your attention just to a couple of our key initiatives that are coming up. Our Dial Diversity Review, our flagship review that looks at 10 facets of diversity and inclusion, visible and invisible. We'll be launching the survey very soon. Please get involved. This is a real tangible way to track and measure progress across the 10 facets. Additionally, we have more Dial Global Summits coming up this year. If you'd like to get involved as a sponsor or as a speaker, please make sure you do reach out. And again, our Dial Global members, we could not do this without you. If you would like to join our Dial Global membership community, and that's across the piece, and we have our CEO Activist Council, and we have our Mastermind Councils, CHROs, and people leaders and diversity professionals who are really influencing mile wide and mile deep, and also the tremendous employee resource groups, often called business resource groups as well, that are really striving forth to make greater change. These are the ecosystems with which drive us from the performative and into real and true lasting action. So thank you to all of you with everything you do. And once more, keep hashtag moving the dial in the right direction. Now more than ever before, we need your voice, we need your influence, we need your power to keep on keeping on and keep up that good fight. Thank you so much.
Bye.